right. There we go. All right, Lions fans, it's day 3 of the NFL draft, and the image that I'd like to show on the screen, and you can caption this image any way that you want to do this, but I think I can say that I'm talking to a lot of Lions fans today, and this smile from Brad Holmes kind of says it all. But I'm with Dan. I think I'm going to add some laser eyes to this image because, ladies and gentlemen, we have our edge rusher, we have our starting right tackle. It's day 3 of the NFL draft. And we're ready to roll. My name is Chris Stone. I'm at castahead.net. And the 3 other gentlemen on my screen below me, the dangerous DK Dan Keener from the great state of Ohio is, even though Detroit is in his background and in his heart, he is joining us remotely. Dan, thanks again for joining us. In the upper left-hand corner, the even more dangerous DBC, Dr. Brent Kreider. Thank you once again, Brent. I have to say this, ladies and gentlemen. Brent has opened his home and let us stink up the place for 3 straight days. And we have to thank him and his beautiful wife, Crystal, for having us here in the Southern Command Center, where the skies are dripping with blue Kool-Aid and cornbread and Lions optimism. And speaking of Lions optimism, to my right, to your left, to the bottom of the screen, my man, magnificent Mike Terry in the house. Mike Terry, man, this is the most podcasting that you've been a part of since I've known you. Am I right?
This is correct. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a pro podcaster in our midst right here, Mike Terry. Give it up for Mike Terry, ladies and gentlemen. He's our secret weapon. And we have our fan club in the house. Reed, the star of last night's show, is in the house. Give me a fist bump, Reed. Yes, the Lions/Titans fan, the author of the illustration of Jahmyr Gibbs, which we showed a couple of times on this show. Appreciate you being here. And we have another rock star in our midst. You could see it over Brent's shoulder. We have Reagan as well in the house, another gray mane of the future. And we asked her if she likes football, and she was like, meh. But she likes to be here for the podcast, which is absolutely awesome. So Reagan, welcome.
Can I jump in and introduce her?
Yes, please.
So she is a star, much like Reed's a star in sports.
Yes.
She's a star in her school, and she had the main lead role in plays, and I got the chance to go see her perform.
Awesome.
And she played Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh.
And it was fantastic. So
you got rid of the big bad wolf. Yes.
Nice. What was the name? What was the name of the play, Reagan? Into the Woods.
Into the Woods. Yeah. My son was in Into the Woods. Yeah.
It was fantastic.
That's a great play.
She did a great job. So
awesome.
Just wanted to shout out.
Awesome.
They're both really great kids, neighborhood children, real good friends of our family. So
awesome. Brent, you were singing last night so much. I thought you were going to break into song right there. The teach them well and let them lead the way. The future are children.
That's his Sony Music influence coming.
Listen, I work the music. I don't sing the music. I let the stars like you sing it. Oh gosh, guys, let's go around the horn here. We are 23 minutes from the top of the hour where we're going to start watching round 4. The Lions have the first, we had 2 fourth-round picks, but we had to give up one to move up to get Derek Moore and squash the Ravens' chances of getting Derek Moore. So that's outstanding. And but I definitely wanted to make mention of this. This is going to go quicker, ladies and gentlemen. So we're not going to sit here and cover, pick this, unless there's something huge and or Lions related. We may break in and talk about that. But the Lions' first pick of the 4th round and only pick of the 4th round currently is pick number 18 or 118 overall. The pick that we gave up, I believe, was 128, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
To move up to get Derek Moore. Yes, and so We've got some time to kind of let this thing go, but it's always fun when the round kicks off on the day, because there always seems to be some kind of crazy thing where a team like wakes up the next morning and goes, "Oh, that guy's still available. I'm going to trade up and get that." So that's interesting. So we're going to go around the horn. Dan, we'll start with you, because I know you've got something that you want to cover off in terms of a segment for you think the wackiest thing that might happen today. Is that what the segment's going to be called?
Just maybe like what could we do? What could Holmes do today to accomplish a goal, but maybe like outside the box, right?
Okay.
And this is probably I'm sure I'm going to get a little hate from some of my compatriots here on the screen, but if we're looking at drafting, which I think we all are probably confident that they're at least above a 50% chance of pulling in a quarterback to develop, why not send our pick number 181 to the Steelers for Will Howard, because they just drafted Drew Aller. So now they got Howard from last year, who they gave up. I think they drafted him at like 185 or 186, and then they burned a third rounder on Aller. Clearly, they don't either believe in Howard or think something. Go get the guy. He's been in. He was a little bit older last year. He's 24 entering the league, but he's a year seasoned now in the NFL, and he's been doing off-season workouts. So if you're going to throw a pick at an undrafted rookie like Sawyer Robinson, or not undrafted, like a rookie like Sawyer Robinson, or who's the one kid that we spent a lot of time with? Can't remember his name off the top of my head, but heck, throw it at that kid. Throw it at Howard. He's basically a Jared Goff clone with slightly smaller hands. So that's my wacky pick.
Well, yeah, we spent some time because they picked up Aller, and they've got the former Ohio State University quarterback on there. So I'm going to roll to the Michigan man. What are your thoughts there, Brent, on what Dan's got to say? He's expecting some pushback. I can tell by the way he preempted that. No, you like that idea.
It's not that I like it or dislike it. There's so many options here. Right?
Okay.
The Lions need, I think we've covered over the past couple of days, but just in summary, going back to what I think we need to continue to reinforce the linebacking core. We have to address that. We've only got 3 players signed to this point. The third we know is a special teams player. So linebacking core is first and foremost. Second is, do we believe the depth that we have at safety is adequate? I think at this point in the draft, we can argue that it's as good as it's going to get in terms of what we could bring in this draft. Mm-hmm. So cornerback still could use some competition, but we've got a number of corners. Brad Holmes did a fantastic job of building up the players that need to be there to compete for corner. So defensive tackle, we need a couple defensive tackles, whether we sign somebody off the streets, free agent. And then lastly, to Dan's point, what do we potentially look at on the offensive side of the ball? Is there a receiver that gives us, a return ability? There's always every year 1 or 2 receivers that come out and are drafted specifically for their return skills. Tight end, I think we could still address, bring in somebody for development, third string. I don't think we're going to find anybody that the tight end grouping has been really picked over. There's been a lot of tight ends drafted, so I would argue you might be better off going the street free agent route. And then to Dan's question, who do we think the Lions might target for quarterback? That's a $50 million question, because I think if Jared Goff gets injured, your season's gonna probably be
done anyway. It's toast anyway,
yeah.
Right? But I think to Dan's point is, we have. When's the last time the Lions have developed a quarterback to come in and Teddy Bridgewater is developed as he's gonna get, right? And a great backup, but boy, it would be great to have a younger guy that kind of. He's not Jared Goff, but he is Jared Goff light, right?
I don't think the Lions are toast though, Chris. I mean, to your
toast
point,
when Goff goes down.
No, if Teddy Bridgewater plays, I think the Lions with our running game.
Most teams would. If you're playing with your backup, they're not the same team.
But I mean, do we
right?
still can we still get to 500? compete for the last playoff
They'd
spot.
have puncher's
potentially.
chance, yeah.
Puncher's chance, right?
Puncher's chance. There we go. Okay.
to the question for you guys back, to kind of build on what Dan asked, who would we want to target as that potential developmental guy? I don't think there's anybody in this draft that particularly inspires me.
That's the question.
And
is there anybody better than that player over in the Steelers?
And I'll let Mike jump in because we've yapped a lot. But
No, that's okay. Well, initially I'll answer Dan's question. I wouldn't be opposed to bringing Will Howard in for a later round pick. I mean, for all the reasons that Dan pointed out. I would say there is a guy in the later rounds that I would maybe take a flyer on, and that'd be Taylon Green out of Arkansas. Mm-hmm. Dude's got a cannon. He can move around a little bit. He's not a Jared Goff, type of ball player.
He's more athletic. Yeah.
He's more athletic. He's not gonna. I mean, he could be developed. He's not ready to be a starter anytime soon. Yeah, I wouldn't bring. But if we were gonna take a flyer, that'd be the guy I'd probably take a flyer.
We've talked about him for over a month now, right? Yep. Taylon Green is. I wholeheartedly agree with Mike. So it wasn't that I was disagreeing with Dan because I think that Dan brings a good point.
I think everybody's agreeing with Dan.
He's a proven winner. Yeah.
This could be the first time, DK.
Well, no. I think I would prefer Taylon Green. I think that's,
over Will Howard. Like I think that's what kind of we're talking about. Like
I think Taylon Green.
So he's talking about giving up a fifth round. As this,
I wouldn't do that.
We're hypothetically we're talking.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I think we have needs that beyond a third string quarterback at this point, and I wouldn't necessarily trade out my fifth rounder, which could bring great value in defensive tackle depth or depth that we need in other positions. We need linebackers, guys.
Yeah.
So
defensive tackle.
I'm saying that I like Mike's path, suggesting that Taylon Green in the 6th or 7th round. And some folks say he's going to be an unrestricted or undrafted rookie free agent. But I think that somebody's going to see that tantalizing talent that he has, the speed that he has. So
dude's got a rocket for an arm, man.
He needs to develop touch.
Yeah, touch. Yep.
But Dan talked
Green
about this
is one of the.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Sorry, I'll say Green is one of the two quarterbacks that the Lions had two confirmed interactions with, and the other was Haynes King. That was the kid I was trying to think of.
Okay.
Those are the two guys I spent the most time investigating.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I do think there's some merit, Dan, to what you talked about yesterday. Is you don't want to bring in a guy to develop that's a completely disparate type of quarterback. You want, I'm not saying he has to be exactly like Jared Goff, but I mean, if you're talking about, you guys, is this quarterback a completely different type of quarterback than Jared Goff?
He is.
Completely different.
Completely different.
So it's like, if he ends up being the backup and Jared Goff gets hurt and he's brought in, it completely changes the offense. Petzing has different sets and so I think there's something to be said about like you can't, if you're going to develop a guy, he's got to be at least closer in type. I think, and Howard is. Well,
here's the thing about Green. Green is 6'1", 219. If I remember right, he ran a sub 4.5 40, 4.65 40 is what PFF says. He very fast, good wheels. His issues are, unlike Goff, he's not the quickest to process information, and so he's just a fantastic athlete. He's more like our backup quarterback Bridgewater than he is Goff.
So him and Haynes King both rate as a 90 in the athleticism score on NFL.com. They have Green as a 5th or 6th round and King as a 6th or 7th round. I mean, it's just NFL.
Brent, I'm not sure you have the right measurables for.
I'm sorry. I was looking
him because he's huge. He's a huge. Big dude. He's 6'6", 230, and he ran a 4.36 40.
That's it. Yep. Jeez. Thank you. I was reading the wrong profile.
Yeah. He's like who's Michigan's quarterback? He's like Michigan's quarterback size and speed.
Bryce Underwood.
That's essentially athleticism.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah. 999 RAS for Taylon Green.
Yeah, like you said, his accuracy and his processing are what's holding him back. Otherwise, if you wanted a Jared Goff type player, Cole Payton's there.
Yeah, Cole Payton, North Dakota
correct.
State. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's a player. I want to give a shout out as we're talking about prospects here. That was an unexpected thing for you to come up with, Dan, but it's not a bad idea. I know we spent some time with the Aller pick, and you're like, hey, wait a minute, there's a quarterback already on your roster. What are you doing? I think if not the Lions, there may be another team that they're talking to, and it causes me to pause and say, what do the Steelers think about this player? Are they squandering the talent and not wanting to worry about it, or maybe they just don't think he's good enough to back up? I guess Rodgers or whoever is going to be the quarterback. But I wanted to shout out Justin Rogers, who we're huge fans of Detroit Football Network. And if you haven't subscribed to that on Substack, please go ahead and do that. We're firm believers in spreading the love for a lot of these people who are actually in the building and actually doing the work and putting together some great pieces. Justin Rogers put out his list of 15 prospects for the Lions on day 3. I thought, for the most part, I agree with a lot. I mean, we talk about the need for defensive tackles. Number 1 on his list is Rayshon Benny, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, who absolutely shined in the All-Star games. Listen, if we're going to take off our maize and blue, those that wear it, we know that this fits a need for us, but there are other defensive tackles here that he did cover. My favorite drug lord name here, who's going to make the all name list here when we get done with this thing, Dante Corleone, the defensive tackle out of Cincinnati, is an outstanding name. There's a linebacker on here, guys. Keyshawn Elliott, the linebacker out of Arizona State, as one of his potential availabilities. Cole Payton, who Mike just brought up, the quarterback out of North Dakota State, is there. Michael Taffy, the safety out of Texas. This was a guy when we did mock drafts, we spent some time looking at this kid. So when we talk about safeties, especially when we're later in the draft, Taffy might be a name that we're looking at. And of course, yesterday we talked about running back. The running back out of Washington is also on this list. Jonah Coleman, who is supposedly, like, if we're talking about similar players, his similar player, he's like David Montgomery light, which I'm okay with bringing in a running back that is similar to Montgomery. But of course, we also like both running backs out of Penn State, Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. Anything you guys want to touch on from that list? There's some offensive linemen here. Max Bredesen's on this list. Of course, being a Michigan fan, that would be awesome. But he's like a H-back type. I don't know. He seems more of a specialized player. Not sure if that's a fit or if they were even talking to Bredesen. But he's on this list. Brent, you brought up tight ends. The tight end that is on his list is Dallin Bentley, the tight end out of Utah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's probably the best available.
And probably
left.
one of the only ones that you would end up wanting to draft. So let's go down the list here quickly. We talked a lot about Jamard McCoy and his situation. If you can get a first round pick and have him redshirt, is that attractive to the Lions fans? You'd probably if Dallas doesn't pick him,
it's good. Holmes will get roasted. So it's not attractive to Lions fans.
I think he's already proven that he doesn't care about.
I know he doesn't care.
New info today, though, on them. New analysis basically says the kid's got basically a 50-50. You're going to fully recover. Your career's over with the next surgery 2. Yep. That's the risk you're taking, and you have to figure out what draft pick do I just not care about that I'm willing to throw at that to get a 50-50 shot at potentially getting a Pro Bowler or getting someone that's never going to see the light of day that you're going to have to pay, $10 million to never play for you.
Yeah, I believe that the Lions have access to his medical records, and they'd be better able to make an informed decision, versus what's public.
It's an intriguing thought, though.
But it's an intriguing thought. And
take a flyer, maybe, and if it's later in the rounds, listen, we've got a lot of picks here today.
Yep. Do you jump in and the deep into the ocean and take risks on Jamard McCoy? Was my question.
I just want to ask a question here.
Yeah.
The Cowboys' head medical guy is the guy that would perform the surgery and had performed the surgery previously.
Bone plug.
Bone plug.
Bone plug.
Does it say something that they have not drafted him yet, the Cowboys?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Cowboys have had a great draft.
They have.
I mean, they've had a fantastic.
They have a
draft.
need for cornerback.
and they have a need
checked.
for cornerback.
But I mean, he's not going to be available for a year. But I mean, they would have the up to the minute information.
Cowboys don't always do the smart thing.
That's true too.
I'm just throwing it out as I would consider taking a flyer on a guy like
What
Jamard
round?
McCoy.
It
Depends on the medicals. It depends on the medicals, right?
Mike's makes a good point, and I think we're going to know pretty quick. Dallas has the 12th and the 14th pick in round 4. If they don't take him with either of those 2 picks, I think we have our answer that you're looking at maybe a 5th, maybe a 6th.
Brent, what
him.
round would you use? Six. Okay,
yeah.
I would be comfortable with 6th or 7th. Yes.
All right, so if we're going to recap the picks that we do have, and the graphic that I'm going to pull up here, folks, just for reference, this one of these picks, the second, 4th round pick on this graphic, is no longer here. So pick 28 in the upcoming round 4, 128 overall, was used to move up to get Derek Moore. But you're seeing how many picks we've got today. We've got a 4th round pick here, 118 overall. We've got rounds 2 in round 5, 2 in round 6, and a round 7 pick. So that's a lot of collateral here, Mike, to use. Yeah, if you're talking about 205th overall for a player that may be a great cornerback or may not be, that feels like a bet. I don't know.
What would be the payment for? I mean, they're slotted right at the
Look it up.
6th round. It's probably not much, right?
Yeah.
550.
More than you think.
550,000.
Hang on, I got it right here.
I was shocked at Jeremiah Love's contract. I thought they fixed all that stuff. $50 million for a third pick in a
Rookies
draft.
aren't supposed to get paid that much, right?
That is fixed. Because remember, Stafford was the last.
His
year
first contract was
they weren't
$50 million.
Right. But
what's
that?
What's the pick number you guys are looking to use on him? I can tell you exactly what it was.
205. Yep.
205. Okay, so 205, which is what's the number? 24 in the 6th round.
Yep.
Hit that contract would cost you $4.6 million over the 4 years of the contract.
1.6?
1.125.
4?
1.15.
4.6.
So 1.15.
Yeah. What about, Dan, if you've got it up, are you able to look at pick 32 in that round, in the 6th round, at 213 overall?
213, 32, it's still, it's like, it's like 30 grand less. It's still 4.6 over the life of the deal.
Wow.
Yeah, the
Maybe
salaries have gone up.
It's
salary
very
cap has gone
little
up.
change there.
Yeah.
So to get a potential, really strong corner for $1 million a year is a steal.
Do they have the same protections as the first rounders? There's no guarantee on that money.
Only
correct?
only what you negotiate in the contract.
So you could draft him, and if he comes up lame,
you can cut him for
cut him
whatever.
for nothing, right?
Yeah, and in a situation like that, he'll say,
injury settlement.
What my agent would say is, I was projected to be a 1st round pick. I want a little bit more, guaranteed money or signing bonus. And I'll work my butt off to get back for next year, kind of thing. Like with Hassanin. Hassanin, we cut him, and the Lions paid him his full salary, if you remember, just to kind of lock him into coming back to us.
Just have like a little side deal with the player. Alex Middleton, welcome to the chat.
Alex.
How are we? We're doing great. We just went down this huge rabbit hole about where we would take the player who's just fallen in the draft, and because of the medical. I don't know. I think we were thinking 6th round until we found out how much that cost. Mike, you say no.
I say yes.
Well, let's go around the table. I don't know that I'd take the flyer with him.
Okay.
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
I don't know. It's hard to say. If you do, and it turns out it's like hitting the lottery, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And Reed's contract's up. I think one more year after this is going to be a decision point on whether he gets cut or maybe too expensive for it, and you're going to need that starter, to replace him. So, but it is scary that when it came up that he didn't run, we put in there that's not good. He was a full year from the surgery and he wasn't able to run. But I think to expand a little bit more on what you said, Mike, Dallas only has 3 picks left in this draft, or 4. They have 4 picks left in this draft. They got 3 in the 4th round, and then a 7th. So if they don't burn one of those 3 4th rounders on him, and they're all within about 10 picks of one another, I'm with you. I think that means that they don't have good medicals on him, and they don't anticipate he's going to play.
Okay, cool. Well,
especially with their need.
Throw another curveball there. Keontae Scott's right there too.
That was where I was going to go next.
Yep.
Best available, right? When we go down the list for best available, let me just kind of read these off, and then we can opine. Connor Lew, center, Auburn. Will Lee, this is according to ESPN. Will Lee, the third cornerback of A&M. Harold Perkins Jr., LSU linebacker. Darrell Jackson Jr., defensive tackle, Florida State. Inez Cooper, Miami offensive guard. Drew Shelton, Penn State offensive tackle. And then a little bit further down the list, a couple guys that we previously talked about. Jaden Kennedy of Oregon, safety. And one of my favorites is the safety out of Penn State. So that, the reality is that there's still a lot of players that can contribute. At this point, you're looking for special teams like Jalen Kilgore, safety, Zakie Wheatley, safety, cornerbacks. We already talked at length about Jamard McCoy, but Keontae Scott. And then down the list, there's a bunch of names that I'm intrigued by. Ephesians Prysock, Damani Jackson, Hezekiah Masses, Thaddeus Dixon, the big 6'4".
Preach the gospel with Ephesians Prysock.
Yes, sir. Thaddeus Dixon, big kid out of North Carolina. Those are just some of the names. He's 6'1", 195 corner. But Dan does a great job of analyzing a lot of these folks, and we routinely debate the fine points of this. So over to you, Dan, to talk about who you might put at the top of your list, and then we can go around the horn and negotiate.
Yeah, I mean, we're 18 picks away, assuming Brad doesn't move up, and I've seen a lot of the local guys very insinuating that they wouldn't be surprised if Brad takes some of these extra tokens he's got and bundles them together to move up somewhere. You know what I mean? So if we stick at 18th in this pick, I think we're probably going to go best player available that with a side of need, right?
With a side of need.
To your point, Brent.
It's like a meet and 3. Give me BPA,
right.
but give me a side of off-ball linebacker with a defensive tackle. Yeah, I love
exactly. And that's what you're at right there. I think you just nailed it, Chris. Those are the 2 spots. Assuming there's somebody there that is worthy and they like him, but it's Brad, so he could trade up to the middle of the round and go for Cole Payton, which, by the way, he did have a formal interview with the Lions at the Combine, so he is very much on their radar. So he's gonna go get the kid he wants. That's the one consistent thing with him every draft between the 3rd and the 5th rounds. He goes and gets somebody, whether we like it or not. It's been Manu, it's been Tesla, it's been the knucklehead from Tennessee that we finally cut last year, the quarterback. That's what he does.
Your favorite draft pick ever, I know.
yeah, I love that pick.
Yeah, Rayshon Benny.
But that's what he does
Hooker
here.
was 3rd, right?
Yeah.
Hooker was 3rd.
He was I think we had extra picks from the Stafford deal and some other. And remember, that was the one year he did actually move back and got some extra picks, and then he used it on Hooker. But yeah, this is a part of the draft. Vaki was a trade up, right?
Yep.
So
this
is where if we've got somebody that they're looking at who's not like a mainstreamer, but he thinks someone else might go get him because he's that player, that little gem. This is where it's probably going to happen at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's the list on the screen right here.
Rayshon Benny is a position of need and had a fantastic Senior Bowl.
Yep.
LT Overton, Alabama edge, which we drafted an edge, but you know how Holmes is. When he has a positional need, he will take multiple players in a draft to address that, and to have a couple edge players more and another maybe within his within his plan as well.
The draft has started, ladies and gentlemen. Day 3 has started. We're looking at Goodell with what looks like the Pitt marching band and some high school players that are just probably losing their minds. They're so nervous being in front of that many freaking people. It's Yinzer City with gold helmets right now on the stage. So we'll cover this as it goes Lions related, or if anything impactful in terms of picks happen. But we're not going to sit here and just every single pick and interrupt the chance to talk to Reed here. So we'll make sure that we're covering the picks. So and really analyzing these as it relates to Lions fans. You can guarantee that. So we have opponents that we're looking at next year. Of course, the division opponents. What these guys are doing around us for sure. Alex Middleton, thanks. He's chiming in as well. To talk about the potential of taking the Tennessee cornerback as quick as possible. Alex says, just on the off chance he might be fine. The upside is so high, I think it's worth it. And we do love injured DBs. It's almost like, oh wait, they're injured? Cool. Now I'm interested. Right?
No, I think it's the combination of, much like we were just talking about, with a slice of need. With a touch of need. This is opportunity and, at the right point in the draft. I think that's when you're talking about McCoy and listen, Dan articulated very well what the reality is with his medical situation. But in all honesty, the ability to get a potential first round pick at this point in the draft, there comes with a lot of risk. You don't fall this far in the draft without something significantly wrong with you. And so you have to do that. Is the risk worth the potential reward? And
so,
go ahead.
Brent, who's one of those teams that you said would be crazy enough to make that move? There's a handful of teams you're just like, yeah, they're nuts. They would do it.
The Lions. I mean,
not the Lions.
Eagles.
We're talking like Cowboys, Raiders,
Eagles.
teams that do dumb stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
Eagles. Well, the Raiders just traded up to the first pick with the Bills. They moved up one pick for some reason to grab somebody. So
Keontae Scott,
we'll see what
Jamard
happens.
McCoy.
Real quick, non-player related, Pittsburgh needs 175,000 people to show up today to break the Detroit record for the draft, and it's raining in Pittsburgh.
Well, they've got towels to wipe their
so
heads
that record
with.
may be safe.
Terrible towels. That's right.
Yeah, but when you're spinning them, it's just going to spray
like
the
a
rain
fan,
everywhere.
yeah.
It's just going to spray rain over everybody. So,
well, kudos to Pittsburgh for putting on a heck of a show.
oh yeah, shout out to the Yinzers.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Yinzers.
It was a sea of people. We were looking at it going, that's a lot of people.
Last night there was a lot there. Yeah.
I would say the only negative so far, if I'm being honest, is they brought Matt Millen on stage
multiple times.
Multiple times. Yeah. So I would say good on you, Pittsburgh, but.
Well, that was the Raiders bringing Matt Millen on.
Oh,
yeah,
it
was
the
the
Raiders.
Yeah.
Well,
he came on multiple
times.
times. Was it for the Raiders both times?
Yes, for the Raiders picks. Yeah, he was like the Calvin Johnson equivalent to the Raiders. Yeah, for draft purposes.
Is Calvin coming back
and
out today?
I have the news, folks. I'm breaking in. I'm cutting in.
Breaking in.
The Raiders took McCoy with that first pick. So as I said, the teams that
Good
are
call,
the risk
Dan.
takers, they traded up one spot with Buffalo and took McCoy. So now that whole conversation's moot.
Yep.
Don't even need to worry about it.
But it sure was fun.
Great conversation.
Yeah,
It was
a
fun.
Great conversation. And frankly, what we said was validated.
Yep.
I mean, some of you were a little more hesitant than I might have been to pick him earlier, but the reality is that you got to take risks. JMO was a risk. I keep bringing that up.
Of course.
He was coming off an ACL. He's a very slight frame, and so the truth be told, that we have a team that's more crazy than we are to look up.
Yeah, but I mean, JMO, ACL is fairly regular now and easy to recover. Well, I won't say easy, but
Easier than
it's
it was.
it's not a bone plug.
Yeah.
A bone plug.
But I mean, it's pretty common,
I'm
right?
missing the joke.
ACL
Yeah.
is pretty common.
Day 3
Even
bingo card.
Achilles are even becoming common,
Yeah,
which is
so.
just unheard of even 5-6 years ago, right?
Hopefully, Brian Branch recovers from.
And the Raiders had 10 picks going into as of today. I'm sure they gave at least 1 or 2 up to move up, but
Yeah, it'd be
they were in a
interesting to
position
see.
they could do that.
But yeah, they only moved up 1 to get him, huh? So they were
moved up. I think they moved up one, and they're not a great team. They're rebuilding.
Yeah.
It's a great
and this is
chance for
definitely a
them.
worthwhile
Yep.
for them.
Take
Well,
some risk.
And Brent, the Buffalo Bills traded down again because they were the number 1 pick, and so they've moved down a
I
spot.
think Brent is going to change allegiances.
Yeah, I think he's just going to be.
Well,
he's going to
let's
move
see
to
how their draft ends up
northern
looking.
New York.
No, right? I mean, let's see
No,
how it ends up working
Hey, we
out
were on
for
the
them.
same page. Trade down
Trade
as much
down,
as you can
but-
get. Yep.
But it's hard to complain. When you go into this, you're thinking, where are our positions of need? We addressed our 2 biggest positions of need. Maybe you could argue linebacker might have been 2, but the point, honestly, the point is the Lions have done what they needed to do to address positions of need, and would we have still been able to address those 2 positions if we traded down? We would not have gotten the Clemson offensive tackle, Blake. We would not have
Gotten Derek Moore.
Well, no, that's the area where you start to stockpile those picks, right? So it's likely that you could have still gotten Derek Moore, but you could have added additional players. Is the negotiation? But let's see what the Bills
Yeah,
draft
let's see
ends
how
up
it
looking
goes,
like. Trading down like they did.
If I may hit on a couple prospects that you may not have mentioned already.
Yeah, man.
And these are more but Kyle Lewis is still out there, the linebacker from Pittsburgh. He's there. We don't need a receiver, but everybody's talking about Mike Washington as a running back. Emmett Johnson from Nebraska, I think, is probably a better fit. He's more of a David Montgomery type guy. But, I think we're pretty good at running back for now.
Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. That's a player we haven't talked about. We've talked about Nick Singleton. We've even talked about Washington. We talked about the Indiana running back that went yesterday. Emmett Johnson.
Yep.
What do we know about him?
1,400
5'10"?
yards rushing.
We talked about Jadarian Price.
He's a great receiver out of the backfield.
Yeah.
He can do a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Does it special teams?
Oh, well, yeah, he's going to have to be, right?
Yeah, yeah. But I'm wondering if he has experience at Nebraska.
Well, he was a starter, so.
Yeah.
A couple others, Bryce Botcher, Oregon linebacker, Malik Muhammad, Texas cornerback, and then I'll go way deep. I said it yesterday, Eli Heidenreich and Landon Robinson from my Navy boys. So they would be 6th, 7th round picks, but yeah.
Go Navy.
Go
Is
Navy.
Heidenreich is he the fullback for them?
He's a receiver.
Heidenreich, or is he a linebacker?
He's the receiver.
Okay.
Yeah. Robinson is
Their running back
tackle.
is a beast.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to have a
Kid they
Navy, someone in the Naval Academy on the Lions. I just got to say it. Who was the player years
America.
ago that we drafted? He was from the Army. He played, but it was like, is he going to play linebacker?
I know what you're talking. I can't remember.
6th round.
I
And
remember
then
that.
there's
They
the
made
guy-
a huge deal about it in the
There's the
draft.
Army guy we signed last year who we had talked about potentially draft, an outside linebacker type guy a few years ago. We picked him up. Dan, you may remember Lions signed
The Pittsburgh guy?
signed
The special
former
teams kid we were talking
Armor-
about yesterday?
Army
No, we signed an Army player last year,
football.
or the last couple years.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember his name.
Andre
he
Carter.
was a 7th
Andre
rounder.
Carter. Remember he
Andre
was
Carter?
yeah, we signed him in August 2025 to the here it is. He played at the Army where he recorded 15.5 sacks in 2021, the second most in college football this season. And we talked about drafting him, if you guys remember. And he's up he was released by the Raiders. He was drafted pretty high because of the success he had, 15 and a half sacks. Let's see where he's at now.
Caleb Campbell was the player I was
That's
thinking
it.
of.
Yep.
7th round draft
Yep.
choice in 2008.
He only spent a bit of time with us.
Well, the
Off-season.
rules were
Mhm.
the rules they were a problem back then, right? They were flip flopping on him whether he could actually defer his service and go play, or whether he had to do his service and be like the admiral in basketball. When he went to San Antonio, he had to fill his service, or who was Court Stallworth had to do it too for the Navy back in the day. And they thought he could play, and then they flip flopped right in the middle of that, so we lost him, and that was kind of, I think, where we just kind of gave up on him, unfortunately.
He's with the Commanders now. Washington.
Caleb Campbell?
No,
Andre Carter.
Carter.
Andre
Carter,
Carter.
Hey, Dan,
Oh, Andre Carter. Yeah, okay.
I need to correct myself. Heidenreich is the running back from the Navy.
Okay.
Yep.
Mike,
Fun fact on that Navy team, my son, he plays D3 football.
Mhm.
He was high school teammates with Navy's quarterback Blake Horvath and was one of his
nice.
blockers on the
Cool.
offensive line.
Yeah, that's cool.
So he's a great kid too. Almost all those kids are great kids. Everybody I've interacted with there are fantastic.
It's always fun if you somehow know somebody who's potentially getting in the draft, or like, your son played with the draft. I'll just share my story really quickly. I'm hoping that Jordan Vanderberg from Georgia Tech gets drafted today. I know he's going to end up playing on somewhere undrafted, but I hope he goes today. But the Lions did talk to him a few times as well. My son played high school football with we call him JJ, Jordan Vanderberg, who didn't start at Georgia Tech. He played a while at Penn State and broke Saquon Barkley's squat record at Penn State, and is just a phenomenal motor player, but physical abilities not so tall. But it's always fun to have like those connections in the draft. Mike, do you have any personal connections ever that like people that you knew that sniffed the NFL that were in a part of this process?
Oh,
No?
nope. Not that I can recall.
Brent, how about you?
Well, I had dinner.
What?
I had dinner the other night with a former special teamers.
Oh, yeah, Brock
special team.
Olivo. Shout out to
Brock
Brock Olivo. Yeah,
And
he's with the Dolphins now, right?
He's the Dolphins special teams coach.
Yeah.
and
Name dropper.
He was such a well. I mean, it just happened.
I'm kidding.
But this guy is just a really great guy. He talked a lot about his time with the Lions and how he has such an affinity for Detroit and how much love he had for Dan Campbell. But he's
played with him, huh?
He's enjoying himself in Miami, and he comes across to me after 3 hours as a Dan Campbell kind of guy. I'll say that much.
Cool.
Awesome. Well, maybe one day he'll be a part of this franchise. Mike, I wanted to follow up on your list. You mentioned there was a couple linebackers.
Yes.
On that list, and I'm looking on my list. I was like, okay, that's a guy I don't have on my list.
I'm using Daniel Jeremiah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who are the linebackers you had on your list, and where are we looking at these players going?
Well, the one gentleman. So they're ranked 102.
Yep.
For Bryce Botcher as a linebacker, Malik Muhammad, the cornerback's 104, and then there was one up higher. Come on,
Bryce Botcher, linebacker.
Mm-hmm. Oregon.
Oh, there he is.
Yep. Kyle Lewis, out of Pittsburgh. He's 55th ranked overall out of Daniel Jeremiah's 150.
Jeez.
He's still available.
And Keontae Scott.
Kyle Lewis is the. I'm sorry, Brent. Kyle Lewis is right now the highest ranked available linebacker on ESPN.
Yep.
A lot of people's list.
Yep. Cornerback is Keontae Scott.
Yep.
Defensive tackle Xavier Harris of Ole Miss. I mean, I think these are the positions of need that the Lions are going to be looking at.
Let me pull up. Dan, where on Gray Mains is the list of conversations that Lions have had with players? I'm trying to
Interactions.
Interactions. Thank you.
Yep. Click on the Draft Central. Yep. Click on Draft Central, and you can get to it from there. It's the top left bar.
Draft Central.
News?
No,
it's on. No. You close that up now. Scroll down.
Yeah, scroll. It is.
No, you need to go back to the main page. Just go back to the main page. There's a section. Click that double arrow back in the middle of the page. There you go. Scroll down. See the Pittsburgh logo down there? Click on that. Click on the. Well, no, the.
Well, I tried to click on it and it switched.
Yeah, just hit your back. It's new. That's a new tab. Just click on Draft Central at the top. There you go.
There's
Draft Interactions at the top.
Got it. Thank you.
And then you can switch between offense and defense if you want to filter it down.
For all those Lions fans out there, Roy Lopez is announcing Caleb Proctor pick for the Cardinals.
God, I still wish he was a Lion. I know it didn't. He got paid. He played really well. Came on late in the last year.
Yeah.
Roy Lopez.
His replacement. That's Roy Lopez's.
So, Chris, just to follow up.
Yeah.
I kind of like what we got going on here. As far as who we're looking at players, Brent's using PFF. I'm using NFL Network. Dan's using his blended
NFL
ratings.
NFL.com.
Well, I'm using
blended.
ESPN first, and then
I'm
I
using
go
OnlyFans.
Okay.
Is
Yeah.
that a good source for?
OnlyFans. Hey, so
that a good
the
Depends on whether they
interesting
shave
thing
their
is
legs
I'm
or
also
not.
getting
PFF.
foot pictures while I'm looking at draft picks. So
PFF's
I don't know if that.
player rankings do not correlate to what the projections are.
Yeah, I know.
So they're purely evaluating players based on their
Their
performance
analytics, yeah.
and their analytics. And so when you go to like player grades here, when the Lions are getting close, we can sort of target like Keontae Scott. He is the number 10 overall corner from across all of college football. And in this year's draft, he is 2, 3, 4, 5. He is the number 8 player. So in this draft, safety
Overall,
wise,
the number 8 cornerback in the draft.
safety. Yep. So we're talking. I'm sorry, I was talking about cornerback there, but now I'm going to look at safety for Zakee Wheatley, number 32 overall corner on the PFF ratings in college football. And if you click draft year 2026, he's right there by Bud Crawford and guys that have already been picked.
So we're getting
He's ahead of Bud Crawford.
We're getting a good representation of every, a little crosshatch of everybody that's in the business, except for Mel Kiper.
Yeah. Just to be clear, though, I'm primarily looking at
Yes.
ESPN BPA list,
Okay,
just because
good.
it's.
Yep.
But right now, Keontae Scott, number 1,
Yep.
Xavier Harris, Malik Muhammad, Mike Washington Jr., Jason Kilgore, Skylar Bell. And what's interesting is that Holmes in this draft, unlike others, no real surprises.
Not yet.
He went almost to chalk
Yep.
for where the Lions
Yeah.
picked. He traded up a little bit for more just because he was afraid of the possibility of the Ravens taking him. But I think this is the first draft where we're not surprised
Yeah.
yet. Yeah. So,
And that was a smart pick, based on what we read. He was Moore was expecting a call from the Ravens, from Minter. I mean, your former DC
Yeah.
has a need, and it's your home city. I mean, while he transplanted to Michigan, to Ann Arbor, he is from Baltimore originally, so that was a match made in heaven for him. And the Lions came in and spoiled it for Mr. Minter. So
Guys,
I'm not upset about it.
I hate to look too far in advance at players that are available and fits and everything, but and Mike brought him up. Deontay Lawson, the linebacker out of Alabama, also is on the list of players that they had conversations with as well in terms of the available, linebackers in this range. Deontay Lawson, Alabama. They did talk to him. Whatever CF stands for, Dan. That's where they had the conversation.
Combine formal.
So they had a formal combine conversation with him, and right now he's the, on ESPN, the second best available linebacker. Is he going to make it this far? Boy, he seems like Deontay Lawson seems like a great pick for us right now at linebacker. But then at the expense of defensive line, which last time I checked, Dan has put together the depth chart, the current depth chart based on the picks that we've made, and we have some let's just say less names in the linebacker and defensive line area. So we definitely want to fill up this area for sure, because all we've got in terms of defensive tackles, Aleem, Mekhi Wingo, Miles Adams. No, don't confuse it's not the jazz saxophonist. Tyleek Williams and Chris Smith, and that's it.
Well,
that's it.
I mean, there's free agents still too, right? DJ Reader comes top of mind, but go ahead, Dan.
Keep in mind with the linebacker, I know we need some clearly, right? But last year we had 3 linebackers play 1,000 snaps, and that was out of necessity because our safety position was just absolutely decimated. So everything I'm hearing is that they want to go back to a 4-2-5 where you have two primary backers again, and that last player is like a safety corner linebacker hybrid guy.
Okay.
So it is possible that we will not push linebacker, that much. We'll get them, we'll fill it. We obviously need it for special teams, but they may believe that they don't need the amount they had last year when we were carrying like 7 or 8 linebackers during the season. So just because safeties were so bad.
Mm-hmm.
If we're looking at available defensive tackles, I'm just looking here. This is ESPN's best available. I'm not going to try to pronounce this guy's first name. It's probably just Xavier, but there's an X in there. Maybe the X is silent. Let's just throw a dart at that name and try to abuse it. So Xavier Harris, 6'8", 330. I think we talked about that. It's an incredibly tall frame for a defensive lineman. 6'8", 330 out of Ole Miss. Grayson Halton out of Oklahoma. Mentioned him a few times. DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson. Rashad Benny, of course, we've mentioned him a couple of times. Zane Durant, which sounds like a member of One Direction, is from Penn State, is on the list as well. And all of these guys, yeah, you're projecting them. Now we're in the 140s. So if we're going to get a defensive tackle, this feels like we're going to have to make a move on some of these guys. Xavier Harris, overall rank of 63, and here we are at pick 106. Why? What's the problem?
6'8", 330 for a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
You're going to crack up at this. I'm going to send you the way that the Beast, because this is another source that I've been looking at.
Bringing up the Beast.
The Beast in the draft stuff in Slack. The number 77 ranked player is Derek Moore. Number 78, Zakee Wheatley.
Just out of curiosity, where was Zion Young in that?
Zion Young.
The Oklahoma guard went to the Texans. I'm not going to, are you going to pronounce that?
No.
All name team.
He was 37.
37. That big of a difference. Wow.
Is he Italian? Federici.
Fabinici, go by.
He doesn't look Italian.
Fibonacci, yeah.
He doesn't look Italian, but, who
the
am I
Parmigiano.
He's got a nice smile.
So what is the Beast, if we're, Brent, if the Beast is going to make a pick at linebacker or defensive tackle and the Lions are staying put, what is the Beast telling us we should draft?
Let's see. Let's get down in here because I was back up looking for Zion Young.
Oh, Jacob Rodriguez. Okay.
No, he's gone to Miami. I'm gonna have to get me a Dolphin.
I do hate that we didn't get that player, but I'm happy we got more.
Yeah. All right. So I'm getting down here to where we are.
49ers pick is in. We're at 107, moving along on the draft. We like that. Moving quite along.
Means we're 10 picks away when the Broncos are done, right?
All right. So best available. I'm going to best available in the Beast.
Here we go.
The Beast. Keontae Scott, number 53 overall. Denise Sutton, Penn State edge. Keith Abney, the second corner. Elijah Surratt at wide receiver. So that's the first 5. And then Zakee Wheatley, number 7, at a position that I think may be a target. And then down here, there's not a lot of defensive tackles. Grayson Halton, Oklahoma, is the next available. He's about 20 down. Rashad Benny of Michigan is next. And Nick Barrett, South Carolina. Cameron Ball, Arkansas. But we're getting down into the 6.
Jerry Ball's son.
I don't know. Cameron Ball.
I'm kidding.
That's a good question.
Zakee Wheatley was not we did not have a visit, at least from this report. Zakee Wheatley was not on the list.
Mm-hmm. He's the number 6 overall rated safety on this list. Mike Washington's right behind him. Jason Kilgore of South Carolina.
Okay.
And again, safety. I'm just looking at safeties and defensive tackles and corners. So, I mean, we're 11 picks away, right? 118.
Mm-hmm.
So now's the time where you start to think, is Brad working the phones and looking at.
Yep. Our man Josh is in the chat. Welcome aboard, our friend. He says he doesn't think Zion passed the no turds test.
Wait,
I don't know anything
just to
about.
follow up on that, we talked
Yeah.
this morning. Zion was a team captain for Missouri,
Okay, right.
and
yeah, I
there
remember
was
that.
everyone spoke very highly of him
Okay.
from that aspect. But again, the Lions had both of them in the building at one point in time, or talked to them at a combine or something, and they made the choice.
I have it. I found it. Mizzou coach revealed that Zion Young was arrested on December 13th on charges of driving intoxicated, speeding, and failure to properly affix his license plates. But he did play against Virginia, so they're not going to discipline him
You
for
gotta
that.
have,
Good
you gotta
call,
have
Josh.
standards.
Georgia.
You gotta have standards.
You got to make sure your
And
license
good
plate
fine,
is
Dan.
affixed. You got
Exactly.
It's that old
That was a
affix the
co-pilot
license plate thing. Man, they get you.
So
every
Josh,
time.
you were right.
Hey, but see that license plate though is the thing that gets you to the
That's
next
what-
step, which
that's what
pulling
gets
you over,
pulled
which gets you to
right.
the yeah,
Your license
Then
plate
you're in trouble.
was hanging off by baling
that
wire.
and tinted windows.
duct
done
tape.
that a few times.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that doesn't make him a turd.
No.
Team captain. The guy
No.
made a mistake.
Just made a bad decision.
Made a bad decision.
makes him
But
made a bad
it does
decision.
point to underlying. Is he an alcoholic? I mean, there's all these questions.
Questions that come up.
You know,
from
like
it.
with Stetson Bennett.
Yep.
When the Rams drafted him, he immediately went to rehab.
Yeah.
And
Well, that is
from
an
Geor-
interesting pick.
from Georgia, and so you gotta be doing that background check to see what is really going on there. Certainly,
You guys are talking
certainly
about running
smoke.
backs. This is an interesting pick. Nobody talked about this kid.
Which one?
I don't think. Oh no, you guys did talk about him. Coleman,
Mm-hmm.
Jonah Coleman from Washington. Did one of you guys mention him when you were talking about running backs a few minutes ago?
I didn't.
I did
no.
not know.
No.
No. Well, he just went.
Yeah,
which I
Coleman,
thought was
yeah,
odd.
you
Coleman-
mentioned
Justin Rogers brought them up.
Yeah,
him
you
up on
mentioned
the
that's
list.
right.
That
Oh,
was
you
a-
did. You
He's
brought
a
it
Mon-
up, Chris.
Da-
Okay,
David
yeah.
Montgomery light player. Yeah.
I got you. Okay. I thought someone had mentioned that because we've been talking about those Penn State running backs. We've been talking about Washington, at least
Yep.
internally for the last month or two, right?
And you know,
Brent, you brought up
Arkansas.
Washington several times.
Yeah, and Arkansas is
from
running back.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
So
You're saying
surprised.
the Washington Coleman went to the Niners at 107? Is that
Broncos.
Broncos. So I don't even have the
108.
Niners pick yet.
Going to be an All-Pro.
Who is?
He's going to the Broncos.
For Denver, yeah.
Best roster in the NFL, Brent.
I didn't.
Orlando
vote,
Scary
I didn't vote for
light.
that.
Orlando Scary. Again,
He
we got to
killed
have a
us.
bingo card.
That's when
We
Dan
gotta-
and I first met.
Yes.
We went to the Broncos
Yeah.
Lions game, and
Oh.
Orlando Scary rushed for 194 yards. I think it was.
He
I
lit
remember
us
that
up.
game.
Dan and I were
We were
both
in the
like,
Silverdome, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. We were in the Silverdome.
Oh
Back
my
then.
gosh, that was so bad.
I picked Dan up
Yeah,
at the
I
airport.
picked him up.
Or you picked me up. That's
I
right.
picked you
Yeah,
up.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you flew into Detroit Metro, and I picked you up on the way up from Toledo
Yeah,
or Northwest Ohio.
higher.
Higher.
What year was that? That was 90.
That was still
Oh my God.
Silverdome days.
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
Yeah.
What an
96
awful
maybe?
place to see a football game,
90s,
but so many great memories.
We
Man,
want to
I-
maybe go over the last 10 picks or something
Yep.
real quick.
Good idea, Mike. We're going to go over the last 10 picks just to get everybody recapped here, and then we'll go into, the last 7 picks, because
Okay.
there's only been 7 picks
Seems
today.
like there's been more so far.
You're up-
So
you're
the
up to
first pick of the 4th round, Jamard McCoy to Tennessee, the cornerback. Raiders moved up, traded spots with Buffalo, who in the next spot took Jude Bowery, offensive tackle out of Boston College. Then the Jets picked Darrell Jackson Jr., the defensive tackle out of Florida State. Caleb Proctor, not related to Caden Proctor. Or I don't know. He might be, but I doubt it. Out of Southeast Louisiana, the defensive tackle went 4th in the 4th round at pick 104 to the Cardinals. Brennan Thompson out of Mississippi State, the wide receiver, went to the Los Angeles Harbaughs at 105. At pick 106, Fabichi Nwayu. Yeah, I said it. Oklahoma guard went to the Texans at pick 7 of the 4th round at 107. Grayson Halton of Oklahoma, the defense. A lot of defensive tackles going here, guys. 3 defensive tackles picked out of 7. That's That's kind of crazy. So we better get one while we can. But and at pick 108, as reported by Dangerous DK Dan Keener from the Broncos, the running back out of Washington, and his name is escaping me, but I'm going to pull it up here really
getting
quickly.
ready to pop up.
Jonah.
Jonah Coleman, and this is he jump cuts between the tackles. You kind of see some flashes of former Lions running back and super Dan Keener fan David Montgomery.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that pushes linebackers down to us, right?
So guys,
I'm his favorite big guy.
That's right, big guy.
So guys, the if we don't look at Xavier Harris, there's nobody ranked in the next 25 defensive tackle
Yeah,
wise.
it's pushing some linebackers down, or safety or cornerback.
Oh, you guys are getting nervous. I can feel the nerves.
No.
I can feel the
Strategy, baby.
Let's pivot.
No,
You know, as Mike Tyson
you're
said,
shaking a little bit over here.
Everybody's got a plan till they get punched in the face, right? Or as we used to say in the Air Force,
punched in the face.
he
He looks nothing like David Montgomery. Come on. No, I'm kidding. He kind of does.
Well, the other one is no plan survives first contact. So we've got to adjust. No plan survives. Think about it.
I got
That
it.
sounds like some Air Force
That's because
witchery.
you're a Navy guy. You get
Some
it, of
Air
course.
Force witchery.
It's like the Bengals made a trade. It's not with the Jets.
The
Moved up
Chiefs
to
pick is
110.
in.
I'll tell you what. I am pleasantly surprised by the Jets draft so far.
Yeah?
They seem to be actually working like an NFL team.
That's what bad teams are supposed to do.
Yeah.
It's when your
Well,
job's on
Aaron
the line.
Glenn-
You're
When your
supposed to
job's
do.
on
Hey, Aaron Glenn is no joke. Aaron Glenn.
Yeah,
Well, they got the new GM in there too, right?
that's the key.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Aaron Glenn was all aglow when they were showing, making comparisons to the the cornerback that they drafted and him. David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper, D'Angelo Pons, and Daryl Jackson Jr.
That is a good draft so
That's a really good draft.
But like I said, that the draft is set up for bad teams if they're run well, they're supposed to have good drafts. So they're not picking. They don't have 2 picks in the first round. They don't have high pick every round.
They did some maneuvering, right, to posture themselves to make these
Interesting.
selections.
Safety out of
There goes
Oregon went to
Kennedy.
the Chiefs. Jadon Kennedy.
Yep, that's the guy I talked about earlier a little bit. Just mentioned him.
Jets just took a quarterback, guys, to go with that haul you just rambled off. Kate Klubik.
I still say
Klubnik.
they're putting all their quarterback
Klubnik.
eggs in next year's basket.
So how did they get him? Who'd they trade with? The Chiefs? Because the Bengals traded to 110.
The Jets are at. They've got 1, 2, 3 picks this round. 4.
They traded with
4
the
They've got
Jets.
4, 3, 4, 10,
Bengals.
4, 28, and 4, 40.
Guys, this is we just talked about how great the Jets is. It the Jets who picked Klubnik?
Yes. Yeah, they traded up for him. They gave up.
Let's
I put
just
it in the
talk
Zoom chat.
highly of every team but the Lions, because honestly, the Klubnik pick at this point, that is Klubnik is not even projected to be drafted.
Oh, NFL has him 4th or 5th round.
We've got. I'm looking at ESPN. We've got Taylon Green, Cole Payton, Luke Altmaier, of course Nussmeier, Morton, the quarterback out of Texas Tech, Sawyer Robinson, all above Cade Klubnik.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, everybody's going to have different rankings. I think it's going to vary.
Yeah, but you meet these guys. You see who's going to fit in culturally, who's going to process information in the way that your coaches want them to process information. So look, Klubnik was a really highly recruited kid out of high school.
A terrible football team.
Started at Clemson for 3 years now, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it was. He is much like Penn State's quarterback.
Aller, yeah.
Big program, exposed to a lot of different scenarios defensively. So I can't argue with their pick there.
I don't honestly. I feel like he like Aller, he underperformed versus the hype around the player. And and at a huge program that it just had an awful season. And honestly, I don't get it. I mean, listen, we can all disagree on this. I'm happy to, but I mean, when I saw Klubnik going here, I was like, he is not even on the list of quarterbacks that I've seen getting drafted. I mean, I know there are some that do have him, but I'm like, I don't get it.
When you have as many picks as the Jets have, they could actually draft another quarterback too.
But yeah, I don't think they're
they had
planning
9,
on him to
I
be.
think, total.
Oh no, they better not.
Yeah, I think
No, they signed the kid to quarterback Seattle 2 years ago.
Yeah,
and
Geno Smith.
Geno.
And
Geno
Geno
Smith. I
Smith,
mean, they've
yeah.
got a bridge quarterback, right?
well, and
but
got
they didn't have a development kid. That's the problem.
3 first-round picks next year too. So
Yep.
that's where they're going to get their quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
I
take
think as many
Manning, that's
picks as they
bad.
have, guys, I wouldn't be surprised if they do something even again. Just to see, you bring these kids in, you see how they develop, and I like what the Rams did. If they believe in Ty Simpson as Stafford's eventual replacement,
Yep.
the Packers have had great success with Brett Favre and Aaron and Love. So I think teams are considering, hey, what can I do to draft and develop quarterbacks versus having somebody trade it over or picking up a free agent for $50 million a year.
Yeah, we're in that stage where the Browns tried that last year, and how'd that work out?
Yeah.
I mean, I know they got a Pro Bowler out of it, but they threw 2 picks at quarterbacks last year, and they both were flawed.
Mm-hmm.
And then, to your point about the whole, Love and Rodgers, that didn't work out for the Packers because they still had a Super Bowl window when they burned a pick on a future quarterback that did not help them get to the Super Bowl. They were like 2 plays away, and that's what soured that whole relationship is that Aaron Rodgers felt they should have gotten a wide receiver or another weapon to help them get to the Super Bowl. Instead, they they drafted his replacement who didn't play a lick and did nothing for the team, and they missed the Super Bowl by like 2 plays. So, that's where the Rams are in that same position right now. If they think they're good enough, that's fine. If they have the weapons they need and the defensive players they need to get back to the Super Bowl. But if they don't get there this year, that's just a 13th overall draft pick that they burned on Simpson that they could have used to help get Stafford another Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, and great analysis, but 2 things. The Rams were 2 games, one of which they led big, Philadelphia, and then the other one against the Seahawks where they led. They were 2 games away from being the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. 2 games that they should have won. They led in both of them, right? They are looking at this as how do I sustain success over a long period of time versus Philadelphia Eagles approach. And Dan, you hit on this yesterday and multiple times over the past few weeks about the Eagles' impending implosion. How do you posture yourself with lower cost, homegrown talent to be able to achieve sustained success? So I think teams are going to increasingly draft multiple quarterbacks with the aim of, one, your chances of hitting on one quarterback with 1 pick is much lower than drafting multiple quarterbacks and putting them in the pipeline, et cetera, right? So in the long run, how do you achieve that sustained success without having to go to that well that's real deep with money?
So just go back to your point on the Rams. They were 2 games away. They gave up big leads. I think they addressed that part of it in the offseason. They made a trade.
Cornerback.
They signed some free agency. We talked yesterday when we were on the boat. Who's got the best roster in the NFL? The Rams have a definite claim in that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but they are, let's also not overlook the fact they did use a 4th rounder on Stetson Bennett two drafts ago.
And it didn't work,
in
right?
2023, and it didn't work. So
Yeah.
that's a sizable investment for someone.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, whether it worked or not, I don't know, but he wasn't going to supplant Stafford. So it's kind of interesting that they used that pick to get him as a development kid. Maybe they didn't think Stafford was going to keep playing. But yeah, he hasn't developed obviously. Or else
Well,
they wouldn't have gone
and
this route with
just to
Simpson.
double down on the Stetson Bennett thing, I live in Georgia, not just down the road from from the Hedges, and know a lot of people and have watched a number of Bulldogs games and Stetson Bennett, and I just when the pick happened, I was scratching my head. This is prior to all of the other off the field stuff that we didn't know about. At the time, I was like, this feels weird. He's not really he just doesn't feel like a NFL quarterback to me. I didn't even think he was gonna. I think they were projecting him more 6th round, and they moved up and got him. So that was very similar to what Ty Simpson. But listen, you make this bet and you hit on it, boy, you just you really hit. So you got to take some swings, I guess. But I don't love the Klubnik thing. I really don't. I just, for Aaron Glenn's sake, I hope I'm wrong, unless they play the Lions,
I'm not disagreeing
I'll
with you.
root for
Please
it,
know
but
that I am just simply saying, I think what we're going to see in the NFL is more teams drafting more quarterbacks in those 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th
financial
round
reasons
for
too.
financial reasons as much as anything.
I totally agree.
And when Dallas drafted Troy Aikman and they drafted what was the kid from Miami of Florida that they drafted in
Walsh.
Walsh. Thank you, Steve Walsh.
Supplemental draft pick.
Supplemental draft pick, right? And they were hedging their bets that Troy Aikman would be the guy. I think that it can be an effective draft strategy, especially when you can stack up 4 4th round draft picks like they have. And we'll see. I mean, time will tell. But there's certainly indications that that's the direction that people are going.
Well, just so you guys know, we got a 5-pick countdown. Cowboys pick at 12 has been submitted, and we've got the Colts, the Cowboys again, the Ravens, the Buccaneers, and the Texans. And then we are up unless
who did the
Brad
Cowboys pick?
Sprinkles little pixie dust and decides to move us up.
Dan, who did the Cowboys pick?
The Cowboys did not. I don't know yet, but the Broncos took Cage Casey just now, the offensive tackle from Boise.
Yep. Yeah, the first Cowboys pick is in. They're going to be picking 2 picks later at 114. So we're going to have 2 fairly quick Cowboys picks here.
Drew Shelton.
Offensive tackle,
Shelton.
Penn State.
That's a good pick. He's a guy that...
Yeah, a little OT run here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded having as another developmental guy in that 5th, 6th, 7th round range.
3, 4. So 12 picks in, and 4 offensive linemen went in this round. 3 tackles and 1 guard. Colts pick is in too already. Boy, that was quick. That means we only have 4 picks till we're up. Wow. Somebody call Cy and wake him up. Oh, he's probably up.
He's probably up.
It's probably in the evening there, right, Brent? He's 5 ahead of us, so it's like 7, 8 o'clock at night over the across the pond.
Oh, sorry, Simon. Yeah, it's 5:45 p.m. Simon's on here, isn't he? I thought I saw Simon posting.
All right, guys. So if the Colts picks in, and depending on
what that is, Benny.
Rayshon Benny. Listen, I wouldn't be too mad. It just feels a couple of homer picks in a row. You get a little nervous, like, are we getting cute here? But no matter what jersey or helmet he wore in college, not a bad pick. Certainly performed well at the Senior Bowl. So defensive tackle, you like Benny. Let's look at some other best available D tackles. There was a bit of a run that we just are seeing in this round. There's still Xavion Harris, 6'8", 330 out of Ole Miss. Also, DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson. Let me look and see who we talked to from a defensive tackle perspective.
All right, got the Cowboys pick. It's in the Zoom chat.
All right, Cowboys are going to be picking Florida cornerback. There's your Florida player. There's your Gator player over here, Reed. Florida cornerback Devin Moore.
I don't know who the Colts picked, though, Cowboys. So we're 1 pick ahead.
Interesting.
That was a tip pick, by the way. So, yeah, I still haven't seen the Colts pick come across. That means we're only 3 picks away.
Looks like they had a conversation with Benny. Looking at these
the keys at the top, Chris.
I'm sorry. Say that again, Dan.
At the top of that list, I tell what each of those CI, CF,
Got it.
SBSN. That tells what those are.
Got it. I'm just trying to cross-reference with best available here, and I'm not. Doesn't look like they talked to Xavion Harris, DeMonte Capehart. Zane Durant was another name you guys were talking about.
Colts pick is in.
It's been in.
Pick
Benny,
is
yeah.
in. Pick is in. It's like flashing. Pick is in.
And the Cowboys pick has been already announced online, it looks like. It's going to be flying in the 7th, man. They're going to be like 4 picks behind, even if people are posting them.
Drew Shelton, offensive tackle, Penn State, and then their 114's already up, right, Dan?
Benny's the only defensive tackle that the Lions have talked to from the best available at this in this area, which I think is interesting.
Well, there's still
They're
some linebackers and cornerbacks that are
Lewis.
available.
Kyle Lewis, Deontay Lawson,
Keontae Scott,
Yep.
Keontae Scott.
Malik Muhammad, Keith Abney.
Let's
It's like
see
everything just
who they
paused
pick.
everywhere.
Yeah.
We're on a commercial. Nobody's posting. NFL.com's not
Denver's
updating.
making a selection over there. That's way
Did they
back.
trade up?
I think that's delayed. The NFL Network is
that's-
delayed.
Okay.
Yeah, that's KH Casey pick.
That's the 2025 draft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, how are the Ravens on the clock? They were after the Cowboys. So I got the Ravens pick. It is not somebody that we've been talking about.
I don't even have a Colts pick yet.
No.
I don't have the Colts pick either. I've got everybody but
That's
them.
what's holding up everything. So it must
Maybe they've done the Minnesota thing and everybody's picking past them.
You would think they would make a big deal about that.
That would
you
be
know?
awesome.
They don't really have an owner right now, so
Not a lot of people, not a lot of Yinzers out today behind
raining.
Peter Schrager. Yeah. Although no one's got
soft as
umbrellas.
Charmin.
All right,
melt in the
Colts. Here
rain.
comes the Colts pick.
I still don't know who it is.
I know. It looks like they finally are going to be able to. Here's the selection.
Look at this.
I mean, we only have 2 picks before us, so must be somebody either waiting to do an
Speaking
announcement
in
or
German.
something. I got the Cowboys pick too, so we are like no kidding. We are 1 pick away.
Jalen Farmer.
Jalen Farmer, guard for Kentucky, went to the Colts.
So we don't care. All right, so I got the
That was
chat's got the next several picks in it in the Zoom. If you want to rattle them off, so we're down to the Ravens, Bucks, but I know the Ravens pick.
all right.
Oh, I already
Cowboys.
put the Cowboys pick in. My bad. I put it in there twice.
Okay, so Devin Moore.
Yep.
The cornerback is going to the Cowboys, and then the Ravens are
Elijah
selecting
Surratt
Elijah
from
Surratt,
Indiana.
wide receiver, Indiana.
He's a good wide receiver too.
All right, guys. So we're looking at 2 picks before us, the Bucks and the Texans. Gosh, at
Texans
this
are going to
point,
get another lineman.
Kyle Lewis.
The Bucks just took one of our guys.
who they take?
They took the corner.
Keontae Scott.
Keontae Scott.
Florida guy.
Yes, sir.
Florida guy.
I mean, right
Yep.
now it's Kyle Lewis
Miami.
is the highest.
Yeah, no, I'm saying because he's a Florida.
Oh yeah, he's from
guy.
Florida. Yeah.
Keontae Scott.
That's two Miami guys they've taken, right? Bain and now Scott.
Yeah.
Keontae Scott fell a little bit. Like he was projected higher than this, wasn't
second round. He was second. I saw him routinely in the second and third rounds.
he? I wonder what the problem is.
I think it's just team needs.
I mean, if you're second round cornerback, why are you going here in the
Well,
Yeah, he
fourth
was,
round.
NFL had him at second round, yeah. So
that
there's
feels
still
like a fall to me.
Keith
Yeah.
Abney and Malik
Yeah, it is.
Muhammad are cornerback according to NFL that are still available.
All right.
Third rounders.
Okay.
So Scott's issues are he's undersized and he misses a lot of tackles.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, he's never
That's-
going to be a Lion.
Not a good tackler. That is correct. He would not
If
be a
you
Lion.
don't tackle,
Go ahead,
if you're a DB that can't tackle,
What's
I'm sorry, we
interesting-
don't have anything for you.
Is that a defensive tackle? The highest rated guy on the board is this Mississippi kid, Xavier Harris, 6'8", 330. We need guys that can just plug up the middle, so the linebackers can run and make tackles. And
Texans traded back. Chargers jumped in front of us, guys. It's in the chat window.
Are
just
they
tell-
going up for Rayshon Benny? Harbaugh wants one of his own.
Good.
Farmer
Mike.
Rogie. Who Which chat window, Dan?
Zoom. I'm putting everything in Zoom.
Yeah, I'm popping them up on the screen as they come in.
I gotta open my Zoom.
Cy is awake.
Chats.
We were talking. You must have been. Your ears must have been ringing, Simon. Would we go another defensive end? Danny Dennis Sutton. That's a name we haven't talked much about today. Farmer's gone. Yep. To the Colts, and he's not happy about it. Simon's not happy that he went to the Colts. Messytron says Lions need. I know who this is. What's up, Ben? That's my son Ben, who played with Jordan Vandenberg out of Georgia Tech.
Hey Ben.
What's up, buddy? Thanks for joining us. We actually talked a little bit about that. It would be cool. He feels like a Lion. The other cool story about it is the kid's already a businessman. He started a laundromat, and so he's got a laundromat in downtown Atlanta, and is already a businessman. Is already donating, making contacts there in the city of Atlanta with a barber and giving away haircuts to kids who can't afford it, and just a really good dude.
Nice.
So
yeah,
who
like
did
to hear that.
Who did the Chargers pick while we're talking about?
They're still on the clock.
Ben's a
They have not selected yet.
Super young man. Had the chance to meet him and look forward to seeing games this year, Ben.
Yeah, sleepless in the mitten. We'll go around the horn really quickly as we get the Chargers pick here coming in, and the Lions are coming up pretty quickly as well. Welcome. This is the first time I recognize your name. Appreciate you joining us. Right now, we're from multiple different states, but we are together in the Southern Command Center for the draft in Phenix City, Alabama, where the skies are dripping with blue Kool-Aid and cornbread. I live in Atlanta. This is Dr. Brent Kreider's home in Phenix City, Alabama. My man Mike Terry on your screen here is from the great state of Michigan. Still lives in we're all from the state of Michigan generally, but he's still in the mitten in Grayling, I believe, in the center part of Michigan. Dan Keener, dangerous Dan Keener. Don't hold it against him. He's from the great state of Ohio. There we go.
Now keep in mind,
And let me
I
say,
would have lived in Michigan had Michigan not been a bunch of sissies and lost the War of Toledo, because I lived on the north side of Old State Line Road in Northwest Ohio.
We didn't
meaning
lose
I
that
would have
war.
been a Wolverine
big-time won
until
that
they lost that war.
We won that
big
war.
time won that war.
We got
I'll
the
take
UP out of that.
You won that
I'll
war,
take
but
that.
you lost the state of Toledo.
We lost.
How does
Toledo.
that work?
Oh
we
my
got the
gosh.
Upper Peninsula.
Oh wait, that's actually a benefit. My bad. I don't know why I'm arguing that.
Yeah, the Upper
Giving up
Peninsula.
Toledo is a good thing.
We got the
Yes.
Upper Peninsula.
And by the way, I have a condo in Greektown, just because I have Lion season tickets.
It's a little bit of a humble brag right there.
No. That's when folks ask about the connections to Detroit, I'm always there for the Lions games. Spend a lot of
And
time.
yes, his wife is aware, people.
Cheers, gents. Let's go, Lions. Sleepless in the mitten. Welcome. Well, he's joining us from X. Yes, please follow over
Chargers
on
pick
X.
is in. We're on the clock.
Who the Chargers pick?
I don't know who they
We
don't know,
yet.
but it's in.
Okay. Lions on the clock. This is exciting. Who is it? Who's
we
your
go
pick,
around real
guys?
quick
Let's
and
go.
make a-
Yeah.
Malik Muhammad,
Malik Muhammad is the guess.
cornerback.
Malik Muhammad.
Who do you
Texas.
think, Brent?
Oh man, there's like 7 players that I would not
Pick one
mind.
now.
Pick
You're
one
on the
now.
clock.
You're on the clock. All right, clock is ticking down. I'm gonna go with Benny. I'm gonna go with Simon.
Okay. Dan.
Sean.
He's gonna wait until he refreshes
finds
and
out who
sees the
Chargers
actual
pick.
pick.
Who would you pick, Dan? Right now.
I'm gonna say Jimmy Rolder from Michigan.
This high, huh?
Drafted here?
He's not that high. He is one of the best available players. We were within 10 of him being the best available player per NFL.com anyway.
Chris, your call.
I am going to say Deontay Lawson, Alabama linebacker.
Okay.
That's my pick.
Deontay
Deontay Lawson, my man.
I think he likes
My
you.
man Reed.
I think he likes you better than me.
Everybody likes me. Even sleeping in the mitten, he likes me. Hey, Sleepless in the Mitten, let us know who you think we're going to pick.
very likable.
Josh just wants another future Pro Bowler. Listen,
me
okay.
too.
Okay, yeah. I think we can all agree with that one, Josh. Let us know. Let us know what you think.
Deontay Lawson.
Ben, let us know who you think. It's not going to be JJ. Not yet.
Lawson is a disciplined run defender who locates and tracks the ball well. He can stack and slips blocks between the tackles, keeping blockers off his frame as he scrapes laterally in pursuit. Lawson takes sound angles and chases with good effort. He sounds like my kind of gritty
sounds
guy.
like a
And
lion.
by the way, Mike and I today with the grit shirts on, different grit shirts. But
I got a hint, guys.
hint.
Somebody said Lions going Michigan again. I'm hearing, so that's either Benny or Rolder, right?
It's going to be Benny. It looks like you're going to be
Chargers
right.
pick is on the TV.
Benny or Rolder.
Chargers took Memphis offensive tackle Travis Burke.
Your
That's my guy. That's my guy.
Burke. Okay.
And
All
that was
right.
Matt Derry that said that. He is
Don't trust Matt Derry.
Yeah, he's a Detroit.
Hey,
does
Burke is a really good prospect here.
Yeah.
Really good prospect.
Let's keep this on the screen for good luck
Matt
while
Derry
this pick
does,
comes in. We'll keep
Brad
like the
Holmes.
future laser-eyed image of Brad Holmes from the podium yesterday. This will add good vibes to this pick.
I'm behind again here, so I need to.
Matt Derry does the Locked On Lions podcast. He was a
is that what he does?
local
Hey,
radio guy.
watch these highlights of this kid, and he's a 6'8", 325.
Dan, hit us up in the chat if you get it. In the
Yeah,
Zoom- in
I'm
Zoom.
waiting to see. They still haven't announced.
Because
I mean, we know
however
who,
you type
who
it in,
Chargers
I'll pop
are, but
it
it
up.
hasn't been put in yet.
See how he got off that.
Who,
first
Yeah, it
play?
has on
type it in, and I'll just
NFL.com.
pop it on the screen when we announce it.
Lions pick is in.
Okay.
Lions pick is in.
Look at Burke here. Bam! Knocks a guy 5 yards. Runs him over.
He's a big boy.
Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Rolder.
You got
this
it?
guy.
No
This
way.
guy.
Rolder.
Jimmy Rolder.
I like the pick, but
Yeah.
he got hurt a lot last year, though.
He did get banged up quite a bit.
We got your off-ball
Well, look at
linebacker.
this. Look at this
Wow.
photo. That tells you that comment you just made, Mike. Post that photo right there, Chris.
Oh,
And-
Well, he's a fourth or fifth pick. Okay,
wow. Wow.
You know, the Lions never pick Michigan players, and all of a sudden
That's not true. We have one that starts as an edge for us.
That's good.
There.
All pro.
We have one player in 25 years.
What are we looking at here?
We got more players
about to
today
pop this
and
up.
yesterday with the Lions.
There it
and
is.
Michigan and-
There's your pick, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice. I
like
mean, I
that?
like him as a player. He just got hurt a
Yeah.
lot last year.
He's he can run.
Yep.
Wow.
He plays well in space.
Wow.
He's not-
Sleepless's pick. I
he's not
forgot
my
to pull
boy.
this in when
He's
we
not
were
my-
making
he's
picks.
not my
Dennis
boy,
Sutton
but-
for the double up.
I mean,
Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can find the
Simon, what do you think? You wanted Benny, Simon, right? How do you feel about Rolder?
We
I
might
have a
still
feeling.
be able to get Benny.
so we don't pick again until the 5th, right?
I know, but we might.
I'm saying, yeah.
Benny is like 20 people down.
Yeah.
So
Technically, Brad could come up,
True.
but yeah.
Right. Yeah, this is our only
Let's
pick
see,
today, or in the 4th round.
Okay.
We got 2 in the 5th.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, it's a big drop.
That was a total
Another
guess
40
on my
picks.
part. I just
I was
looked.
like,
I looked
no
at
way
Lewis,
are they
but he's
picking
too
Jimmy
short.
Rolder. I was like, no way are they picking him here in the 4th
Yeah.
round. He was projected to be undrafted.
No, they got him 4th
Six-
or 5th
No.
round here.
6'7" is
NFL.com.
what I
Okay.
said.
He was anywhere from 4th to 6th. Yeah,
Listen,
he was all,
this guy-
depending on which system.
This guy is. This feels like a big time Lions pick. This dude is just blood and guts. Like he is just a blood and guts linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wow. Go ahead. What you got, Dan?
So what is he? Is he an off the ball or is he a strong side?
He's
we
off
know?
the ball.
His strength is run defense. He's
Makes plays. in the running game.
he'll fill the holes. He runs to the edge well.
Michigan player filling the holes.
I just
yeah.
posted his PFF in the Lions chat. Yeah, filling the holes, baby.
Yeah, his coverage is his weakness. I'm looking at NFL
Yeah, I was gonna
draft
say,
Buzz,
with that
and
weird
his coverage is his weakness.
defense
Yeah.
they played last year. It's hard to say.
But if you
still
go
don't know
look
if
at the interactions, the Lions did absolutely meet with him.
Yeah, the
and
only
I
reason
think-
why I didn't bring him up is because I didn't think he was going this high. But
He's
I mean,
a
he made
dirtbag.
it. Yeah, he made some moves. In the last however many weeks to start getting projected higher. So, wow.
Well, the thing is, they met with Lewis twice, and they ended up taking Rolder. So what does that tell you about Lewis? He's still sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
Lewis, who's Lewis?
And Rolder, that visit was a top 30. So they actually brought him over to Allen Park. It's kind of like they didn't have a
Like
true
Tesla.
local day, but they used a local day top 30, and they brought Rolder in. So apparently that was enough to convince him to pick him. So
Zierlein projects profiles as a future starting inside linebacker.
Well, he's a run stuffer, right? And frankly, if we were to look back at Anzalone's,
We're watching his highlights right now. This is
trajectory.
when
for somebody
Anzalone
who's
came
bad
out
in
of
pass
Florida,
coverage. He just made a nice play in coverage.
yeah,
He's a great tackler,
I think he-
too.
Yes,
I think he becomes Campbell's backup immediately, right? And that frees up Nowaski and Clark and Rodriguez to fill those roles of kind of the other positions, right? So because those guys are having a little bit. If he's truly a run stuffer, not necessarily that great of a defender yet, pass defender, Rodriguez can do it to a degree. I think Clark is a better. He's not as good as Anzalone, but I think he's capable, right? And I know
Mhm.
Barnes is,
can-
unless it's a quarterback.
Tell you
But,
who made that pick for him. Number
If
54
healthy.
made that pick for him.
Spielman.
if healthy, an immediate contributor on special teams, it says here.
Yeah, that feels like Spielman probably rallied to get that pick. Yeah.
Let me file print.
Just a
this.
blood and guts linebacker. And Simon chimes in, linebacker, big need, loves it.
Big need.
Yeah, we all said we needed a linebacker, right?
Yep.
And
We
so-
needed a good linebacker.
A defensive
I think-
tackle, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying a good linebacker, meaning that we didn't want to wait till scraps in the sixth,
Correct.
7th round, right?
I mean, he's got some blemishes, right? So,
Listen, Jimmy Rolder is a tackling machine.
yeah.
So when you need somebody to get in there on running situations,
So do we think that it'll be Campbell, Barnes, and Rolder?
yeah, on three
I think
linebacker
Rodriguez. No, I think
I think it's
no.
Rodriguez.
I think
Yeah.
it's-
I think Rodriguez has too
I think
many
Barnes is
weaknesses.
more
think
of
you guys are
somewhat of a specialist. I think he's going to be. I sort of agree with Dan. This guy feels like he'll be spelling Campbell or on the field maybe with Campbell at times, but it's not. He's not, especially being a rookie. They're not going to throw the whole entire thing at him. They're going to utilize his strengths, which is obviously he'll be likely on rundowns. Great tackler. I love that he's going to be in the same room as Jack Campbell, right? I mean, that feels pretty awesome, that he's going to be in the same room as Jack Campbell and be under him. But yeah, I kind of feel like he's more of in a backup role with Campbell. I don't think he comes in. As a
Barnes and
starter.
Campbell, just on salary alone, those are our two starting and weather linebackers, right?
Yep.
Clark and Rodriguez are the next layer, the next guys up. Whatever the specialty they needed that third backer when they put him in, it's going to be one of those two if they're healthy. Nowaski and Rolder will then be special teams and be like the next guy off the bench, depending on how they develop. Because Rolder's not overly fleet of foot. That's one of his detriments. But I think he ran like a 4.68. It looks like. But if he's a film guy, I mean that's how Spielman only ran like a 4.6. 9 or 4.72 or something like that, but he made up for it by knowing where to be because of film study. So this kid, maybe he has that.
Packers got Penn State edge Dennis Sutton.
Oh, that's who Josh wanted. Right?
Yep. That's who Josh wanted.
Well, let's hope he turns out to be a bust then.
Nothing against you, Danny. I'm sure you're a fine,
Second.
upstanding young gentleman, but
Yes.
you do play for the
Now, if we would have
Packers
taken
now.
him,
Yeah, great.
Abdul Carter, 23 sacks, and he was 22.5, second best ever at Penn State.
Yeah, so Nowaski's an interesting spot now. If Rolder's kind of in that area, it's like, what are we doing with Nowaski? I mean, obviously special teams.
he's a special teams guy, right?
Yeah, and special teams for sure. But Rolder can play special teams as well.
Yes.
I got a little confusion here. If he's going to be an inside linebacker, we got the inside linebacker, right? We got the All-Pro.
Jack.
Yeah.
Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to have a parent of spare, man. That's
Well,
important.
that's it. And I think a little bit to your point when we were talking about Moore and Hutchinson, Campbell plays 99% of the snaps. Do we want Campbell? I mean,
That's a good point.
this gives Jack a blow every so often, and let's get the kid in where I mean he's not
Obvious
gonna
running plays.
and he's not going to come in and In the fourth round, guys, I don't think we're getting starting outside linebacker, right? But we need guys in the room. We need defensive tackles in the room. And, you're going to see this kid make plays when he's in.
Yeah.
We watch him and Moore, both of these guys make plays all season long. They flash big time. So I'm excited about it.
Zierlein speaks really highly of him. Here's a little breakdown. He plays low and leverage with violent hands. He finds the best routes to run gap maneuvers around traffic with efficiency to tighten angles of the ball carrier, good awareness and change of direction in space.
Yep.
He has average pursuit speed and coverage talent, but he said few linebackers in this draft finish tackles with the technique and consistency he displays. If you trust the tape and ignore his lack of experience, Rolder profiles as a future starting inside linebacker.
There you go.
So he said he's hard to believe he's only a one-year starter in college.
Yeah. We got a question that's coming in really quickly here from Sleepless in the Mitten. What do you think the chances are now for signing Bosa after the Moore pick? We haven't discussed this. This is a good time to we all love Bosa as a potential free agent, but I think, Dan, it kind of comes down to how much money it's going to cost and now the need with Moore, right? It'd be great to have Bosa in there as an edge. It's clear he's out of Buffalo and Epinesa as well. Any thoughts on this, Dan, from Sleepless and in the Mitten about Bosa, especially after the Moore pick?
Yeah, I mean the bottom line is we have a full room, and they made their decision to spend money on Wanham and on Turner.
Yep.
So the other guys are younger guys, Lacey, Amuzrike, Hassanin, they're all under 28. Bosa is not, and Epinesa is 28. So it's just one of those things where, it comes down to finances, I think, at this point. If their price drops and the price is right and they think they're a fit, then I think they'll go get them, right? Let them try and beat somebody out. But if their price doesn't come down, then, I think they're going to go with who they've already signed.
Brandon thinks that Brad is cooking in the strap. Great question from Sleepless in the Mitten. I think we had listen, if they didn't go and get more, and we were maybe they got the best available safety, and then they pick up Rolder here. We'd be a little more in trouble in defensive end, and when Bargain Brad is going to have to open up his wallet a little bit more, and maybe a guy like Bosa is somebody that's being considered. But right now, I think the room's fuller than it was. Great young defensive end in the right spot, right, Brent?
So just to go back to the previous conversation about salary cap, we've got about $23.5 million in salary cap space available. So could the Lions sign a guy like Bosa? Absolutely. There's salary cap space there to do that. But as it relates to we said this earlier, the Lions, don't be surprised if they draft another edge. I would also say don't be surprised if that right edge isn't there to draft, that you look at the free agent market to pick up a potential guy that could come in and provide you with that proven pass rush experience. But history tells us what about these veteran defensive ends? You're going to pay more money, and what's the production, the return on the investment that you're going to get, and the money that you're going to spend? Are you better off drafting and developing, or are you better off signing a guy that what was the guy's name from Miami, Dan, that you talked about? Played for the Eagles.
Jalen.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips.
Oh, Jalen, yeah, he blew up, right?
And they
Phillips.
but there's more examples of guys that get paid and they don't do anything.
Yeah. He played one game really well when he first got signed and got paid, and then just disappeared. Trey Flowers
and disappears.
Oh,
so I'm more on Dan's side. I'm more on Dan's perspective on this, that these free agents aren't always what they're cracked up to be.
Right.
Worth kicking the tires, 100%.
At the right price, right?
Yeah.
If you can get both.
Right, and that's all it is the right price. And Brent, one thing on that money, that 23 does not include the 12 million we need for our draft picks, so it's about half that roughly.
I think they've already taken it out. Yeah, they on Spot Track.
I'm looking at Spot Track, and it says projected cap hits for upcoming draft picks. These placeholder figures are not being factored into any total salary cap allocations. So I think they're around 12 to 13 million.
So 12
is my guess.
Let's see.
Because it's top 51, and a couple of these lower draft picks aren't going to be in the top 51.
They're not in there. That's right. So
yeah,
I think we've made the picks that we've made. Let's see. In terms of salary cap projections, Blake Miller, Derek Moore, Jimmy Rolder, and the next one's 1,000,009. So where does that fit here? And so right now, what's been picked is what's going to count against the salary cap. The rest of them are not going to affect the salary.
Is that the cutoff?
Is that the cutoff, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Right now, 3, 5, 6. We're talking about little over 7 million. So yeah, you're right, Dan. It does come 7 million. So maybe 16 million space, something like that.
But the only piggy bank he rated was Jared Goff. St. Brown, McNeil, Sewell, Reed, Hutch, even Barnes, Jamo, they all have a little bit of meat on the bone that they could go in and pull some money and put it in funny money void years if they needed to pull in if we had a desperate need, right? Or someone shakes loose that we absolutely want to sign. So this is that Brad Holmes flexibility that we talked about. The Eagles just simply don't have. They can't go pull money. They've already forced it all out into future years where Brad's got it all on current, and if he, so he has that flexibility if he needs it. Especially
100%.
even who needs to be resigned right now, Brent? Gibson,
Campbell,
Gibbs, Laporta,
Campbell,
Branch, Campbell, right? Those four.
Yep, that's right.
Those are the big money deals.
And then next year's contracts with some of those bigger ones that you were mentioning before you moved to the who needs to be resigned. Aleem McNeil's in a very cap friendly deal after this season.
Yeah. Yes.
The impact starts to go down each year. After next season. Yeah, after next season, 27, 28. Dead cap goes. Yeah, okay. Dead cap this year, Dan, for Aleem McNeil, 44.8 million. Next year's 12.8. Next year's 7.932, and then the void year. So, guys like Aleem McNeil that you could still. He's got to produce this year. He's a much longer conversation. But Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson will be eligible for renegotiating. DJ Reed, I think, is another longer conversation about performance and what do you ultimately do with him, whether you re-sign him, extend him, or you cut him.
Sleepless in Mitten says, my thoughts, we get a deal for a low usage third down vet after spring and maybe mid camp.
We signed AQM 2 years ago, and right before camp, on basically a vet minimum deal.
Yep.
And then gave him another one last year, and the dude responded. Right, Ray Lopez. We signed up for basically a just above vet minimum, right?
And by the way, you're welcome, guys. You're welcome because now you got paid by other teams, right?
Yeah,
but yeah.
Well,
hey, we got value.
Lopez got us a third round. Lopez got us a comp pick. He got us a sixth.
That's true. Yeah.
And look, guys like Barnes, after this year, 13 million cap hit drops down to 3, and then a void year. So there's a lot of flexibility.
Yep.
If Jimmy Rolder can do what Barnes does, or another draft pick can do what Barnes does.
Yeah, great comment, Sleepless. That's good
it's
stuff.
It's a lot of to unpack there in that question.
Oh, we're watching. We got one eye on the Detroit Pistons. Because
Wade Wooders. A lot of Clemson guys going in day 2 and 3. They used to go in round 1. We're the only one that took a Clemson player in round 1, right?
Yeah, how did Clemson get so many players in the draft where their team is couldn't? How many wins do they have this year?
They
4?
still get talent. They what their thing is they don't add players for NIL. Their coach Dabo's completely opposed to NIL signings.
Winning.
and therefore winning.
He's supposed to win. He's allergic to winning.
He's old
Dave,
school.
Davo, the church can't funnel as much money as
I
they
knew
can
that was
legally pay
coming.
them in
I
NIL.
knew the church was coming. All right, Simon says I'm liking the roller tape, guys. Can also get after the QB and fill holes at the line of scrimmage. Yeah, I mean this dude is run stuffing, playmaking linebacker. The deficiency is the pass game and the coverage game, but you're going to get great special teamers, and and he's going to be learning from one of the best linebackers in the game, right? Jackhammer, Malik Muhammad. What are you? Is that
He
who
went
you
to the
want?
Bears.
He went to the
He went to
Bears.
That's who
Malik
you wanted.
Muhammad.
Malik Muhammad. Why does that name sound familiar?
Because Mike
who I
said it.
for the last pick.
No, I was thinking for some reason that, I don't know, it just sounded familiar.
What's up, John
Because he
Ashford?
owned
Thanks
Ohio
for joining
State
us.
when they played him.
Could be, yeah. Oh, was he the one that was talking smack and then they freaking toasted him like the next play
No,
for the touch? No, that wasn't them. That was Oregon. Where Howard threw the bomb and on like third down and basically sealed the game.
I hate that pick for them.
That was against Tennessee. I was thinking the Tennessee guys were chirping like crazy that game.
All right, let's get everybody up to speed here on the last few picks as we sort of reset the room, as they say, as the kids like to say. Pick 15 at number 115, Elijah Surratt, Indiana wide receiver, went to the Baltimore Ravens. Then Keontae Scott out of Miami, the cornerback, went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 116. 117, Travis Burke, the Memphis offensive tackle that Brent was very excited about. Pick 118 to your Detroit Lions, linebacker out of the University of Michigan, Jimmy Rolder. Pick 119, Wesley Williams went to the Jaguars, the Duke edge. And the much to the dismay of, let me pull it up in the chat. Let me pull this up really quickly. Much to the dismay of... we had one person in the chat that was just not happy about this. Pick number 120, Danny Dennis Sutton, the Penn State edge, going to the Green Bay Packers. Caden Wetchen, the Iowa wide receiver, went to the Steelers at 121. Mike Washington Jr., the Arkansas running back, who we had talked a little bit about. Mike had mentioned him earlier at 122. Wade Wooders, the Clemson linebacker, everybody's favorite team to draft this year seems to be the Clemson Tigers. No money from the church, but they did get their player to leave at pick 123. Pick 124, Malik Muhammad, the Texas cornerback, much to the dismay of Marvelous Mike Terry. Went to the Chicago, or what are they? The Toledo Bears now?
Gary, Indiana.
The Gary Bears.
The Gary Gutters.
He went to 124 to the Bears. And Skylar Bell, the UConn wide receiver, went 125 to the Buffalo Bills. And Buffalo is now picking again. So now you're going to see a lot of Buffalo Bills picks because they traded back 84 times during the first 4 rounds. And
See how it works out.
Yeah, we're going to see how it works out. They're like having the Brent Kreider mock
Bell.
draft. They've been scouting you, Brent, in your mock drafts apparently. And there's a man with too many Buffalo Bills logos on his body that is making the selection on our screen. If you're in the chat, let us know what you think about the 3 newest Detroit Lions. We talked a lot about our starting right tackle, Balake Blake Miller out of Clemson in the first round. The second round, Derek Moore, edge out of the University of Michigan. And, of course, the pick that was just made minutes ago, linebacker Jimmy Rolder out of the University of Michigan. Give us your thoughts in the chat. Throw a grade in there. Throw a grade. You want to say, if guys, let's do this. We haven't done this. I hate doing this, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. Give us a grade. We're going to start, Brent, we're going to start with you. Before you start,
They got Caleb Alarm. They got 2 really good players back to back there.
Give us a grade on the Lions draft so far.
I think the Lions are sitting I mean, not to get overly excited about it. I think we're definitely sitting at about a B plus.
B plus.
B plus. You know, because you didn't get one of the top tackles. You got maybe the third or fourth best tackle in the draft. By virtue of where you're picking, he fits the scheme. He's what you know in a position of need. Like the Derek Moore pick, again, not one of the top 5 edge rushers in the draft, but by virtue of where you're picking, the value you get at where you pick, solid. And then Jimmy Rolder, position of need. My concerns with him are injuries.
Yep.
His ability to stay healthy. So solid, right? Solid, not spectacular. There are a number of teams I think that have earned A's and A pluses.
Sure.
Today, the Jets fall into that category.
We didn't ask for grades on them.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, I'm not going to put the Lions draft anywhere near some of the top drafts.
Mike Terry, you're I'm putting you on the spot. What's your grade for the Lions so far
A B.
today?
Solid B.
Okay.
Potentially B plus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid B.
All right, Dan Keener. Well, give us a grade so far. Your thoughts. I know it's way too early. These players haven't put on a Lions uniform yet, but what are your thoughts? Grade wise.
It's Brad Holmes. He gives 2 spittles about what anybody thinks, and he gets who he wants to get.
Yep.
I'm with Mike. I think it's a solid B plus. So I'm right in between Mike and Brent. Because I think these players, first of all, you're getting a plus because you're filling massive needs, but they don't feel like reaches to fill the needs.
Right.
These guys were right on the cusp, right on the fringe area of where we were selecting each time we took them. And when you start looking at their prospect profile, they are Lions. These are Dan Campbell guys, and they fill a need. And we, outside of giving up a little bit to go up and get more. Brad has done a very nice job of, and I'm just typing this up in the Roller article I'm getting ready to post on thegraymains.com. He's filling needs and just knocking stuff off this draft. He has nothing crazy or nutso. So yeah, I think it's more towards a B plus than a B.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How about that?
Me and Dan saw dogs and cats living together.
Yeah, this is crazy. Let's just end
He's
the podcast
brother.
right now.
Hey, I'm telling you, man.
Last podcast ever.
When they become a Detroit Lion, I don't care what school they came from. Just like
there you go.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't.
I make fun of
referring
McCarthy, but I know you guys are Michigan fans, but the minute McCarthy went to the Vikings, he's the enemy.
Yeah, dude, I'm with you.
If Will Howard went there or Eddie George, dude, you're the enemy. I don't want to see you do well against my team.
That's true. Hey, listen, that's it. You got to walk the walk, and that's it. We are Lions fans, pure and simple. And last time I checked, J.J. McCarthy does not wear a University of Michigan uniform and hasn't for a few years. But there seems to be Michigan fans that don't.
I just hate that he beat us twice last year. I know it was the backup.
Let's hit on this. Sleepless in the Mitten wants to know, next pick, offense or defense, if it's running back or tight end. Yeah, I think this is a good time to discuss this. I mean, of course, I want another defensive lineman, so that's going to be my vote here. But, of course, it's going to depend, right? If there's a running back that we can bring in that plays special teams, makes that running that room better. Whether that's Singleton out of Penn State. This is the kind of range we kind of look at these guys, right, as potential. But man, we need defensive linemen, so I'm going to say sleepless. For me, it's what are we looking at tackle wise on the defensive side of the ball? Brent, how about you? And then we'll go to Mike.
Yeah, I think that there are still a lot of players that could come in and play special teams and add depth at positions of need. Going down the list, the offense is pretty set. If we pick a tight end at this point, I wouldn't be upset. However, the defense needs a lot of love. Our depth at linebacker still needs some players. Defensive tackle still needs some players. So I'm more on the fence of using available talent, available cap space, draft picks on the defensive side of the ball more than the offensive side of the ball.
Mike Terry, what do you think? Offense, defense?
I think, well, let's just say offense. He mentioned running back or tight end. I think tight end's been kind of picked over. Mm-hmm. Bentley's still out there, but I don't know that I'd go that. I would consider a running back. with the next pick. But again, I think we're all pretty aligned on defensive linemen. Although the defensive tackle's been kind of picked over as well. Benny's still out there. Is he going to be there in 30 picks or however many more we got? I don't know, but then you start looking at cornerback and linebacker again.
Yep. Yeah.
So I would defense.
Dan, your thoughts on where we go next? Offensive, defensive side of the ball, and maybe a position or two.
I think it's going to be the absolute best player available. Like, mission accomplished. You had 3 glaring needs and 1 semi-glaring need with D tackle, and you filled the 3 most important ones. So it's either going to be D tackle, running back. We cannot discount them grabbing a backup quarterback, developmental guy here, because there's 2 picks and 5. So I would say that one of the picks is going to be an offensive depth guy, and the other pick will be a defensive depth guy. That's just what I'm thinking. Or Brad will just trade them both and jump back into the 4th and get somebody that we've never heard of that played for Canada, Marines, United or something.
He has learned from his mistakes.
Yes. Okay, we found the most unpronounceable name that everyone has to look down in their sheets and go like 6 deep on those sheets of paper and go, did you see this player played in Canada? And like
Zabavian Harris, defensive tackle, Ole Miss. Right?
Well, I mean,
Kringle McCringleberry.
Hingle McCringleberry is on. Listen, is Ephesians Prysock still available?
Yes.
That's okay. All right.
It might be.
Guys.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't even care if he's any good. I just want an Ephesians Prysock Lions jersey.
Zaki Wheatley.
Yeah.
We got a lot of interesting names. Demetrius Crownover.
Yes.
Crown over.
Demetrius Crownover.
Crownover.
DeMonte Capehart.
Zaki Wheatley's pretty good.
Yeah.
That one's pretty good. Demetrius Crownover.
Let's see. Damon. No, that one's okay.
So Dan brings up the quarterback position, guys. I know Nussmeier had a health issue, right? Or else he'd been gone at this point, right? And
Nussmeier's got a size issue.
But didn't he have like something that showed up on the medical here recently, and that's why he's dropped?
Oh, did he? I don't know.
I could be wrong, but I want to say that's why nobody's talking about Garrett Nussmeier, and that's why the Clemson Klubnik just went. I don't know, however many picks ago. We talked about this. You talked about a developmental quarterback, guys. I think we're all looking at a guy like Cole Payton, potentially. Luke Altmaier's not a name. No, you guys are tossing around. Is there a reason? I mean, Altmaier seems like I guess he's just a guy. Illinois quarterback. Any thoughts on that?
System guy.
System guy.
I mean, you have to fit your system.
Isn't Altmaier
go ahead.
thin? Is that Nussmeier? One of those guys is like really light.
Nussmeier's pretty good size. Altmaier's 6'2", 210.
Oh, he's 210. Yeah, it's Nussmeier's only like he's a little over 200. They're both 6'2".
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, to me these guys if they aren't like, I mean Teddy's pretty tall. He's like 6'3", 6'4", right? Bridgewater, I think. I just don't see them getting a guy that's 2 to 3 inches shorter than their starting quarterbacks they have in the building right now. It doesn't feel like that's somebody that they want to develop to continue on with the current path, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. I feel like anybody that they get's going to need to be a little bit bigger bodied kid, height and weight.
Got quiet all of a sudden. Guy.
That's what we call in the business dead air. It's a lull. All you hear is Brent's dogs barking in the background.
Can't hear that.
How do you get him to be quiet when we normally have a podcast, Brent?
You don't hear him.
He's trying to do 48 things over here at once. I don't know what you're doing. This is why we have a lull, because he's watching the Pistons.
I'm actually posting stuff.
You know, the Pistons hopefully win again. The Pistons win again. Rashawn Benny is still there.
Okay, I think I got my Will Dean. So, as I was digging through the data to post about Rolder, something caught my eye that we have not mentioned yet. That is like the most Lion thing from last year ever. Rolder's missed tackle rate was 4.7%, which was fifth best out of 226 linebackers that had 500 defensive snaps last year. And that is one of the things. I was doing stats for the game lineups when we were posting last year. The Lions were consistently in the top 2 or 3 all year long at missed tackle rate, which was one of the huge things for us, helped keeping us in the games until it kind of fell apart towards the end of the year. So that might be as much as anything. You guys mentioned it with the cornerback, right? We were joking about the kid that couldn't tackle. They were, we're like, well, he won't be a Lion. That's a huge thing for them. They got to have players that can make tackles on the field and they don't slip them.
Trey Moore out of Texas, the edge, just went to the Dolphins. Sleepless says you'd rather keep a developmental cornerback over Manu this year for roster size.
That's a question, right?
Mm-hmm. Asking if we'd rather keep from a roster, for the 53 plus a developmental quarterback. What are the rules as far as counting against the roster?
Quarterback,
yeah.
They
are
are
there different rules. Like
they don't count on game day because remember you have a 50,
right.
You have a 53-man roster on
you have
game
emergency
day,
QB,
right?
Right.
Yeah, an emergency quarterback does not count. But the thing with that is they're kind of not too aligned because most teams have their 5 starting linemen and probably 3 other linemen available. But with the fact that you have call-ups off the practice squad, you can rotate those guys and bring them in for emergency guys. 2 guys every game. You can bring 2 guys up and have them available to be made as part of your active roster. So right now, Manu's got competition from Cochran, Mason Miller, and Larry Borum to even be on the roster. So he's got to beat those other 3 dudes out, or else he'll be either not with the Lions or they'll sign him to the practice squad. So Cochran's got the most experience after Borum, and then Miller's a young kid. He's the youngest lineman. He's 22. So we got Mason and Blake Miller, unrelated.
Yeah, you got it.
So
I
don't
think
know.
Manu is short for this world on the Lions roster. I mean,
Yeah. Who is that edge that we
something.
got that flopped and then went back to Canada and started playing really well again?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Kind of smallish guy that tore it up in Canada, and then they took a flyer on
Free
him.
agent. Yeah.
Oh God.
That's-
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but I know what you're talking about.
I mean, Manu showed there were glimpses. It's not like he was absolute like dog doo-doo, right? I mean, he did not play well, but he also had instances where he did have some good reps, right? It's not like he looked bad every single play. I think there's potential there, and Brad, he doesn't like to give up on his guys. He usually holds on to them at least 3 years, and then that 4th year if they're not making it, they're gone. And I think this year's candidate, besides Manu, is probably Sorsdal. This dude's going to be gone if he doesn't show anything this year. So
yeah,
Matthew
Betts.
I kind of wish they would have traded some of them, to be honest with you. Maybe try and get a 7th out of them, but I don't think people are really looking for that. Who are you saying, Chris? Who?
Matthew Betts was the Canadian defensive end.
And I think he went back to Canada, and I think he started getting double-digit sacks again. So, his game might just be better suited for that particular, style of play.
So Manu, his athleticism is off the charts, right?
It is,
for
absolutely.
A big guy.
And how come you guys did not mention the safety from Arizona in your all-name team of Genesis Smith? I am disappointed.
Oh my gosh, Genesis Smith went round 4, pick 131 to the Oh, praise the Lord. Genesis Smith is gone before Ephesians Prysock. So they had to go in order of the books of the Bible, Dan. That's how that works.
Well,
Genesis, now there's going to be a run on biblical names.
Order.
There's going to be a run on the all biblical team. It's going to happen. Malachi, whatever.
John, Luke's.
Yes, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are going to go next. There's a run on biblical names. Let's do it.
It's like people that pick their Final Four roster based off of the name or the mascot. You just got to throw a dart at it.
Exactly. Oh my gosh! I just listen when Ephesians Prysock gets selected, guys. I'm just gonna have to. I'm gonna need a moment.
You're gonna have to hit the horn, dude.
Yeah. I'll have my finger on the horn, on the DJ air horn for sure. Absolutely. All right. So our next pick is. How far are we away from our next pick, which would be what? Pick 17 in round 5, right?
We are pick number
151.
We are pick 17, 157. So we are currently at
24.
math time. We're at 133, 157. Hey, we're less than 30 picks away. Less than a round away
from the Detroit Lions selecting their next All-Pro player.
Oh, Chris, you were right. Guess who went after Genesis?
Exodus?
Jeremiah.
See, dude, this is a run of biblical proportions right here in the NFL draft.
Divine intervention.
God has opened the skies, and now there's a run on biblical players. This is amazing.
All right, I just gotta see. Oh, there's no player named Judas in this draft, so we're
not.
We're covered there.
Well, wait a minute. The one guy, right? Hold on. Went early.
I bet there's a Jesus though.
He went early in this round.
There was.
Simon wants to know if there's any chance of Reeder re-signing. I mean, he's definitely going on tour here and talking to a lot of players, and he's probably going to get paid more money than I think we're talking.
You know what?
About.
I shouldn't say that quick. Hold on one second. Let me answer his question.
All right.
No. The Giants have signed an edge, a tackle, a cornerback, and a wide receiver. I think DJ Reeder will be signing with the Giants come Monday, after whatever the cutoff is for not having to give up a comp pick. So because they have 3 6th-round picks, and I don't see them getting a starter to replace the guy they traded to the Bengals that's of that quality. So unless the Lions offer him more money and he gives them a chance to match, I think he's gone.
And we do have a need for that position, especially if he's gone. That's
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what is making me a little bit nervous for sure. And then now we're looking at 5th-round player who's probably not starting caliber in that position. So that's got me nervous. The interior of the defensive line has me a little nervous.
So in the biblical name category, there was a Jude Bowery.
Jude.
Not a Judas, but a Jude. Taking number.
Jude would have to go late. He'd have to go really, really late because it's like the second to last book of the Bible. We're trying to go in order here, right?
So Matthew Hibner is just taken.
Oh, look at this. This is So it's got to be a New Testament name, like Ephesians. Ephesians has got to be coming up.
Genesis, man. Jeremiah, and Matthew.
Is there a Luke Altmaier? Is he going to go?
Luke.
Oh, good call.
You know your books of the Bible there, Dan. This is Wanda, welcome. Wanda says no mention of Campbell. Jack or Dan? Or Soup. Yeah, I'm not well, we have not mentioned Dan Campbell today. That's for sure. We've mentioned Jack Campbell many times, so maybe that's what we're Simon says, we covered the Reeder conversation. Yeah, it just makes me nervous. He goes. Now, Reeder, I don't think, had a great year. I mean, if we're going to look at it, I mean, DJ Reeder underperformed. He's been hurt when he's been here. So, maybe they're like, listen, if you want to come back, we're not, I think it's going to be at the right price, and he's probably going to go somewhere else. He was at Cincinnati, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, he came from
he came
Cincinnati
from
to the
Cincinnati.
Lions.
Well, who has he been talking to though? So,
Giants.
Okay.
There's 3 teams that he's met with. I think the Lions are probably included in that, is my guess.
He has mentioned that he would like to come back to Detroit, but I think he understands the
Price has
environment.
got to be right.
Yeah.
But I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, we have not backfilled his role yet.
True.
So, that's the position. You knew you had a first, a second, and 2 fourths, and we've come out of the 4th round with only 3 picks. And the position that didn't get addressed was that D tackle one out of the need position. So, I wouldn't say that it's completely over, but if they offer more money than we do, I think it's over. So,
Falcons on the clock. I think we've got everybody caught up here in terms of picks. We're starting to get into that range where I don't recognize that name. But I do recognize that name. So this is we're going to be taking some time to kind of research some of these players. I think
it's warm in here. Sorry.
Yeah,
I just turned the air down.
Interesting note, though, Chris. The Giants actually have less cap money than we do. Right now, we're around 22 before the draft picks, and they're around 18. But I believe, and Brent, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the Giants are going to have a heck of a lot more draft money, cap money tied up in their draft picks than we are. So let me take a look here on Spotrac. The Giants are expected to have a draft pool of $17 million, and they are only $18 million under the cap right now. So that tells you everything you need to know. They don't have any money right now to sign Reader.
And you have to look at who they drafted, right? And whether they have a need still.
Yeah, they definitely have a need yet, but they just don't have the money to sign him. They would have to do an adjustment with somebody. And then looking at their roster, a guy I don't even know who the heck this is, Paulson Adebo. Nobody they can really cut other than John Ryan Jr., but then that creates a hole in their line, or Greg Newsome. So, they don't have a lot of like big money deals that they can go in and nibble at, like we do, that you can drop their base salary. This cornerback, Paulson Adebo, might be the guy. He doesn't have any. There's no void years. He's entering year 2 of a 3-year deal with $17 million base salary. So if they needed the money, they could probably get it. But right now, they're going to have to do some finagling. Or when it comes time to sign their draft picks, they're going to have to do some move. We're going to have to move some money around if they try and sign Reader to like a $4 million deal or something.
I'm in the camp that I'd love the body in the room. He's been disappointing, Reader. If I'm being honest, I'd like the body in the room, and if that means paying a little bit more than I'm comfortable with, it's a need. It's a defensive tackle's a need for us. And at this point, are you getting a defensive tackle in the draft that's better than DJ Reader?
No,
probably not. And so, it's Brian Botcher, our first non-biblical name in the last 3-4 picks, goes. The Oregon linebacker goes to the Colts.
Yep, I've got the answer for you too now, Chris.
The answer.
You had asked who Reader had been visiting with.
Yeah.
So the Giants are clearly the strongest and biggest connection, but he did meet with the Ravens earlier in March. And there has been talk of him going back to the Bengals.
Okay, that's what that's what I thought.
Those are the 3 teams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other team was the Colts because his former Bengals DC is now the Colts DC.
Brent, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was going to say, going back to DJ Reader, his grades, his run defense grade was a 61.7. which is bottom half of the NFL, and overall, he's a 68.9. Where that fits into the defensive tackle rankings, he would be somewhere around 32nd. Defensive tackle. So he's above Roy Lopez. I know we have sort of a fan crush on Roy Lopez, but DJ Reader was statistically,
because Roy Lopez showed up and made plays at the end of especially at the end of the year. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think we need bodies in that room right now. It's making me a little bit nervous. And that's a key position. You got to rotate guys in and out. These are bigger guys. They can't play 98% of the snaps like Aiden Hutchinson, who's a unicorn who's going to take less snaps this season. So that's got me a little nervous.
I will say this. That point right there, Chris, is something to consider too, right? The guys that are left now the defensive tackle position is going to they're going to shed, not to make a fat joke, they're going to shed a bunch of weight at the end of training camp with defensive tackles, right? So you're going to get a guy there, and defensive tackle is not a hard position to pick up and learn. Yeah. But to your point, there is a lot of veteran defensive tackles that are over the age of 30 out there. We talked about this yesterday, right? And these guys can give you, you look at the snap count. Reader is far and away the highest snap count guy of all of the available at 52.8% of the defensive
Chews
snaps.
Up the snaps, right?
Next highest guy is 48, then 45, 43, 33, 29, 28. These guys are rotational dudes. That's why they can play into their mid 30s, right?
Yep.
So there are plenty of defensive tackles that we could sign if we needed to, just to get a body in there. But most of them are going to be between probably 26 and 33, the guys that are left. But there's only about 20 of them out there in free agency right now. But the guy may not come until the second wave after the end of training camp.
Yep. Well, as we always talk about, there's multiple ways to address positions of need. One is draft. Yep. 2 is undrafted rookie free agents. 3 is trades. And an NFL free agency, and on and on and on. And so I still yet have not looked at the who's still available from a free agent perspective. This is beyond DJ Reader
right now.
Thanks, Dan.
Here it is. Yeah, put it in the have Chris pop it up in the window. I'll put it in the Zoom chat here.
Yep.
There you go, guys.
And there are guys like Roy Lopez always available. Historical backups who can come in and provide depth.
These guys are all cheap, other than Reader and Jones.
So you guys know Holmes.
Joneses.
He's got a plan, right, Dan?
Oh, absolutely. All these guys have a contingency. If they don't get a position in the draft, they have a contingency. Mm-hmm. I 100% agree with you.
There we go. We're on the screen.
So you can look at that list and you can see, Reader he's the number one guy in snaps, number one guy in APY. He's not high on guarantees, which is a good thing, but he's up there in age as well. So, but look, there are 3 former Cardinals players on there, and we have those guys. Petzing's on our staff now, so
Calais will never come to Detroit, right?
I don't think so. Well, he's 40. I don't think wants to go. I'm not sure where he wants to go, at that rate. But look at who runs similar defenses to us, right? You're looking for Saints. You're looking for Jets. There's 2 Jets guys down there near the bottom, Saunders and Tufele. Tufele, I guess. Yep. So those guys are there, and I don't see any Saints on here. But yeah, that's there are guys here. But the only reason I mentioned the Cardinals is because that's where Lopez came from, and he came from there and excelled in our system.
Wasn't Benito Jones with us before?
I think Benito Jones.
Yeah, Dolphins.
Jones,
yes.
Either we drafted him or had him as a UDFA or something.
We had him. Yeah, he was on the squad. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of 3-4 defenses in this list.
Yeah.
They don't run the same defense as us. Interesting. Isaiah Loudermilk. That's an all. That's
another.
all names
Is Isaiah?
team.
Is that a book?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Loudermilk. I mean, that name is not only biblical, but it's also all names team qualification there. Loudermilk. I mean, come on.
That's an all Ohio State name there, man. all pro safety, Kirk Loudermilk from the Ohio State University or Center. I mean,
Yeah.
is it Kirk? Kurt?
What's with the?
I gotta look
I
it
don't understand the thing.
That's the name of the university.
But why is it?
Somebody decided to get snippy and put that in there and make it part of it. Well, it started because of OU. OU and Ohio State were in like a trademark dispute over Ohio,
Mm-hmm.
and Michigan thinks they're funny calling Ohio State Ohio, but they're really that's actually owned by OU. So,
So that makes.
but
it
yeah,
even-
No,
that's
they're being
kind of
funny
where
'cause they know
that
it
all
gets-
started out of
They know
that.
it gets under your fingernails like
That
it just
makes it
did
even
there.
better.
That's why they do it. That's-
Oh no, I don't understand. I mean, I literally didn't understand.
No,
there
I was
a legal
saying,
part
Dan
to
was
it.
saying, like, when Michigan, like, who's the slappy clappy coach that Michigan had? Brady Hoke.
Brady Hoke.
When Brady Hoke
Hoke,
started talking about, when he was mentioning the Buckeyes, he would just call them Ohio. And the only reason why he's doing it is because he knows, no, that's not the name. Like, they're doing
an
that
insult.
to
I
push
mean-
buttons. They're doing that just to push buttons.
Yes.
Even though, he
Hoke
knows
the
it's
Bear.
incorrect. He knows it is.
So how many picks are we away now?
Can't be too far.
Before
Maybe
we- I was
20.
gonna say,
we're
we
getting
gotta-
there.
I think we've lost.
We were less than
track.
a round away because we were talking about it being 30-ish.
We're 157, right?
It
Rounds.
is 157, and we
20.
are at math time. We are sitting at 138.
157.
So
Yep.
20 picks, 19 picks.
Yeah. Math in public.
Yep.
All right, guys, it's time to look at the Lions' 5th round draft choices from the last. Wow.
Excuse me.
What was that?
Sorry.
Wow. Bonus
Bullfrog.
content. Bonus content. That's what you get 2 hours and 21 minutes in is bonus content. All right, guys, without looking at it, nobody cheat. The last 5th round draft choice from the Detroit Lions in 2025 was, don't look,
Fifth
La-
round.
Last
5th
year's
round,
first?
last year's 5th round, 2025.
That was.
I wouldn't have gotten this.
Well, who did we? Where did we pick the defensive end? 6th round.
Hassanin was
Hassanin,
sixth.
6th.
Hassanin was 6th.
Here it is, Miles Frazier. Miles Frazier.
Yes. Oh, yes, because he was
in the
injured.
fifth,
I was
in the
getting
fifth
ready
He was
to
round.
supposed to be a. Brent, you said he was ranked like early 2nd to early 3rd without the injury.
No,
From
I
a
think he
guard
was. I think he
perspective
was
last
the
year.
overall 5th rated guard in the draft. And you know how guards are,
Yeah.
right? You'll typically have 1 or 2 studs, and then you'll have the folks that come-
Projects.
Yeah, the folks.
This
that come
list
in.
is hilarious, guys. So Frazier, Colby Sorsdahl, who we think may be out of a job, but still currently on the roster. James Mitchell in 2022, the tight end, not on the roster. The one and only Quintez Cephas in 2020. Also in 2020, Jason Huntley, drafted in the 5th round. Amani Oruwariye in 2019.
terrible.
Somebody named
Toast.
Tyrell Crosby in 2018. Jamal
Guard.
Agnew,
Oregon.
who's still in the NFL and a fantastic
Still
returner.
returning kicks?
Yep. And, does a lot of special teams in 2017. Joe Dahl, 2016. Antoine Williams, Michael Burton, Karan Reed, punter Sam Martin was a 5th round
He was a
draft
good
choice.
pick.
Linebacker.
He's still in the league, by the way.
Buffalo,
Yeah, he's a
right?
great punter.
Carolina.
Buffalo.
App
He's a
State
Pro
punter,
Bowler.
right? Wasn't he App State? I want to say Sam Martin, I believe, was. App
Yeah,
State.
and then when he left us, he went to Denver and became a Pro Bowler, and then he went to Buffalo.
Here we go. Tahir Whitehead, linebacker. I think we all remember him. Chris Greenwood, no idea. Doug Hogue, Kenny Moore, Jerome Felton, the tight end or the fullback that they like to hand the ball off at short yardage. Yet
That's
he was
2 fullbacks you've mentioned so far in this list.
Johnny Baldwin, Jonathan Scott, the one and only, infamous for running out of the back of the end zone in Minnesota, Dan Orlovsky, Alex
Out of the
Lewis,
back of the end zone.
Terrence Holt. I remember Terrence
This
Holt.
is safety, wasn't he? Because his brother Torrey Holt was his brother.
Yep.
Wasn't he?
James Davis and John Owens. There are the last 20 years of Lions 5th round draft choice. Listen, Miles Frazier, I think, in the 5th round, I think Miles Frazier could be playing a lot more. Is definitely going to be battling this season at the guard position. So I'm still happy about that. But there is your Lions 5th round draft choices from the last 20 years. Let's hope we do better than Tyrell Crosby and Antoine Williams. Yikes.
Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I think Frazier, him and Mahogany are going to duke it out for that left guard spot. And there's a good chance that whoever comes out of that is going to be a better player just because of the competition, right? So, Brent, who's the best available? Because I see 2 names on here, 3 names that I thought should have been long gone by now. That kid from Pittsburgh's still sitting there. He's a little short. And the safety from South Carolina, Kilgore, right?
Kilgore, South Carolina. Yeah, he's a guy that I picked in quite a few mock drafts at this point in the draft. Where he's a bigger kid. He's he what they say though is he's much more productive in man coverage than in zone, which is good for the Lions. He gets lost in space in zone. But I mean, at this point, special teams, right? Special teams.
Yes.
He's got okay speed, physical, and you coach him up. And I'm still looking at Xavier Harris.
Yeah,
why is he
NFL.com's got him 3rd overall best right now, just sitting there.
6'8", 330. He's got in man-to-man situations, he's got the ability to put offensive tackles on skates. He can anchor and maintain good gap integrity. He has enough quickness and length to track plays down from the backside.
Says his production is like well below average for. That's one of the things that NFL stats. They've got him as below average for 59.94 and 60 is kind of the cutoff where you would expect. Says he has a potential to be picked as early as day 2 of the draft, but teams will need to examine his arrests from 23 and 24 as part of the evaluation. I think we got our answer.
What are we talking about? Kilgore?
He's not on
Harris.
the line.
Xavier Harris.
Harris.
What was he arrested for?
Yep. That is a question I will let Copilot tell me. Xavier Harris arrest.
Defensive tackle. 6'8", 335.
Okay,
6'8",
he's.
330.
This is the 6'8".
Says he's on ESPN. It says he's 6'8", 330.
Oh yeah, he's not going to be a Lion. 2024 arrest, domestic violence and obstructing arrest in Lafayette, Mississippi. That was 24. 23, driving under the influence and felony fleeing. Sounds like a Georgia player.
I was gonna say he's a Dallas. He's got Dallas Cowboy written all over him.
Philadelphia Eagle.
Yeah, Eagles. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he will not be with the Lions. They will not pick this guy. He is definitely on the no turds list.
All right. I'm looking for the next available biblical.
God, Ephesians
name.
is coming up, man.
Yes, Ephesians. Let's go.
Gotta have him.
So the guys on the list: Kilgore, Wheatley,
Abney.
Yep. Abney out of Arizona State.
Ramsey, USC safety, which Dan and I kind of beat him around. I think he's out. Harold Perkins Jr., who's got speed at linebacker. Demonte Capehart, defensive tackle from Clemson. Can we pick another Clemson
Emmett's
player?
coming up, man.
Rayshon Benny, defensive tackle, Michigan.
You know, the interesting thing is we were talking about Benny, where we picked Rolder, and Benny's still available.
Well, yeah, we knew we were going to be reaching for him at that point. Just
There's
based
Ephesians.
Ephesians
with the
price
San
up!
Fran.
Oh! Praise the Lord, Ephesians price sock. Everybody bow your
You got
heads.
some church bells on there, my friend?
I know. I think I've got.
Oh,
Here we go. How about this?
That works.
Oh, here we go.
every time the
That's a
bell
little
rings,
more-
San
that's a little
Francisco
more
gets
heavenly.
some wings.
Or a quarterback.
All right, I'll tell you what, though, we're getting into that range. There's a bunch of and I'm just gonna say it because there's no other way to say it. A bunch of name guys coming up, right?
Okay.
We're hitting their area. Guys we've been talking about, the Nick Singletons, the just going through the list here, Diego Pounds, Nick Singleton, Kamari Ramsey.
Pounds got drafted, didn't he?
You see who else we got down here?
He
Emmett
did.
Johnson, Garrett Nussmeyer,
Went to
Harold
Tampa.
Perkins.
Pons. No.
Who else do they? Taylon Green.
Diego Pons.
Charles Demings, the quarterback from Stephen F. Austin. I think we had him in. George Gums Jr. Weren't you all over that dude, that edge, Brent? Wasn't that a guy you were talking about?
Yeah, he's come up late in the draft a few
Okay.
times.
Nadame is still there.
Yeah, he's not. I don't see him quite on this list on NFL.com, but I agree with you.
He's at the 4th or 5th on NFL.com big board.
Haynes King.
let me go
Let's
just
not
to
forget
edge.
Haynes King.
Yeah, on edge, yeah.
Edge, he's he's 6th in edge, 5.91. Rush tape is pressed up for day 3 consideration. He gets swallowed and controlled at the point of attack, and that will persist without substantial improvement. How do you get 14 sacks if you get swallowed up the line every time? That doesn't seem to align. I still like Caden Curry, but he'd be like a specialized pass rusher. That's all he's doing. You know what I mean? Stand up edge. And the Lions did talk to him.
LT Overton, edge from Bama.
He just went a little bit ago.
He just went.
Yep.
Let me refresh this then.
There. Kyle Lewis got picked.
Linebacker out of Pittsburgh, Kyle Lewis. Yeah. Where did he go to?
Where did he go?
Dolphins?
Dolphins.
Yeah, Miami.
Good for the Dolphins.
You still got Rayshon Benny. You got Emmett Johnson, who Mike brought up.
Oh, we're into
5th round.
we're into round 5. Texans pick is in, and Titans are on the clock.
Yep.
So Kyle Lewis, then Price Sock, then Colby Young, who they're talking about on NFL Network right now.
For
So
those
they're
watching,
about 3 picks behind on TV.
we're at one. Our next pick, folks, is 157. Pick 17 in this round.
Yeah.
We're currently at
and
142.
then a comp pick later, the very last pick in the round.
Yep.
41.
181 overall.
I got to say,
I'm
you
looking at
you guys weren't that excited as I was about Ephesians price sock. As much as we talked about Ephesians.
I was pretty excited. I
Yeah,
just
were
held
you?
it in.
But it's a letdown. Now we got nobody to
was
talk about.
excited
it.
down
Hey, we're
low
only
in
going
the-
downhill from here.
in the
I
cockles
mean,
of
it doesn't
my
get
heart.
any better than Ephesians price sock name as far as names are concerned.
Texans, just because we've talked about them a little bit, they just took Kamari Ramsey.
Yep, that's a good pick at that point.
Yeah, I mean that's the first pick in round 5, Brent. Right? I mean he was projected as like a mid to late third.
Of all the guys, though, of the safeties that were left, he would be the one I wouldn't want, though.
Is who?
Yeah, I agree.
Kamari Ramsey.
Kamari
That's the
Ramsey.
one I was saying. Dan and I went around and around about a little bit, and he, as you start to read about him, he He takes bad angles, needs to work on eye discipline. I like better than him. I like Kilgore and Wheatley.
They did not visit with Kilgore. I'm seeing that.
Yeah. I think you mentioned that earlier, but
yeah, he's standing out as a guy that's in the safety position, being available here. Is Taft,
So
the safety out of Texas, still available?
No, yeah, I think he's gone, isn't he?
let's see.
Taffy?
Big board. Yeah, he's still available.
I think
Still
he went
available.
like in round 4 somewhere.
No, he's available.
He's available here.
Oh, he is available.
Yeah, he's a guy that's a real special teams kind of guy. First team All-American honors the past 2 seasons.
Kamari Ramsey just went.
Kamari Ramsey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brent, have you been talking about Devontae Capehart at all from Clemson?
No.
I brought him up as he's definitely projected to have gone already. Yeah.
He's a little older. He's a 5th-year guy, right? Or 4th or 5th-year guy. But they're saying he's not a young prospect, but his traits and run-plugging talent will appeal to teams looking for a solid rotational option on day 3. And, we're not afraid to look at Clemson guys. I think we're in the range now with the Lions that they could go anywhere. We just don't have a clue. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me any pick they take.
All right, we're in the 5th round. First pick in the 5th round, Kamari Ramsey, USC safety, going to the Texans. Second pick to the Titans, I feel like the Titans haven't even been around making picks, but I guess I guess they are. Fernando Carmona, not to be confused with Fernando Mendoza. Fernando Carmona, Arkansas guard to the Titans. Cardinals on the clock. Pick is in. We're not looking at leaks anymore, unless we know it's
nobody's doing
Lions. Yeah, everybody's like I don't know, at their favorite meat and 3, or Chick-fil-A, like us. Let's see. Yeah, we're still a bit away.
I'm looking at who's in the range right now and who the Lions talk to.
Mm-hmm.
The only 3 defensive tackles they talked to between expect to go the 4th through the 6th were Daryl Jackson, who already went, Rashawn Benny, they had him in, and then somebody by the name of Dave Gusta, and he was a informal at the combine. I don't know. I can't find him yet. I'm trying to see if he's still available.
What position?
Tyree West is out there. Defensive tackle. I feel
Hey,
like
Brent.
maybe he's already gone.
I think
Dave
you need
Goose
Sean
is still
McVay's
there.
haircut.
I had Sean
Is he?
McVay's
I think
hair.
you can get the Sean McVay look.
I had that for 23 years.
They
in
need
the
to turn
Air
on
Force.
some lights on his
Oh,
face.
there
He
he
looks
is.
I wore
like
the
a
flat
carrot.
top. I wore the flat top for years.
He's
Hey,
a little
Dan, what
light. He's
about-
more like a 3 tech.
What about Lorenzo Styles? I know he had a 4.27 40.
Styles' brother.
Well, he had such a good workout, his speed.
Oh, let me just put this way, Brent. This is coming from the Lions, from a diehard Buckeye. When we played this last season, our defense was humming. There was one player on defense I was constantly yelling at for being an idiot, and you just mentioned him. I love his brother. I flipping hated him in our defensive backfield. He was the one that was always getting burned and being out of position. So as much as it pains me to say that, I do not like Lorenzo Styles Jr. I think he's got talent, and I think clearly he's got athleticism. His dad, was a monster, and his brother's a monster, but he just maybe Patricia had him out of position. I don't know, but he seemed like he kept making mental mistakes on the field constantly, and when the team, when the team that they played needed a play, that's who they went against to make the play. That's about all I can say. Good kid. I just don't want him on my team.
Oh, got new visitors.
Don't
He started
want him
at
on
Notre
your
Dame.
team.
the DBC fan club just gained a member here. Welcome to the Gray Mains podcast. What's your name?
You guys got a bus stop out front?
Olivia? Hi, Olivia. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
So we can see what we got going on here. There we are.
Rad. I'm not paying attention.
Yes, you can see you're up there, the monitor up there. It's a little bit delayed. It's not a live monitor.
Delayed is still on TV though.
Yes.
Is it?
Holy smokes! The Browns have 4 picks between 6 and 12. How many quarterbacks can they take in those slots?
All of them.
Right. They have pick 6, pick 8, pick 9, and pick 12.
They'll take Nussmeier. They'll take Green. They'll take.
It really is crazy how many quarterbacks. Like, have you seen the picture of this guy keeps track of all the quarterbacks on his Browns jersey, and there's like list of all the names of the Browns QBs. It's insane.
How does their general manager still have a job? No idea.
The Browns?
Their prior general managers on our team now, so
I know
the
that.
one before, 2 before the guy they have now, I think.
They go through GMs.
And I will say Ken Dorsey is responsible for a lot of those all pros that they have on that defense. Dorsey was the guy that, or not Ken Dorsey. Yeah, it's not. What's his first name?
John Dorsey.
Ken Dorsey's the quarterback from Miami of Ohio,
Big John
University.
Dorsey.
Anyway, John Dorsey was responsible for a lot of the all pros on that defense that they had over the years. So, but their ownership, it doesn't matter if it's the prior ownership, the current ownership, they just meddle. They just mess that team up.
So, Dan, the conversation about Lorenzo Styles, you said you didn't like him. You said he was a jerk. Can he play?
No, I didn't say he was a jerk. I just said when another team needed to make a play to get a first down or score on Ohio State, they went at Lorenzo Styles Jr. And he was the one I yelled at all the time because he was constantly blowing his assignments.
But what about special teams with Gunners with his speed?
He's not big.
He's 6'1",
right?
Just under 200. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for a safety, he's not big. He's more cornerback size. He can be safety, but I don't know. He got nicked up a lot too last year. I noticed. He would come back, right? But like he'd miss plays every game because he took a big hit, and some of it's just his playing style, right? I mean, Branch, you've got guys that play outside the capabilities of their body, and they end up hurting themselves for a couple plays and have to kind of reset. And that's one thing he would do. I think he either had like a shoulder injury or something that was kind of recurring that he was dealing with all year.
Okay, well then I think I've settled. If we're going to go safety at some point, Michael Taffy, walk on at Texas,
yep.
All-American, first team All-American 2 years in a row, size and strength, not the no turds policy applied. Taffy does a good job of anticipating throws with multiple interceptions. I think he would be really high up my list. And
this trivia for you, Brent. When was the last time an NFL team started 2 white safeties? Because if Dan Jackson gets in there with Michael
Philadelphia,
Taffy,
right?
Yeah, Philly's got some really, really good players. The kid from Iowa.
Cooper DeJean.
I mean,
I don't know what you're talking about, Dan. I don't see color.
Harrison, Minnesota. I'm trying to think of the Lions, though. Lions probably.
Yeah, Taffy walk on.
I don't know in my lifetime.
Yeah, there's been one. I just can't think of his name.
No starting safeties. Yeah.
Oh, 2?
Tandem?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Probably the 50s, 40s.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Somewhere. I mean, it'd be a long time ago. But there have been some really good safeties from the
Jake Scott,
Southwest Conference.
Miami Dolphins,
now
and Dallas
SEC.
Cowboys back in the day. Jake Scott and Dick Anderson on the no-name defense combined for 83 interceptions.
Jake
and then
Scott.
Cliff Harris and Charlie Waters for the Cowboys.
I went to college with Jake Scott's nephew, who is a stud combat controller, special forces guy. He used to jog around
Nice.
Troy with a backpack full of rocks.
On your left. We've been on so long that my streaming stopped playing.
All right, so then defensive tackles. I think we ruled out Harris, Xavier Harris, Rayshawn Benning's
Yeah,
there.
I think so.
We're coming up in what? It's at
And I think he's-
145, so we're getting close.
We
Starting
gotta
there.
get through the Browns gauntlet.
Yeah. I want to go back and look at the Bills. Teams. See if the
Well, let's see.
I'll
Browns
look
are on the
at the
clock at
Bills.
6 at 146. So
Jude Bowery, Skylar Ball.
Jude Bowery's gone.
No, I'm looking at the Bills draft.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just with the 3 4th rounders, they
Yep.
got Bowery, Skylar Bell, and Caleb Alarms, or the linebacker from TCU that we chatted about a couple shows ago. Just special interest.
Yep.
But going back to the best available, Jalen Kilgore, South Carolina safety.
I think that's hysterical. SI's got Jake Galday as a steal for the Vikings in round 2, and the Athletic gave it the worst grade of any round 2 pick.
Yeah,
These people are so all over the place.
He was more of a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm thinking Benny would be a great option here.
Yep. Nick Barrett,
So
defensive tackle, went to Chargers.
Taylor Green's coming up as top 30 best available. Cole Payton,
So-
North Dakota State.
Mike Payton put out his list of guys to watch in the 5th. He's got edge Mikhail Kamara, edge Caden Curry, safety Jalen Kilgore, nose tackle Dante Corleone,
Flush.
cornerback Andre Fuller. He's from Toledo, right? Defensive tackle Landon Robinson from Navy.
Yes.
Edge Nadami Tucker from Western.
Yes.
Dallin Bentley, who you mentioned, right, Brent? Brent, I think, was the tight end you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Running back Katron Allen. Quarterbacks Garrett Nussmeyer and Sawyer Robertson, and running back Nicholas Singleton. That's his list of who may be there. And then Dr. Jimmy said Emmett Johnson, Jam Miller, Eli Heidenreich, Katron Allen, and Roman Hemby. So they seems to be some running backs that these guys are kind of thinking about.
Yeah, the kid from Western Michigan that you love so much is still there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he's super productive. I mean, I like production over a write-up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the guy has all these flaws, but how did he get 14 sacks if he gets swallowed up the line by bigger guys every time? Well, maybe the MAC doesn't have any bigger guys. I don't know. But God, what's going on with the Pistons? Halftime, they're trailing by 6, 7.
It's kind of a nasty game.
Well, did they beat Orlando? And what's the series? Because I know they
1-1.
lost in round 1.
It's 1-1. This is
Oh,
round. This
wow.
is round 1. It's 1-1. They're in Orlando for game 3.
It's they lost in the first game, and game 2 they won, and now they're game 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So apparently the Saints traded a player. They traded the Saints are trading for former Raiders first round edge Tyree Wilson. Interesting.
There you go. I just posted Nadam Tucker's profile, Dan, into the Slack, and he's. I mean, I'd be fine with the Lions going with him and with one of these picks coming up.
I mean, we're at the stage we're just drafting depth. You know, the only need spot looks to be defensive tackle, I would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is just bringing in competition and depth across the board.
Yep.
Chris going to eat?
I don't know where he went. He just stepped out for a minute.
I'm going to step away and grab a drink and my sandwich, and I am going to eat on camera probably, but I'll be back in 2 minutes because I think we're about 15 or 16 picks away, right?
We're at
About
149. We're at 149 here. I think they've already got.
Yep.
Okay, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Roger.
It's been a bunch of stuff going on while you're gone, Chris.
I mean, it's just been rolling in.
Are you being facetious?
He's joking.
Joking,
He's
yes.
just joking.
Got quite a viewer count. Thanks for everybody who's hanging around.
It's coming up on Lions pick time.
Talk about it, guys. Who we hoping? I heard Taffy, the safety. So safety is definitely one of those quote unquote positions of need, right? But you know me, I need a hog on the inside, man. I need a defensive tackle in that room. Need a body, especially with Reeder potentially going out. What do you think, Mike?
Benny's still there.
I mean, can we really go 3 Michigan picks in a row?
Why not?
I mean, go blue. No, we're not gonna.
There's still a few of them out there. I mean, Zane Durant's still out there. DeMonte Capehart, the Godfather Corleone, Nick Barrett, I think just went.
Godfather.
And I mean, Perkins Jr. is still out there as a linebacker. I think we probably don't need a linebacker anymore. The running backs are probably where you're going to get your best bang for your buck at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, Singleton, Johnson, Allen, they're all still out there.
It's crazy, this draft in the running back position, right? Mm-hmm. And I know the running back position has changed. Every team knows that they need a couple of good ones. It used to be you get your bell cow and ride them till the wheels fall off, right?
But the wheels falling off, they did.
Yes,
they did.
Yes. Approach. Yeah. Saquon is right here on our screen. Speaking of wheels falling off, but you need 2 good ones, and it just kind of, I don't know. It strikes me as a little bit odd that a player like Nick Singleton, who is rated as the 4th best running back, still available in the 5th round.
It's the new day of football.
The new NFL.
The new NFL is throwing the ball down the field. If you're not throwing the ball down the field, you're not winning games.
It's the new NFL until it becomes the old NFL and somebody else decides to run the ball. I don't know.
Well, you hit it spot on, Chris. The Lions could draft a running back and easily have them come in as the 3rd running back, because I'm still not sold on Baki.
I'm not sold on Baki either.
Baki has been injured more often than almost Oriza. How do you say it?
Onwuzurike.
Onwuzurike. Oh, Dan's back.
Yeah.
But
Dan's telling you how to
Rocky,
pronounce a name for once.
That's
better get it straight here, Brett.
That's there's a first for everything, and it probably won't be the last, right?
Reed, can you say Onwuzurike?
Onwuzurike?
You say it better than Mr. Brent did.
Yes.
How about that, man?
I feel I should be doing the Happy Gilmore cold cut combo from Jersey Mike's. Mixing and matching.
But the available running backs, I think that would not be a bad choice here, because Katron Allen, in terms of PFF, is the number 2 rated running back in PFF. So
Was he the 1,000-yarder or was he the other one?
Let me just call up the PFF grades.
Singleton, one of them had like 1,000, the other had like, I think 600.
Mm-hmm. So let me go back here, because I closed down that page, but just 1 second, I'll have it up. So if you're looking at halfbacks and you go into here and you click on draft year 2026, Katron Allen was the number 3 rated running back in this draft, and I can post these numbers in the group, but he has an offensive grade of 89.5. His run grade is 91.3, and his receiving grade is 51. And then you look at Singleton. Singleton is about the 25th running back in the draft or so, roughly. I think it's a little bit more than 25th, but he's a 77.6, but he's a much better receiver. He's 20 points higher receiving than Allen.
And that's what we'd be looking for, is that.
Yeah, the Saints
Guy's got
Raiders
third
pick. The
down back.
Saints got Tyree Wilson
Yeah,
from the Raiders in a 2026. You guys talked about this?
Mhm.
Okay.
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
That's interesting.
He's a first-round pick.
Yeah,
How many years
but
ago?
he's
3 years ago?
completely underperformed. Like, he was one of those phenomenal athletic freakish
almost like-
athletes.
It's almost like his name is Cleveland Farrell, like every other first-round underperforming Raiders pick over the last 10 years.
Did you guys talk about the biblical name Joshua Josephs that went to the to the Commanders from the University of
That's
Tennessee?
a double tap.
We have failed as your Christian
Come on,
brethren
guys.
Yeah.
to bring up
Guys.
the...
You're lucky it's not Sunday. I'd really have to pray for you for that one. Right?
You should be praying for me every day.
So the Broncos traded out to the Browns, or did the Browns trade? I guess Browns trade up with the Broncos.
7 picks till we're up.
Did
Yeah,
they?
what happened to all these Browns picks that were here? I guess they.
Wait. The Browns traded 152 to the Browns. Oh, this is a pick that's coming up.
Yeah. The
Broncos
Browns are
are jumping in
149.
front of somebody.
The Browns jumped in front of them. The Browns are 149.
That's where their picks went. Okay.
So
'Cause they had a
they
bunch. They had
traded-
like 4 picks in the next, but they're all gone except for 2. So they traded 2 out.
Yeah.
They
selections
took
in.
6, took 9, traded out 12, and what was the other one?
I'm going to get you
Oh,
a unicycle. But
Seattle's 8. I was stepped away when they did that.
Justin Jefferson, linebacker, Alabama, just went to the Browns.
So we drafted him like years ago, and he sucked. Running back Justin Jefferson.
Oh, really? The
Remember?
Lions drafted somebody named Justin Jefferson?
no, it was his name was from you talking about the Oregon State
Oregon
kid?
State is Jamar.
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 I think it was German.
Close enough.
Oh,
Justin Jefferson.
playing.
Justin Jefferson's the wide receiver for the
Vikings.
Minnesota. Yeah.
Back from Oregon State.
We'll just call him JJ.
So let me see. Raiders are on the clock. That's 1, 2, 3,
Jermer
4, 5,
Jefferson.
6, 7.
Jermar.
Jamar.
Jermer.
Jermer. J-E-R.
Jermer.
8 picks.
You know, when you give somebody a cold, you're a germer.
You're a German.
Yes. Raiders pick is
You're a
in.
German.
These are the kind of jokes you get in the 5th round, folks. Some of these are
we
only
are
for us.
They get
Dads.
better later.
And you get singing from Brent, so.
I'm
Dad
a
jokes
German
and singing.
babies.
That's only Brent after dark.
And you can watch me
Friend after
eat on
dark.
camera.
Just turn your camera off. You don't have to eat on camera.
Dude, we're going to get more viewers if I'm eating and chewing on camera.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's.
You have to add the ASMR with it, you know, to get the audio going, to get the full effect.
I can move the mic really close to get the chewing effect and slow it down to half speed.
Safety from Arizona, Dalton Johnson, went to the Raiders.
5'10", little man, like me, little man.
Brian.
So I got to tell you guys a good
6'1".
story. Speaking of little men, so Reed's been working on his basketball game part time because he's a full time baseball player, and we usually play on Saturdays and 4 or 5 hours maybe sometimes, and he just wears me out.
You don't play basketball for 4 or 5 hours. You don't. He might.
Do we not play?
I bet you run circles around.
We usually play 1v1 or 21 for. We have to start out slow because Mr. Brent's old, but he has gotten so good. And I told him, I said, it's not going to be long before you're going to be able to beat me all the time, because his game has been developing so much, and his shot. We can go out there after the podcast, and I bet you can't beat him. He's a deadly shooter, and he's learning to use both the right and the left hand. And because really I can post him up still, but he's gonna be able to shut that down here shortly with his athleticism. So I said, I'm just don't get frustrated, because you'll be able to beat me every time soon, right? So I'm really proud of how his game's come along.
Good stuff.
He made 100% of his free throws. We shoot free throws. He was 10 for 10 the last time we played, and his
Fundamentals.
Left hand, right hand, right. Really proud of him. He's
Way to go, Reed.
Yeah.
Good job, Reed.
He's going to be a very good high school baseball and basketball player.
Good.
Well, guys, I hate to break it to you, but one of the members of the all-name team of this year's draft, Zaquie Wheatley, the safety out of Penn State,
That was my guy.
has gone to the Carolina Panthers. So pour one out for Zaquie. He's dead to us.
212 career tackles, 6 interceptions, 4 pass breakups, 3
because
fumbles.
he's gone in our conference. And I don't. Do we play the Panthers this season? Right? Let me pull this up. I think they're one of our opponents, right?
No, I think the Lions are probably just holding tight this time because they want to take
The
it.
Packers traded up here.
We go and play. We play
there.
Carolina this year. We're gonna have to go to Charlotte.
In Charlotte.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll have to go to
Holy
Charlotte
smokes.
and catch a game, guys.
I think we got to go to Miami too to meet up with Brock. Hopefully,
So
Jacob
Packers
Rodriguez?
pick is in, guys.
Yeah.
49ers are on the clock. That
My
means
man.
we're only 3 picks away.
Nice. Yeah, it's
Justin
moving now.
Jo-
Justin Jolie, the tight end for NC State, just went to the Broncos. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. The Packers are in. So we got 4 picks, and the Detroit Lions are going to have a new member to the squad, guys. Let's start talking about what we'd like to see. That worked out before. We have a short amount of time. Mike Terry, maybe just position-wise, offense, defense. What are your thoughts here on where the Lions might be going?
Defensive tackle.
D tackle. All right. We look at available defensive tackles, guys we've talked to. I mean, Rashawn Benny's still out there.
Yep.
So Benny is your pick.
I think so. Zane Durant's still there.
It's just the only thing that's holding me back is like, why
Michigan.
do we pick 3 Michigan guys in a row, and why am I upset about that? Like,
I
if
have
were-
the answer to why they're doing that.
they're in the same state. So
No.
Yeah.
I was going to mention this earlier. I totally forgot. You know, everybody's been lauding Patricia for bringing a NFL defense to Ohio State. That's what Michigan has had.
Mm-hmm.
So these defensive guys that played for Minter and anybody else, you know, over the last 3 years since they won the Natty, those are all defensive NFL concepts. These guys are coming in at a much higher level, like intelligence-wise, than a lot of teams out there, because those guys are running defenses to counteract this junk, you know, college offenses and stuff. And these guys are getting taught much more, kind of like a quarterback that plays in a pro system versus a spread option, right?
Yep.
So I think that's why we're seeing so many of these defenders go, because that defense that Minter plays is something the Lions like.
Yeah, but Minter hasn't been there for 2 years.
No,
Right.
but it's
No,
the same.
but
It's the same
development.
defense, though, right?
Yeah, and they had what's his name? The guy that taught all these.
Yeah.
What's the
And
old
they all
guy's
came from the
name?
Ravens.
Oh, jeez,
I can't remember his name
I see
now.
him.
what's up, Dookie Pickles? Welcome to the show. We're talking about
Yeah,
it.
jeez, he was the architect of this defense under.
Who? Dookie Pickles?
Yes.
Hey, Dookie Pickles. No, that's not it. It was.
All right.
Speaking of the
Let me go
all-name
look up
team, the all-chat
what
name team.
Michigan coaches got show clauses. See if he shows up.
Dan Google's instead of who was
Steve
the
Clinksdale and Jesse Minter.
no the last year.
Don Martindale.
Thank you,
Wink
Martindale.
Wink.
Wink
Wink
Martindale.
Martindale.
He was he
Well
was
done,
the
Wink Martindale.
he was the grandfather of this coaching tree.
Yes,
So-
he was.
So all these players actually got to serve under him.
So it
Guys,
was
we're
actually
thinking-
McDonald before Minter.
That's right, and he's the Super Bowl
Yes.
champion.
Okay, girls, you're
Seahawks
both
coach.
pretty. We're not going to argue about this. What
We're not- I
we
don't
are
think we're
going to do
arguing.
is we're going to go to Brent, and Brent's going to tell us who our next pick is going to be.
Oh, I'm going to go with the same guy I went with last pick.
Rashawn Benny was your pick last
Yes, he
time,
was.
and now he's still available. How about that?
That's what happens, right?
I guess.
That's what happens.
Like
That's
when you
the
make
kiss
a
of
bad
death.
first pick, that's what happens.
Rashawn Benny.
But you picked Jacob Rodriguez. He left, and then your guy a minute ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
Are we
would've-
overthinking the need
we
for
would have
defensive
two
tackle?
offensive
Is there
tackles
another
at this
position?
point
Are we
if
going
it
to
was
go
up to
Nick
me.
Singleton
Not
and get our running back here? Or
Um,
developmental quarterback? Maybe too early for that. Pick wise, guys. Let me go. Let me pull up
I
the
don't
pick
know, man.
graphic here.
I just don't know, man.
We
This
do have
is
another one in this
there-
round.
defensive tackle is a need, but is it a force at this point? You know what I mean?
Coming
I don't
close
know
to a
what they
force,
have these
Dan.
guys at, so it's hard to say.
Yep.
Dan, with the
I've
depth-
seen a
with the
run on
depth.
centers go off the board right now.
We got three
Um,
centers.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, it's a run of interior linemen that just went on in the last like 4 or 5 picks. I mean, I'm looking at the list. Abney's there. I don't think they talked to Abney. They
Jaden
did
Duggar
not.
from Louisiana, the linebacker, went to the Niners.
Yeah.
Bucks pick is in.
Well, here we go, guys.
Colts
Just a
Hey,
matter of
clock.
minutes.
There. I mean, just a few names to throw out that we've talked about. Harold Perkins Jr., linebacker, LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Kilgore.
We're not going to go linebacker again, though. Like, do you think?
Again, Holmes' history is positions of need. He drafts multiple players at the same position.
Defensive tackle is a
So-
huge need, though.
Oh yeah.
All right,
No,
I'm gonna
yeah.
throw a
I picked
curveball at you
Benny, right?
guys for my pick.
All right, hit us,
Throw a
Dan.
curveball. Joe Royer, tight end from Cincinnati,
Okay.
because they met with him at the formal at the combine.
He's a good.
Capehart just went defensive tackle, by the way. So
Okay. Well,
Bucks,
there
you
goes
just said.
that. Yeah.
So Joe Royer, just quickly to Dan's point, Royer's a good short to intermediate pass catcher who shows sure hands. After the catch, he gets vertical and has enough speed to pick up chunk yardage, but is not a player who will take it the distance. As a blocker, Royer must rely on proper alignment and sound technique to leverage defenders because he cannot solely rely on size, strength, and physicality. He gets knocked back at the point of attack. 6'5", 247. I mean, it's intriguing, right?
Yeah.
Colts pick is
Yep.
in. Lions are on the clock.
Lions are on the clock. And then when Dan mentioned guard, I was looking at Billy Schroth from Notre Dame, 6'5", 310 guard from Notre Dame. That's in the top 10, 12 available players here. He does a good job of using the momentum of defenders to wash them past it out of the play, which on running plays that's key. Good hand heaviness, but average strength. But you can. I mean, if you
6'5",
got
310.
310. You can
Yep.
build strength, right? Get him in the weight room and. Okay, Reed, who's your pick, buddy? So did you get him on the air there? He's gonna.
What was the pick? Deontay Lawson is the pick from Reed.
Conviction. Up Gums went to the Colts. George Gums Jr.
okay,
He's a guy
There you
that
Here we
talked
go.
about.
It's Lions
Pick is
time.
in.
Lions pick is in. Boy, that was quick.
Lions pick is already
Not
in.
on the phone or nothing.
Well, and we've talked about quarterback, right?
Yeah.
They met with the Arkansas quarterback Taylor Green, and you got another pick here in 14, 15 picks.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, we do have another one in this round. We've got
Lions pick is in.
Are they going to say who it is?
Carson Beck is fourth Miami. Oh, no, that's not it.
we're not getting
We
the
don't have
pick
any like
yet.
special announcement going on with our pick, do we?
Nah.
No.
They're holding it.
They're just well, I thought they were going to make the announcement here, but there's no announcement yet for the Lions pick. We're just so used to just getting the Dan Keener leaks that we're
I got
here
the
it is.
name.
Picks coming in.
Keith
got it.
Abney.
Keith
Abney the second. Cornerback from
Abney,
Arizona State.
cornerback from Arizona State. Okay,
There you
listen,
go.
position of need. We've been talking a lot about tight end, talking a lot about defensive tackle, quarterback, running back, but no, we hadn't talked about cornerback in a minute. Keith Abney the second, 5'10", 187 out of Arizona State, which is not in. That's the physical thing is why we're sitting here in the fifth round. Length, but plenty of muscle on his frame. I want to see if he was somebody here that they talked to.
He was projected third rounder, so
Yeah, he's the 10th overall cornerback in the draft.
Yeah.
didn't work out at the combine.
Yeah, he wasn't one that the Lions talked to that are
Nope.
known. Doesn't mean they didn't, but
Right.
Well, that sure does tell us a lot about what they think about Rakestraw and that depth, right? Culling the depth. Do you believe? And I think Rakestraw has every opportunity to come in and make the team, but if he doesn't perform, it's clear they're not going to wait.
Well,
I don't know if that's an indictment on Rakestraw so much as it's Brad Holmes, right? He takes the best player available, and if you just said he was a projected second to third round pick and the 10th best cornerback in this draft, and we're sitting in the middle of the fifth round,
Mm-hmm.
that seems more likely as to why he was taken than they're not happy with the current guys. You know what I mean?
Well, but I mean, when you got a guy that's injured, back-to-back seasons, you got to start to say, what are the alternatives? You have to.
Yeah. You're hedging your bets. You're covering. You're right. You're covering.
And
You're covering just in
that
case.
that was all I was saying, and what you said is spot on too. Culling the depth of the roster, looking for better players. That's the way to do it. And look, this guy's defensive grade. He is 86.3 overall. Cornerback, 6 foot, 190. And I'll post this into our channel so you can.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you some people some perspective here on the draft, fifth round draft choice to the Detroit Lions, Keith Abney the second out of Arizona State, cornerback. ESPN had him ranked at 10th overall cornerback and 75th overall ranked player, and we got him at 157. Now, listen, these rankings are going to vary. PFF's ranking is going to be consensus is probably something mitigated there as well. But it certainly doesn't look like what we're used to seeing, guys. Sometimes in the fifth round, you're going to see Holmes make picks, and you're like, who is this guy, right? He came from Canada or he came from, wherever. This feels like position of need. Cornerback was absolutely one of them that we talked about. But I think, again, defensive tackle is glaring need, I'm thinking at this point. And what's going on with Rayshon Benny? Did they just go, listen, we can't pick 3 Michigan players in a row. We just can't do that.
Well, I think value here, right?
Yeah, I think value. Yeah.
Value is, and to Dan's point, top-rated player that was projected to go through 2 rounds earlier. I think Benny still is an option.
Taffy's gone.
Yeah, so there goes
Yeah,
Taffy.
He's
to
a tough
Dolphins.
Texas boy, right? But I think what he is Jackson that we got, Dan Jackson that we got last year. I think Taffy is that same mold of a player. So the kid Dan Jackson from Georgia, if I remember right, he is very similar in stature and how they described him compared to Taffy, a walk-on type kid, physical, big hitter.
To get back to Abney, reading some things, he played against Jordan Tyson every day in practice.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
There's a plus. He's not the fastest, but they say he may eventually become a good starter. So according to NFL.com. Hopefully he won't have to start this year
Mm-hmm.
and can come in and do some, rotational play and get his legs under his feet, because everybody knows cornerback is one of the hardest positions to play in football. So
He had 12 passes defense last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a really big number.
he had 13 pass interference calls too last year. So
Handsy.
yeah.
Oh, he'll fit right in with Terry.
I kind of guy.
Yeah. But we threw Terrion into the fire, and I think he was
did.
coming on before he got hurt last year, and so hopefully this guy won't have to get thrown into the fire as quickly as Terrion Arnold did, and we'll be able to get the lay of the land a lot better.
So we've got his stats here up on there. And we're seeing the pick here on ESPN in front of us. So I'll try not to be too distracted, but you can see here on your screen just kind of where he's been lining up and where he's taken his snaps as well. This guy's playing. He's playing on the outside. This is an outside cornerback. This is not a slot corner. But one thing that jumps out at me: special teams. Yep. Punt return, kick return, field goal, extra point. He's the guy they're using to try to block the kicks. So 6 foot 190, great size for a cornerback. Sure, there are some shortcomings we're seeing. Don't love the fact that some of those are related to how he plays the run. Grades are not outstanding, but there's a reason why he's here in the 5th round. And I'd like to know more about the man that is Keith Abney, right? Because this is what we're seeing with these players. He's probably a good guy, is my guess. Oh, Max Bredesen went to the Vikings.
Oh, great!
Jeez,
It's tough to hate Michigan players, right? But
well, it'd be easy for me to hate there, but he goes there. They're like, well, maybe Max will help JJ.
The Lions are up
Needs it.
again. The Lions are up again in about 12, 13 picks.
Yeah. If you're there in the chat, yes, you are. Dookie Pickles, let us know. Let us know what you think about the selection of Keith Abney. Listen, we need cornerbacks in that room.
Where's
Khalil Dorsey is not somebody that I feel fantastic about coming in to spell DJ Reed. We lost Amik Robertson, who's obviously played on the outside some, but is more of a slot than Abney is. So I feel like get another talented young player in that room, and let us know what you guys think about it in the chat.
Here's
for sure.
some
Yeah,
highlights on Abney. He's an honors college student,
nice.
so he's smart. He's played the last 2 years. He became, more of a standout 2025, but he played 2024 as well. Sorry. First team All Big 12, PFSN first team All American, 12 pass breakups, 2 interceptions. 2024, 52 tackles, 9 pass breakups, and 3 interceptions. So he gets around. He's a national champion speed rollerblader.
good thighs?
Oh, well, there it is. There it is. That finally
Sets
we
them
get to
apart.
that part on the scouting report that these are the things we care about. National
Yeah.
rollerblade. Hey, man, that's good exercise. You got to keep yourself in
Johnson just went.
The honors is
Chiefs-
the big thing, though, I think.
Chiefs selected that running back from Nebraska, Emmett Johnson, who running back
okay.
might be our next target, right? We've
I
no
liked that. I
defensive
liked
tackle
him.
yet, but
I liked him. Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
Oh, there's way more picks than 10 before we're up. 161 to 181. So, 20 picks.
20 picks.
Because there's so many comp picks. I forgot comp picks when we said last pick of the draft or last pick of the round.
So Al Carson said that Abney was 61st on the consensus big board, and we got him at 157.
Yeah, I mean,
Similar mold. Sorry.
go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Said similar. This is what it says. Abney fits a similar mold to D'Angelo Pons as he overcomes undersized measurements and with disruptive instincts, competitiveness, and ball production. Consistently plays bigger than his frame suggests by attacking the football and trusting his reads. What's his speed? Is he a slot guy?
No, he's
no,
outside.
he's outside.
He's
an outside
5'10".
guy? Okay.
Well, he's 5'10".
Yeah.
It's showing 6 feet
Although
here,
PFS
and then
says
this
6
has got
foot.
the snap counts here. 725 at wide cornerback.
Well, but how does that parlay into playing on the outside in the NFL. If he's 5'10", I mean,
So-
this literally what I just posted says 5'10". That PFF says 6 foot, so I don't know what the truth is.
Somewhere in between.
I mean, so
The
they call
Lions
him
PR firm just put out his stats: 98 tackles, 21 passes defense, 6 INTs, 2 forced fumbles, and a sack in his career.
Yep.
And then you guys, as you mentioned, first team All Big 12. You see, produced 86.3 overall grade. Coverage grade was 85.3, which is good. Allowed 0 touchdowns on 72 targets in 2025. 44% completion rate and 46.1. Those are some really good numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh
That
says he'd
Big
rather.
12's passing, right?
Josh says I'd rather take a guy like Abney than a guy like Duggar, linebacker for the Niners, 365th overall per ESPN. ESPN says the Lions got a steal, 62nd ranked player overall. And Simon, of course, Simon's going to chime in with lots of numbers. Lowest passer rating allowed NFL draft cornerbacks: Chris Johnson, number 1; Mansour Delane, 2; Tradan Stukes, Arizona, 3; Kennedy from Oregon, 4; and Keith Abney. I'm sorry, I skipped Igbignason. I think that's how we say it. 5, and then so he was the 6th.
Igbinosun.
Thank you. He was the 6th ranked corner with the lowest passer rating allowed.
good deal.
For the draft eligible cornerbacks. Thanks for that, Simon. That's outstanding. Yeah, you got to feel good about it. I mean, I think they're looking at this whole defensive tackle going, we got to do something about it, but we can't overlook this. This is BPA. You guys want BPA? I don't know if there's a better B BPA than a player that you get 120 picks past his projection.
Yeah.
So I do like it.
Hey, the Lions are just clicking them off.
Yep.
Clicking them off, right? Getting great value where they're picking. I mean, when I said B+, it was because we weren't picking in the top 10. We weren't picking, we didn't have multiple first and second round picks. But when you can have them do better in the 4th through 7th round with picks like this, we might have competition at some point to be able to say this might be one of the best drafts. Looking at the drafts of the Lions' history was depressing. When we started looking back, who's the best second rounder, who's the best 4th rounder, we may want to do this with this year's draft in these 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds. But the truth of the matter is that Lions have never drafted well in the late rounds. And what Holmes said he did in his press conference was, we examined everything about what we're doing. And Dan, you do this every year. The analysis that you were doing on who visited, is this not the most in-depth visit schedule that you've seen in terms of the number of players?
Oh my gosh, yes.
By far, right? I mean, there's...
Yeah. The information was available this year through several sources that I used to put this thing together, but this is by far and away the most info I've been able to cobble together. Usually it's like you hear the handful of top 30s, the pro day guys will be listed, but like I didn't get any help at all. I shouldn't say any. I hardly got any assistance from posting from the local guys. So there was somebody that worked. There's a guy out there who, how Hayes Fawcett is very big into the college recruiting pace, and he announces a lot of them. There's a guy that's been doing that. He was seeking out these players, saying, "Hey, if you talk to somebody at one of these events, or let me know." And they did. They obliged, and so I was able to get a ton of data this year. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's as much, more data as it is. I think the Lions made a much more concerted effort to visit players in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round range than what they may have done in the past. I don't have any evidence to that point other than the fact that you have more data, Dan, than what you've had in the past. I just think that Holmes is the kind of guy to say, I'm going to do a better job of evaluating talent in those rounds. They may not have even heard in the past years of a guy like Abney. is my damnation of it.
Lions have the last pick of this round.
41.
181.
41st overall. Yeah, 181, 41st pick in the round. Oh, man. So we're all in agreement that he's a great value add and a nice pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Nobody's upset we didn't go with a overdrafted defensive tackle, especially if we get
Benny later.
Upset is not.
Benny.
Upset is not. I don't feel great about our defensive tackle room. I still and I feel a little bit worse now that we don't have a player there. But you can't argue with the value that you get at a position of need, and so yeah. I mean, listen, Brad Holmes gets paid a little bit more money than I do. And the stakes are a little bit higher for him than the stakes there are today at the Southern Command Center in Phenix City, Alabama. So
Phoenix City.
Who am I?
Hey, next year let's do this in Detroit. Let's do this in Motown.
Hey, you pay for
Let's
my
go
trip.
find a
I'll go
Bennigan's
anywhere.
and do it there.
Done. Bennigan's.
What's a Bennigan's?
You guys,
They're pretty
you guys
much
know
done.
what a Bennigan is?
I know it.
They're
Pretty much
like-
done in
they're like a
Michigan.
1980s
Chili's
restaurant
or-
chain.
Yeah, they're like a Chili's.
Chili's, but they
Why
were.
If I would have said Damon's, would you have understood that?
They're gone.
No.
They're out
gone.
of business too.
All these out of business restaurants, like Kenny's.
Yeah, that's why you got to break in.
Gotta get that. Gotta get those double chicken breasts.
Yeah.
Kenny
Roasted-
Rogers
roasted
Roasters.
chickens.
We want the corner booth for the entire weekend, my friend.
I'm not that big of an eater, but
Okay.
look,
Yeah.
Chris is like
The camera says otherwise, my
right,
friend. No, I'm
right.
kidding. We're all.
Camera adds 10, 12 inches.
The camera.
Does not.
I got a couple extra necks and chins going from the camera. That's not there in real
It
life.
may
Here's
have- it
Abney's
may have
vote
something
for
to
being a
do-
Detroit Lion. Here's what Keith
Number
Abney
one.
thinks about.
That's the German
thumbs
one.
up.
When you
Thumbs
order
up.
a beer in Germany, if you do this, they give you 2 beers because they count the thumb. So
Folks, there's your latest Detroit Lion, Keith Abney II, cornerback, Arizona State. Outstanding value, folks, for getting a player who was ranked 62nd overall. We got him 157. Am I right? I don't know. The numbers may be off a little bit.
157. Yeah.
Charles.
Everybody loves it.
Charles Demings, cornerback, just went to the Vikings. I hope you were targeting Abney and we got him in front of you, Minnesota.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody does love it. They're the very, very positive. Folks, as much as everybody was crashing out, I'm going to say it again. I've been saying it now for 3 days. Everybody was crashing out on that first round pick, right? We have a starting right tackle, an absolute bag of dirt who is going to finish on people and be an outstanding right tackle in this league, fulfilled a need. Everybody crashed out after night one and thought, oh, here we go. Let's, the same old tropes about Holmes and all that
same old
stuff.
Holmes, just winning,
Right.
baby, just winning.
And here we go. Here we go. We come into the second round. We fill a need that we have at edge. We fill a need at linebacker. We fill a need with an outstanding value pick in the 5th round with Keith Abney, who makes that cornerback room better. You got to feel good, guys, about what Holmes is cooking. Am I right? I mean, tell me if he's doing
I
something
said
wrong.
B plus, man.
If you, listen, I was going to say you guys didn't ask me for what I thought my grade was. By the way,
Well, I'm sorry. What was?
right? You guys,
Yeah,
did,
you were asking the question. So
I was asking the
You should have
question.
said to
I was
yourself,
asking the question.
what
but
was-
So what
it's
is
my
your
job.
grade?
It's my job to ask myself. So, Chris, what do you think?
how about this?
No, here
Well,
we
I
go. Here we
think-
go. Hang on. Reed, ask me what the grade on the Lions draft is so far.
What is the grade on the Lions draft so far?
Reed, thank you so much for asking
my
that question.
gosh.
Thank you so much, man.
Such
You
a
are-
brown nose for Reed.
You know what? Reed, you would be oh God, you'd be such an amazing podcast host. So you guys, Mike, Brent, Dan, you guys better watch your back because Reed's coming for your job.
Reed's coming for our job.
Guys,
For our
I would
job, or is
say-
he coming for your job? 'Cause I think he
I
just
was
took
gonna
your
say,
job to
he's
ask that
gonna,
question.
he's back here, he's over my shoulder watching how I'm pushing all the
He's
buttons.
learning.
Here.
Yeah.
But guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I was going to go B-, C+. I'm going to be honest with you. But this pick has made me look. I'm coming your way a little bit. I don't know if I'm in the B plus territory, but I'm still in the B. Obviously a lot of stuff to play out, right?
Yes, a lot.
And
Three,
that was
3 years,
kinda,
right? We'll have a better
3
grade.
years would be a great way to, we should be looking back 3 years and saying, how was the draft in 2022, how 2023, maybe, like how we could see how it's looking, but now we can grade that. But right now I'm saying B. But I still don't feel great about defensive tackle, guys. Sorry, but
every NFL team has
that's right.
holes.
Well, of course.
And,
some more than others.
And there's we roster wise, I'm still of the opinion we have one of the best rosters in the NFL.
I don't disagree with that.
So we're building depth.
Right.
We are we're doing everything that Lions fans would hope that the Lions would do. And look, for the people that are going to complain about this, what do you think the response should be to that? You're looking at things unrealistically.
Yeah.
You're being unrealistic in your expectations. And I put Brad Holmes, even with the issues of 4th to 7th round, other than Amon-Ra St. Brown and
Right.
maybe another one or two. I put that as, what have you learned and what are you doing in response to how poorly you've drafted in those rounds? And the indications are that Brad Holmes is learning on the fly here. And I'm ecstatic with finding a guy like that. We did anybody bring him up?
I did once or twice as a best available.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
I didn't. Maybe I had stepped out when you guys talked about him. But finding that kind of talent at this point in the draft is something that we've never experienced before as Lions fans.
So I guess look at the roster now. What does this do for the cornerback room? Is it just add a body, or is someone going to be taken out?
Yeah, I'm going to pull up.
Let's be honest.
Pull up the roster here real quick.
He's a 5th round pick, right?
Yeah,
so he is a body for now. And as an outside corner, he'll be fighting Dorsey and Whiteside for that last, or that 4th outside cornerback spot. I think McCreary and Rakestraw are going to be the nickels. And again, this is assuming everybody's healthy. Rock Yassin, Arnold, and Reed are in. So it's competition, and it's going to be the iron sharpens iron thing, right?
I think Dorsey's going to be in from a special teams perspective for sure. So he's going to be in that spot. But backing up DJ Reed, I'd rather see a guy that's. I mean, Dorsey's a good player, but is he as a cornerback? I don't feel as confident him playing outside. Khalil Dorsey, especially from starting, but Keith Abney, I think, brings in a guy with, it made the room better. To Dan's point, I think.
Well, let me ask you this question, Dan, because you're the one that said he's a body. What if we had picked Keith Abney where he was projected to be picked in the 3rd or 4th round? You're expecting him to come in and compete for a starting position. I would argue.
Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
It's the same scenario. It's just round 5 versus round 3. He's still a rookie body coming in to compete against Dorsey and Whiteside.
Yeah, but a 3rd round
Yassin,
pick.
right?
You expect them to come in and compete.
Yeah, you'd think a 3rd round pick is.
But he wasn't a 3rd round pick for a reason.
Well, the question was asked if he would have been picked in the 3rd round.
He was projected to go high.
Yeah, you would think he would be able to beat out Dorsey, at least.
You would think, but
Whiteside.
Again, we just have to deal with what we're dealing with, and
right.
It'd be interesting to figure out why he fell, because we don't know, and if it's the size, Pons didn't fall this far, so maybe it's just an exposure thing.
Scott did.
Pons was a national championship, right?
Keandre Scott fell, around maybe 30, 45 picks beyond what he was anticipated, and you would think,
but
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, here's the thing: does it really matter where you're picked?
No,
if you're that good,
that was why
you just come in. All you need is a foot in the door, and then it's up to the kid.
Yeah,
the draft position is meaningless. I mean,
That's
some guys get preferential treatment, but honestly, once you're in the door, then it's your time to shine and show why you're supposed to be there and go take somebody's job. If he's got that dog in him, like they say, then he will take a job, which is great. It doesn't matter whether he was a 2nd, a 3rd, a 5th. or wherever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're telling the kid too, right? It doesn't matter
Come
where
in and
you're
compete.
drafting. Come in, compete. This is, come on, man. That's your MO, man.
Yeah,
You come
that's-
in and compete, man.
There he
That's
is
who you
doing
are,
roller skating.
Oh, they're showing him competitive rollerblading on the NFL
Look at that
Network.
Look at him go.
He looks like an
man.
Olympian.
Dude is killing it. Those are some spindly legs.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when that was. It says he was as a kid when he was 13. Okay. That's a tall 13-year-old already.
Playing
You want to run
cornerback.
through the
Let
picks
me
since we picked?
I will, but let me touch here. We have somebody in the chat, El Bente. Thanks for joining us. El Bente was one of the few. You're a unicorn. There was crashing out all over the place from Lions fandom. El Bente just said, I didn't crash out. I was over the moon with Miller.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you should be. We've got a starting bag. I'm going to call him a starting bag of dirt, and I mean that in the best possible way. A starting bag of dirt on the right side, who is going to get under the tutelage of his favorite offensive lineman, Penei Sewell. And just need him not be so upright. But that's coachable. All right, let's get up to speed with the draft picks. Oh, Nick Singleton went to the Titans at Penn State. That for them. That's an outstanding pick. All right.
Well, since
So Abney went to us at 157. Michael Taffy from, I guess that's how you pronounce his name, the safety from Texas, went to the Dolphins at 158. Max Bredesen, the fullback / tight end H-back from the University of Michigan, went 159 to the Vikings. Billy Schroth, the Notre Dame guard, went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 160. Emmett Johnson, as mentioned by Dan, the Nebraska running back, went to the Chiefs at 161. I think that's a really good pick for them. At 162, the Ravens, Chandler Rivers, the Duke cornerback, went at 163. The Vikings back on the board, picked the cornerback Charles Demings out of Stephen F. Austin. At 164, the Jags picked Houston tight end Tanner Kaziol. I'm going to say that wrong. Here's the pick. I think outstanding value for the Tennessee Titans at 165. Nicholas Singleton, running back out of Penn State. And then at 166, wow, this is a player we talked about. Going to the Bears, linebacker, Arizona State, Keyshawn Elliott.
we're up in one.
Yep.
We took the Arizona State kid that we thought was better.
They made a trade.
Lions traded.
We
up.
did.
Yeah. We're
Lions
at 168 now.
Rashawn
Traded
Benny.
with Buffalo.
Rashawn Benny.
Okay.
Oh, there's Buffalo trading down again. Hope we didn't give up
I was
next
about
year.
to go get something to drink.
Lions coming up. Pick
Yeah.
168.
Let's not say Benny this time.
Yeah, I don't pick Benny this time. Maybe will you grab a Diet Pepsi?
No,
You-
I'm good.
You
I'm
don't.
good. Are you sure?
You don't
Yeah,
pick
yeah,
him.
yeah.
You don't pick
No,
Benny
no,
this
no.
time.
It's a joke.
So, saying it so we
Saying
will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you kind of said
never
it.
mind. You said never mind. I was going to ask you to grab a Diet Pepsi out of the refrigerator right there in the closet, but he's.
Dan, how you feeling here with the Lions pick at 168? They obviously are going up to get somebody here. I'm not sure what they gave up to get here.
I don't see it either.
Yeah.
Look at.
I'm
it
looking.
said it.
It's
Where did it
not,
say?
yeah,
It says it on what Chris is
No,
showing.
the details of the trade. Nobody. The trade. The Lions posted that they moved up, but they didn't say what they gave up.
Yeah, we moved up, Simon.
This is
We're waiting.
one of our
It'll be shortly
sixth.
here. We should know in the next couple minutes here who the
They're on
Lions
the
are
clock
getting.
right
They're
now.
on the clock. 168. So here it comes.
The Bills pick is not in yet either. So
Yeah, Bill's pick is in.
I mean, it's in, but it's not posted.
Right.
So
So, guys,
This is
All
why
right.
you don't
Josh-
go
here
to
it is.
sleep.
I got it. Bills acquired 181 and 213 for 168.
Okay.
Okay.
So they lost their 7th round. pick.
Yep.
Oh,
our
no.
seventh,
swapped
our
up.
7th round pick is 222 now. It updated, so we just
That
swapped.
was the last
Swap.
6th, back of the 6th.
Oh, was it?
Bills have
30?
acquired picks 181.
222 is our 7th.
Yeah, that's still listing. We're
Yeah,
missing.
6th overall in round 7 is 222. So that had to be the.
We're missing
6th.
our 6th. Yeah, we gave up our first 6th because it's just listing 168, 205, and 222 now.
Guys, this has got to be Benny. I'm sorry. I mean, it's defensive tackle.
Could be a quarterback.
Could be.
Could
Yeah.
be a safety or cornerback or Benny. Yeah. Any
Maybe
of
the other
three.
Penn State running back, Katron Allen.
Yeah, well, he would be a fine addition.
Did we talk about Kilgore, the safety?
Yeah, we've talked
And-
about him.
Yeah, Josh is and he's ranked 71 by ESPN.
Yeah.
And when he's wondering what the problem was, I thought we determined that earlier.
Is he one of the ones that had rest issues?
I
There's
think
a handful of those
might-
guys we looked
I
up.
don't remember us talking about Kilgore that way.
Maybe it wasn't Kilgore now. It was
Uh,
a defensive tackle for sure.
he is. Let's see.
Yeah, he just went to Buffalo. So
Kilgore.
Yep.
Kilgore did?
yeah.
Okay.
So now our picks in, and we're
Kilgore
just waiting.
went Josh. Good call though.
Didn't Josh make a call last night?
He did.
Stop doing that, Josh. We're gonna start putting a Kuiper wig on you, man.
Grant Nussmeier, quarterback, LSU, is the number one quarterback right now on the board. Rayshon
The
Benny.
pick is in, but not posted yet.
Eamon Worry Light. All right, let's go, Lions. Give us a player we can use. Give us a Pro Bowl. Here, I'm going to put this up there. This will give us good luck. Watch bumping that, buddy. Thank you. It makes noise in the mic.
I got the pick.
All right.
Kendrick Law, wide receiver, Kentucky.
Wow. Wide receiver. That was not.
He's got to be a return guy.
5'11" and 3/8", 203.
He's got to be a return guy.
Alabama transfer. Strong hands, big contested grabs, breaks tackles on a regular basis. Jesus, he just sounds like Amon-Ra St. Brown.
53 catches, 543 yards, 10.2 average, 3 touchdowns last season.
Wow.
So this is the first time this draft I'm not
Yeah.
overwhelmed.
Yeah, he's
Kinda
projected to go
Brad chose him for a
199.
reason, but I'm not overwhelmed with this pick. I don't know anything about this kid. I'll have to read up.
Let's see.
But I'm guessing he was. What was his name?
Kendrick Law.
Kendrick
Law.
Law. Yeah.
He's a 5th or 4th round pick on the big board for NFL.com.
Okay. So again, it's a value pick. I mean, there's a need, right? I mean, do you really want? We brought Dortch in, and he to replace Raymond, and Dortch is not as explosive. I would hope this kid's got to have like 4.3 speed or something, right?
I'm watching his highlights. He just did a jet sweep. Pretty good wheels.
Kendrick
Let's see.
Law. Where's he from?
Kentucky.
Kentucky. There he is.
4.45 on a 40.
4.45.
Yeah. He's very his blocking is his biggest
Highlights right
detriment.
here.
Breaking tackles.
He's after the catch. He's got his hands look a little shaky on those. throws.
Well, his spider web's a bit of a mess, but
Oh, he's fast. He fast.
limited
Four,
route
four,
tree in
four,
college.
four,
More
four,
targets came
five.
at or behind the line of scrimmage. Tight hips run off his brakes. Reduce separation. Lacks burst out of cuts. Doesn't accelerate. That's all coaching. Slow to track and adjust deep balls. And 4 career touchdowns across 46 games.
Kendrick Law, your next Detroit Lion.
Now, what was the receiver we drafted from Georgia last year?
Love it.
Love
it.
Meeks.
Love it.
Jack.
That's who this
Meeks
reminds
and
me
love
of.
it.
Love it. Yeah, this Meeks
He's
is a bigger, more
Thicker
physical.
though. This guy's thicker than Lovett. I mean, he's his frame.
You think?
Yeah.
He doesn't look very big.
Can he
This
return
kid
punts?
here looks to me like they're bringing in to either kick Kennedy or Dortch off the roster. That's what I see.
Can he return?
And maybe
punts?
Sailors, because nobody wants
Versus-
Sailors returning kicks again next year.
That is a fact. That he is the.
I'm
he
gonna
is
put
the
him
most,
in. I'm putting him in the slot. Let's see, where did they put him?
Let's see. Dominic Lovett. Was selected 244th overall. Played for Georgia and Missouri. Leading the Bulldogs in receptions, 59 catches, 6 touchdowns.
Can we get his snap counts at, whether it's slot versus outside? I mean, is he he
on
seems
PFF,
like a
yeah.
slot guy.
I'll look him up in one sec.
Well, he took a lot of passes behind the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's a gadget kid and he's a kick returner. I mean, that's what it says and stuff I read. That's his primary talent is he's a special teams player, like gunner, return guy.
That makes sense.
with a 4.45. Yeah.
Boy, if you're Lovett, you're sweating with that pick, right?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be Kennedy and Dortch, man.
Yeah, I think so.
Lovett's a draft pick.
Like, preseason champion Tom Kennedy has got to be fearing for his job. Is that what you're telling me right now?
He'll be back.
Yeah, exactly. He always
can't
does.
get
He'll grow another
honestly,
head.
He never goes
honestly,
away. You see?
Kennedy, this was his last year as a restricted free agent. He is no longer allowed to be a restricted free agent. So I think he's done after this year.
Oh, man.
He'll go somewhere. He'll catch on.
So Law's
Oh, no. I mean, with us, right?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying he's that guy, right? You can.
Yeah, he's
need
like
a
those
fifth receiver.
New England receivers you guys were talking about earlier, where they just kept throwing lacrosse dudes in the slot, for like 10 years running.
Holmes has got to have a plan for DT. He's got to have a plan.
Well, maybe he's going to re-sign.
Ray
Guy told him that.
Ray Guy Eifler says Golden Tate 2.0. Yak. Yeah, I mean that we saw those highlights. We saw a lot of yakking, a whole lot of that, and Josh wants to know why.
So do we.
Yeah.
And apparently he's got one eye on the Pistons who are crap in the bag.
I am not under impressed here with the pick. I'm looking at I just posted his PFF in the Lions chat and looking at this kick return 63, punt coverage 43, slot 368.
These are pat snap.
These are snaps by
counts?
position.
Yeah,
Yep. Sorry, I should have said that. Thank you, Mike.
No, you're good.
368 slot, 126 wide, kick coverage 1, kick return 63, punt coverage 43, and punt return 16. So you picked him for his 4.45 speed, ability as a gunner in the punt game, punt return guy potentially. I mean, we all know we lost Leaf, so we've got to replace Leaf. Nobody really jumped out last year, and I was waiting to see if Meeks or Lovett or one of those guys would seize that punt return job, and we ended up.
Did they ever get a chance?
Well,
Meeks is not a returner.
You would
he's
think
not a. He's just more of a big body guy.
But I'm saying, why were they not able to seize the opportunity when Leaf went down? Leaf missed, 4 or 5 games at least, and why did they not seize that opportunity? Right. You may be right. They may not have even been given an opportunity.
Well, you know who seized it, Brent? It was Kennedy. Remember, he came in and all of a sudden gave us this massive spark towards the end of the year when he finally came in and started getting returns for both kick and punt. Because the problem with Raymond, I love Raymond. That dude spent way too much time going side to sideline trying to turn the corner instead of just getting upfield, which is where Dortch. He's not as fast or as explosive, but he's a north-south guy instead of an east-west guy. So it'll be interesting to see how that looks this year from with our return game. Because, I mean, these blockers are expecting him to be vertical, not going east-west, and they're running the special teams coach's scheme. And if he's running into the tackles, he's killing our return game.
Yeah, no,
we saw a lot of that last year.
I'm with you.
I don't love the pick, guys. I think I'm back to a B-. Well, do we have a running grade?
A floating scale.
Yes, I don't love it. Into Josh's pick here in the chat, we traded up to get him.
Yep. Yeah.
And
that tells you all you need to know.
What is
good
that?
or bad? That tells you that they had this kid pegged as a value. So this is Brad Holmes' unknown guy that he does every year, whether it's Manu.
So this is
Baki,
this year's Tesla. This is our Broderick Martin of 2026.
We didn't give up three thirds for him.
True.
Yeah, that's true. We gave up too much, but this is a move up for a guy that Was anybody else even looking at this guy?
I don't even think wide receiver was nowhere on anybody's card today.
Yeah,
Well, but how many other wide receivers above Kendrick Law at this point? I think is sort of like they were so worried that 3 teams were gonna jump up and grab him, and Josh was like, yes, again, Brad, why? Listen, I think. Here we were praising Brad Holmes to this point, and I'm sorry. I'm with Josh on this one. This is not it is not my favorite. It's got to play out. Sure, I mean, they're seeing something. Their scouts are seeing something, but whew, man, I don't love this. This is the first.
Just add more speed to the receiving room. Dominic Lovett 4.40 40 last year. Key 4.41 40 this year. We need a punt returner. We need special teams players. I mean, I don't hate it. I certainly don't think he's ever going to see the field as a receiver on offense unless he's 3 years into it like Leaf did, and suddenly he starts to seize more playing time because he can get down the field.
Why are we ignoring the defensive tackle position? That's the other thing. I mean, this
He's
seems
got a
like,
plan.
Yeah, I can only assume.
God, I hope so. It feels like a luxury or something.
Let's just assume that the defensive tackle position has been wiped clean of quality at this point in the draft, and he's going to go for a veteran to fill in the gap or somebody down the road. I mean, there's UDFAs coming too, guys. Like, it's not like, there are good players that get missed, especially kids from smaller schools that could come into that motor. But if Brad's not taking a defensive tackle after he has been hit, just knocking need after need after need off here. I mean, maybe he got antsy, right? He's like, I can't keep drafting needs. I gotta draft somebody, But I just feel like these defensive tackles that are left, Benny aside, there's something wrong with him that teams have found.
Yeah, that he's dropped like he has.
Health issue or something. And the Lions had him in, so if they've passed on him twice now in the range where he should have gone, and they haven't picked him knowing that it's a need, then there's something they didn't like in that top 30 visit with that checkup. So I'm just guessing the position is so picked over that we're not at the point like round 7 where we take a flyer on a guy.
Yeah.
There's something about Rayshon Benny because
gotta be.
The defensive tackle position's been picked over so much that. But special teams, man, I mean, that's what you're looking for here at this point in the draft. I don't think you're looking for starters unless you have a situation like Abney where they fell down so far.
All right.
Fourth.
We talked about this player. I think this is a good time to kind of go back and see where we're at and kind of recap everybody. Lorenzo Styles Jr. We didn't know this was Dan Keener's favorite Buckeye. But Lorenzo Styles Jr., the safety out of Ohio State, went to the Saints. Before and after the Kendrick Law pick to the Lions, Riley Nowakowski, the tight end out of Indiana, went to the Steelers. Joe Royer, Cincinnati tight end, went to the Browns. Oh, geez, this looks like it's candidate for the all names team. Karan Prunty, a cornerback out of, and maybe that's Prunty? I don't know. I'm going to be careful saying that name. 171, the cornerback from Wake Forest, went to the Patriots. And then, of course, Dan, your favorite player, Lorenzo Styles Jr. from Ohio State at safety, going to the Saints at 172.
I think there's a real love affair going on there with Dan and Styles Jr.
He's at the draft.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's walking in right now on NFL Network.
Nice.
I mean, it's not that far of a drive, obviously, but
Joe Dexter, welcome to the chat, my friend. This man is a huge Lions fan.
Those Sunny Styles. What's
up to you, Joe Dexter? Joe, we're not crashing out over our last pick at with Kendrick Law. The Chief Intelligence Officer of Lions Optimism poured a little blue Kool-Aid over my head. But I'm not so sure I love the pick of the wide receiver from Kentucky. But Joe, if you had to give the Lions a grade to this point, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I think the collective grade for everybody was about a B at this point. I've gone down to about a B- after the Kendrick Law pick, but loved up until that point what Holmes has done. But Joe, let us know what you think, man. Appreciate you joining the and then Josh says he's crashed out. He's crashing out. He's out. Paula says, "What about Xavier Harris from Ole Miss?" So yeah, this is interesting. This is the 6'8" defensive tackle, 6'8", 330, I believe. Xavier Harris from Ole Miss.
Is that the domestic
Yes.
abuse guy?
And a license plate not affixed properly.
Yes.
Well, DUI
yes,
with that license plate.
Don't
not
forget
affixed.
about the license plate.
That would have never happened.
They're going to get you with the license plate affixing. Man, they get you
or
every
the
time.
or the tail light out or the headlight out. right.
But yeah, this kind of doesn't fall within the no turds policy. Player.
I mean, there's a reason why he's dropping.
He made a mistake. Could have been just a lack of judgment.
He has obviously got some bigger issues than
Right.
even what that appears at the surface, because the guy's been passed by every team that normally drafts turds.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about no turd policy for us, but there's a lot of teams that pick turds, and he's gone by a bunch of them multiple times.
That's right.
So
That's
there
right.
may be even more to it than what's known. Anger management issues.
Dan, I'm not sure if you're watching the chat, but your camera is off. Just wanted to put that out there. I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
I know.
you saw that.
He's
Okay.
eating some
Shoving my
Kenny's
face.
chicken.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the point in the show where one
Kenny?
guy leaves and the other guy turns off his camera. So this is what you get sometimes, and later in the day.
He
But
just
that's
gets
cool.
stuck with you and I.
So Cobra Kai says they're fixing the team. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they were broken, but also I think there's a gaping hole at the defensive tackle position. So I think that's but I think at this point in the draft, you're not drafting a guy that's gonna
come in and
be a DJ Reader even. So I think they still have plenty of things to do. But for the most part, I think up until the Law pick, I was good. And I'm not going to freak out too much on it. I'm not going to freak out too much on it just because, he may be okay and it's early, right? I'm not going to crash out like Josh is crashing.
What? I mean, these things
know, you're
have
good,
these
Paula.
things in 3 or
Paul,
4
you're good.
years.
Yeah.
The 3 or 4 years we'll know better how this thing worked out. But the reality is that I like adding speed and special teams depth in the 6th and 7th rounds, and what they're doing is they're churning the bottom of the roster and adding speed and look, something that we didn't talk about. I heard Mike Terry say he was projected to be a 4th round pick. Yep. So we're sitting here saying that we needed to pick up some depth at receiver, return player, special teams player early on, and I think we got the guy that should have went a couple rounds earlier, and so it's good value. DK?
I just had a thought.
Yep. Fire
My
away.
camera's not on, but so I just realized something as you were talking, Brent, is that one of the needs for this team, and it's not anything to do with a specific position, it's about getting younger, faster, and cheaper. And it just popped in my head as you were talking through that and outlining why, adding the special teams and the speed is so important. I'm like, that's part of this process is we need to continue to not only evolve the roster from the standpoint of who's on it, but also from the cost standpoint, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a kid like this, who's going to be on a rookie deal, if he turns out, and I was just pulling his stats, his kick return average is is a career 22.9 kick return average, but he was 24.4 at Alabama. So he was at Alabama for 3 years, by the way, and then he transferred to Kentucky for a year. So this kid's not a slouch. He was recruited by Alabama under Nick Saban. So take that as you will. The kid has talent, otherwise he wouldn't have been there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's part of this overall process. Is we need to get better player, or we need to improve the bottom of the roster, but not only with younger players, but cheaper players. If he can beat out Dortch, who is on a veteran deal, I think this is going to be a cheaper deal than Dortch. I don't know
Dan,
if Dortch is on a veteran deal, but
you smashed it there, buddy. You absolutely smashed it, because remember when I was talking about trading down, I made that exact point, right? We need to get younger. We need to get cheaper. We need to get, we added the speed part here to it, but 100% agree with you. And being able to get gems like this, like Abney, like Law in the 5th round
Law is not a gem. I'm sorry.
He was projected to be a 4th round pick.
I'm sorry. I hate to be the dissenting opinion here, but
no, you can always
not
be the dissenting.
that's usually my job, dude.
He's not a gem. He's not a gem. He's a guy. He's a guy we hope can come in and play, return some kicks
Absolutely.
and catch some catch some bubble screens.
That's a gem to me.
Now, Chris, I will point this out though, just to call devil's advocate on you. You were just singing the praises of Mr. 5th rounder Miles Frazier about an hour ago, who is this exact same scenario here as this kid.
You're okay. So you're saying this is Miles Frazier as a wide receiver. That's what you're telling me.
No,
Miles
I'm
Frazier
telling you, it's
was
incredible value for a guy that was supposed to go in the 3rd. To get him in the 5th, even though we did give up a late 6th, essentially a 7th to do it.
Are you guys asking the question why he was here for us? Like why is
we
this
asked
player
that on
here?
I think we asked that on every player.
Okay.
Well, based on his height, he
have
probably
we talked about this?
slipped through the crowd.
Why was Blake there at 17? Why was Moore there at 50 when we traded up for him?
No, you're saying that this player was a third round projected player.
Projected 4th round.
Fourth rounder
on the
projected.
NFL big board.
Projected 4th round. He went in the 5th round. That's a gem. Like why did
he's a gem because number one, he fills a position of need. Our special teams,
we got bigger needs, guys, than wide receiver. We got way bigger needs. I'm sorry.
I don't think that's true at this point.
I think we got needs at defensive tackle. I think we got needs at safety, way more than wide receiver. I mean,
I don't think there's a value at safety here that would have exceeded what a kick returner.
Yeah. Okay.
What I mean, how many times did Vaki run into the back end of somebody? In the Hall of Fame game, somebody ran into the back end of I think it was Vaki, ran into the back end of the blocker and fumbled. The first play of the game, I think it was.
Okay,
I'm willing to say that
this player
returner.
I'm willing to say that this player is more Sione Vaki than Miles Frazier. I'm willing to say that because this guy's going to play special teams, right, and then come in on offense if and when needed.
Yeah,
right.
I think that the Lions are looking for value, looking for speed, looking to get cheaper, and frankly, there's free agent talent that we could sign at defensive tackle because we're not going to get the value. We need somebody that can come in second, string, third string, not developmental players to come in and play at defensive tackle. Mike, you have any comments?
Yeah, Mike, jump in, man.
Okay. So if you pull up the depth chart and look at it, Ontarike is a defensive tackle.
Never been able to stay healthy.
He's both. He flips back and forth.
So he can fall down in there. Derek Moore can shoot down there and so does Hutch at times. But the wide receiver pick has me shaking my head. And I understand. I agree with you, Brent. We need someone to return kicks. Who do we got? So we got Kennedy. He comes and goes, but he's always been reliable.
Lovett hasn't done
not
anything.
not as a punt returner or kick returner. I mean, he played a few downs last year, late in the year for us.
Lovett hasn't
He
showed
was our
anything.
best kick returner last year after he came in. I mean,
Meeks hasn't showed anything.
7 yards more than anybody else.
So the wide receiver room was pretty good, and that's mostly because of Amon-Ra, J-Mo, and
Right.
Tesla.
But even Dortch, who all of a sudden we're kicking him to the curb, and the reason why they brought him is that he's a Petsing guy, right? And so this is a keep. I mean, he's not being brought over. He's being brought over because he knows how to play in the offense. He can make plays in the offense. And like now we're going to get another guy who kind of does the same thing.
No,
someone's going to be
playing in the offense.
Fourth receiver.
The law is not year one playing in the offense.
Probably not. But
he's going to be given every opportunity to be a punt returner.
So we got a specialist in the fifth round, just a punt returner.
Absolutely.
So who's our fourth receiver? Dortch
at this point.
Okay. So what do you do with Lovett and Meeks?
Yeah.
I think those guys would have to earn that fourth spot. That's the intent, right?
Yeah. And you're bringing in more competition.
So you keep 6, right?
But you're building depth and competition. And why did they not stick out? Get on the field at all last year. They brought Tom Kennedy.
I know that's
over them. That should say a lot about their confidence and their ability to get on the field.
Yeah.
Well, no, they had Meeks up the whole year, right? Or the other kid.
Yeah. How many catches did
Lovett
he have?
did nothing.
Lovett was on the roster all year.
Barely got any playing time.
But yeah, to your point, he barely got it. He's a rookie, right? I mean, they kept him there so he didn't get poached because they felt that if they sent him down to the practice squad, he wouldn't make it to the practice squad. So they kept him on there, augmented it with, call-ups of Malik Cunningham and Kennedy and other wide receivers out the practice squad as needed, and finally signed Kennedy for the rest of the year. And because he's a veteran and knows the offense versus a rookie, he got the playing time, which is fine. I mean, again, we're talking about a guy. When did we draft him last year? Wasn't he like a 6th rounder?
7th or something like that. Yeah.
So we're comparing last year's 6th or 7th to this year's 5th.
Go Pack,
right?
Go.
What do we got, Mike?
It's something silly, but Hezekiah Massis has been picked. Hezekiah.
The next member of the all biblical team, Hezekiah Massis, will join Ephesians Prysock in the heaven of
he went to the Raiders.
And since you guys interrupted, Dan, I will.
I'm sorry, Dan.
No. I would like to say the Pistons, who were down the whole game, just took their first lead with 2 minutes.
Who was that?
The Pistons just took their first lead.
Nice.
With 2:52 left in the game after being down the whole game.
Listen, okay, so I'm starting to warm up to the special teams thing because that's been a problem. And El Bente says, how about having a special teams unit that is a threat? So if you're gonna want to have a special teams, you can't just try to help improving the coaching or whatever. You need talent, you need players, and so not a bad take there. And we do have from Joe Dexter an A. This is an A grade or A minus. Sorry, I like the Law pick. I think he replaces Raymond's role as a gadget guy. He's been used as a backfield receiver, slot, deep threat, short yardage. I think he will fill that role well. Joe, you and I are going to have a fight, man. I'm just kidding. And Josh is, Josh needs a hug. Josh needs a hug. 4th round pick value. My airbags may have just deployed. Josh, we're here for you, man. He's and then of course we got Mole Boy as wants to show up and say bear down. Listen, all fans are welcome in this place. This is a safe place.
Look at this ass clown Blake. I hate to use profanity, but face me, you cowards.
Hey, we opened the show with it. We can close the show with it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so Packers. You're on the wrong show, but thanks for the participation. So the special teams thing is a third of football, and that's what John Harbaugh, who I have a lot of respect for with the Ravens all those years, being competitive, top tier football program, unlike the Packers.
Right.
The Ravens placed a high emphasis on special teams, and I think Dan Campbell subscribes to that same sort of, and Brad Holmes subscribed to that same sort of approach. Last year, we took a dramatic step back. got one of the best punters, got a fantastic kicker who needs to improve, his statistically in terms of the number of makes. But our special teams needed work last year, and I think it was because of the depth that we didn't have that we're trying to build here. So I'm okay with the pick. We got good value. It might be a round value versus 2 rounds value, but speed, youth, less expensive, and that's the whole new philosophy about and the depth that Brad Holmes wants to pick in these later rounds.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
All right, so let's get us caught up to speed here. Speaking of speed. Josh Cuevas from Alabama, we talked about them. Adam Randall, that's a pick from the Ravens at 174, running back out of Clemson. Boy, I tell you what, Clemson, for as garbage as their season was, they really have had a lot of players drafted.
They grow them up.
Yeah,
they grow them up in
incredible.
Clemson, and
It
if
must
they
be
would add,
that leftover church money.
if
right?
they did like Ohio State did and like Michigan did over the past 3 or 4 years, and Indiana transfer portal kings last year, right?
Yeah.
And if Clemson were to do that and augment, because you don't hit on 100% of the high school kids you bring in, you're going to have to fill those gaps. And I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about Clay Kluber getting picked, the Clemson quarterback. Did you see the highlights? He was under duress. He dropped back, hit that back foot on the 5-step drop, and there was somebody in his face routinely. I hope it wasn't our guy.
I was going to say Blake Miller's on that line.
but the reason I brought this back up is he is a guy with good touch and in the right system, and much like Jared Goff, if you give Jared Goff time, Jared Goff can be a really, really good quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
and he is a really, really good quarterback. So I think Cade is much in the same vein as him. Could be a good quarterback with the right protection.
So, Chris, if you want to check out the chat window, just to close up this whole Dortch versus Law thing, check out the chat window in Zoom and pop that up on the screen. And I think that'll give you a pretty good reason. That whole argument Brent and I have been making, that right there is a heck of an argument for that.
Hang on, if you pop it there, hang on, it's gonna take a sec. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I know this is
Give us a
scintillating.
Pistons update.
I'm about they're down by 4 with minute 20 left.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, ever since they took the lead.
All right, relative athletic score, or we like to say RAS, for Greg Dortch and Kendrick Law.
So Dortch is under contract for 1 year at vet minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Law is now going to be under contract for 4 years at vet minimum, basically.
Under vet minimum.
So
under 51.
Yeah. And looking at this, and like I said, Dortch's best asset wasn't his physical ability, it was his mental ability just to get up the field, right? And not dance, unlike Raymond, who did that too much. So this kid can follow that same process on kick and punt returns. And notice about him, look at his hands. His hand size is bigger. His arms are longer. He put up 21 in the bench for a little guy.
Oh, yeah, he's
right?
big. He's thick.
He's
there's
strong,
no doubt about it. That's
you
one
know?
of his biggest advantages that we were talking about is how
Yeah.
physical he is, for sure.
Look at his vertical, 42-inch vertical. I mean, he is an athlete. He doesn't have a shuttle or 3-cone, but I mean, this is what Brad does. He's got a profile for players, and not only does he look at where maybe they should have been drafted, but one of the reasons is that this kid fell. Brad loves drafting guys that have RASs that are 9.5 or above.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he does not he's low to draft anybody that's got anything in the 8s or lower, unless he absolutely has to. So yeah, I mean, I think this is a good, to Brent's, his whole outlay he did on the information, I think this just backs that up as to why this kid was drafted and is going to give a shot. They're going to give him a shot. I mean, we'll wait till Brad talks, but I'm guessing this will be where that comes into play. I'm not hating on the pick. We gave up a basically a seventh rounder to get him. I'm not overly concerned about it, but I don't know who else we would have taken in his place. That's the thing. It's like, what else do they think we need?
Yeah, and I'm reading on Benny. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just saying. Joe chimed in and said, "Law's the lower the shoulder type of dude." That sounds like a Detroit Lion to me. Gonna lower the shoulder as opposed to getting down and out of the way. Go ahead, Brent.
In the players that are available pool, I mean, I'm trying to find somebody that would fit that, the needs as you're describing of the defensive tackle needs. Rayshon Benny, a bit undersized for a defensive tackle, 6'3", 298. In today's day and age, 330, 325, 315. Your guards are getting much bigger. He may be, unfortunately, a guy that gets engulfed. I'm not saying that I obviously said pick him, the previous 2 rounds, and I'm actually more happy with what we picked than I would have potentially been with picking Rayshon Benny, because he's going to be a rookie. You don't want to have to put him at second string defensive tackle as a rookie, getting engulfed with the big road graders that exist in today's NFL. Look at the Eagles. The Eagles offensive line, they average 335, 340 pounds, whatever it is. And that's who we have to compete with. I don't know that, that
if you're tired of waking up with a stiff,
we'll find somebody who has, the ability to stand up to the likes of the Eagles offensive line at 298. I mean, I just wanted to add that I'm trying to find a guy that we could pick in defensive tackle short of the Xavier Harris monster. I wish he didn't have such issues, because man, it'd be nice to have a 6'8", 330 pound defensive tackle available at this point, right? But I just wanted to take a second to say to the attendees
I found
here.
some info on Benny.
Hang on a sec. Brent, go ahead and finish your thought, Brent.
Yeah, no, I just,
go ahead.
I thought it was quiet for a minute, and I just want to say to all the folks who are watching, guys, it's been so much fun these last couple of days hanging out with everybody.
Aw,
And
aren't
Chris,
you sweet?
I want to say thanks to you and Mike. You guys have said multiple times, and sometimes I get accused of not being the most sensitive guy in the world. But I will say to you guys, thanks for making the drive and coming over and hanging out at Casa Kreider here. And I do really, really want us to get together and do this in Detroit next year, because it will be so much fun to.
Well, that would be the Northern Command Center.
The Northern Command Center,
right?
And we could even, make a.
Mike's kind of northerner more than that. If we go up to his place, right?
That's the Great White Northern
he
Command
didn't
Center.
invite us, but I'm inviting you. I'm inviting you guys.
I don't know. I got room for everybody at my place.
My house is the behind enemy lines command center.
Right, exactly. Where the birds fly upside down.
Yes.
Brent, man, thank you. Thank you. Let me just underline that. Thank you for having us. It feels like we're ending the show. We're not ending the show. We're going to go all 7 rounds.
No, we've got a lot of potential.
Yeah, I thought you were going to cry there for a second. That's
I
why they call you Brent Kreider.
I'm a big crier.
But thank you for having us. This has been awesome. You and Crystal have been very gracious hosts, and we appreciate you keeping us here in the Southern Command Center, where the skies are dripping with blue Kool-Aid and cornbread. Dan Keener, you had something that you were going to chime in on before Brent started crying.
I found some info on Mr. Benny.
Oh, as to why he's dropping.
Maybe. It's older, but it's still worthwhile. In high school, no one came to his birthday party, especially his teammates.
Well, that's
no, I'm just kidding.
I was like, what the heck? I thought you were serious.
No. So in high school, he had to have he had knee surgery due to a car accident, and then against Alabama in the Rose Bowl in 2023 broke his fibula. So he missed part of 2024. Still appeared in 11 games, but he missed part of that. So those are the major injuries he has had. So just something that they may have, during medical evaluations with those two injuries, they may have found something that is
That's
why he is
interesting.
causing him to drop.
That's
He does not
interesting.
appear to have any legal issues, or
Mm-mm.
he's not a bad kid from anything I see. Doesn't have an attitude, isn't lazy. There's nothing that really pops up on him other than these older medical issues. So, maybe this has something to do with it. His spider web is not good.
Yeah, just seeing that the way he just started to make plays, and then near the end in the Senior Bowl, he really stood out against high level competition. Was a guy during practice in that week that sort of stood out to me. That if something popped up on the medical, that feels more believable.
Yeah. Well, these are his weaknesses. The last one is medical history is broken fibula 23, knee surgery at high school from a car accident. Only one season as a full-time starter despite 5 years in the program at Michigan. Bad block recognition, narrow base, wide hand placement, exposes chest to double teams and combo blocks. Pad level rises too often, especially on lateral movement and during extended drives. And he has no pass rush toolkit beside a bull rush. So, but it does say he's an excellent run defender who holds his gap and locates the ball. Good length, accurate hands, effective two-gapper, competent arm over moves and stuff. But I had him looking at like a 5th-round pick, and we just ended it, or we're just ending it. So he's not like he's gone past where he maybe was targeted.
Right.
So, he still may be in play. Who knows? But those medical things on top of his mechanical defects and his lack of grabbing the bull by the horns there in Michigan's defense might be what's combining to get him to drop a little bit.
Interesting pick. We had talked about this player earlier as a potential developmental quarterback for the Lions. Cole Payton, the North Dakota State quarterback, went to the Eagles at pick 178. That's a bit of a bummer. I mean, that was kind of a guy that I liked. So it doesn't mean that they did. But what are you going to do? And then just to catch everybody up on some of these other picks while we've been yapping. Kevin Coleman Jr. out of Missouri, the wide receiver, went to the Dolphins at 177. We mentioned the Peyton pick to the Eagles, and Enrique Cruz Jr., the tackle out of Kansas, has gone to the Niners. Looks like the Dolphins pick is in. And after that, the Bills will close out the 5th round, and we're going to head to the 6th round. And now,
back.
Yeah, exactly. If they don't trade back, and then just to look at see where the Lions are picking, they're not picking right now until 205, pick 24 in the 6th round. So
one quick note on that Cole Payton pick.
Yeah,
the Eagles took Tanner McKee in the 6th round at pick 188 in 2023. So here we are 3 years later, and they're doing the exact same thing, only one round
taking swings,
earlier.
huh?
Yeah. So apparently McKee hasn't worked out, or the teams that we're seeing struggle are teams like I don't want to say struggle. We're seeing like moving around. Like the Eagles are under a massive contract with Hurts. The Bills are under this massive contract, for Josh. The Prescott's got a massive contract with Dallas. We don't we have a big deal with Goff, but it's not like debilitating. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Lamar Jackson, massive deal with the Ravens. It's like how you structure these deals is whether or not your team is going to be, you're trying to go all in and you're closing your window quicker than you should because you're not, you're forcing it to go in a small, tight window because these deals get so out of control that the cap, even though it's going up astronomically, is not going up enough to allow you to retain all of your good talent, especially if you're good at drafting, So, I mean, feels like the Eagles are struggling because last year there's a lot of issues going on with Hurts and not necessarily being the guy anymore, right?
Right.
It was coming up. There's a lot of whispers going on over there, with him and AJ Brown not being on the same page and him not playing well and all the money he's making. So I just thought that was interesting that the Eagles are going back to the well again.
Dolphins pick coming in.
Back to the well. They're going to steal somebody else that we wanted.
You think the Finns are kind of are pebbling the Lions' cleat?
No, they're listening to us.
Oh yeah.
Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah, they have a son in the worm.
Brent's talking about his husband again. He just
Brock.
can't. He's going to be a forever Dolphins
too much
hater
with
because
Brock.
they took Jacob Rodriguez. Is it the mustache? Is that why you love him
I
so
shared
much?
too much with Brock. No, it's the lack of a neck. It went straight from.
You're a neck guy.
Did you see Jacob's?
Yeah.
It spread across the width of his shoulders.
Oh,
It's
the
actually
Browns
a
took
machine.
Taylon Green, so that's another quarterback off
There's
the
another
roster. that we were
quarterback
looking at.
on.
The Browns got 6 quarterbacks now.
Yeah,
my
good
gosh.
job, Browns. Get another quarterback.
If you want one, I'm sure you could just pick one up by the side of the road on trash day. So they're going to get rid of some of these guys.
Let's see what the.
So where's that Browns pick? Is that like in the first? That must be the first pick,
Sixth.
around 6, huh?
Yeah.
It is.
We still haven't
Okay.
figured out who the Bills pick is.
Yeah, we're
Dolphins took tight end Seydou Traore.
yeah. He's coming out with a Union
Bills?
draped in the Union Jack. So
I don't know who the Bills took.
Yep.
It's not. I don't see anybody
Seydou
posting it. So.
Traore.
Mississippi State tight end.
I mean, you got to be kidding me with the Browns. How many draft picks of these idiots? How many picks in general, including all the ones they traded to Houston, have they burned on a quarterback in the last 4 years? It's nuts.
It's too easy to make. Like it's so awful. It's like, why even talk about it? It's kind of like when somebody talks about the band Nickelback. It's like, well, like
I like
everybody's
Nickelback.
talking. You do you?
Yes.
We found one.
Yes, Nickelback. You guys are rockers.
It's too easy. Isn't Nickelback rock though?
No.
No, it's pop. It's not really rock.
It's
I like country
it's its
music.
own thing.
It's his own.
its own
thing.
genre.
Their own. It's the Nickelback genre. It's like you go into the pop, rock, Nickelback, hip hop.
It's like it
jazz.
wants to be yacht rock of rock, but can't be that because it sucks and people hate it. I don't know. It's just a blend.
It's too easy to hate on. Is the thing.
Okay,
Call it mullet rock.
Katron Allen's still
Mullet
there.
soft rock.
Damani
about
Jackson, the corner from Alabama, played at USC, still there.
Still
Damani's
who
a
the
heck
Bills
of an
took.
athlete. 6'1", 194. He dramatically underperformed, but I think that's good. In fairness. If he had went to Michigan and played with Will Johnson, I think with the coaching that he would have gotten there, it would have been much better for him. He went to USC, where Dan's loves to talk about how they just roll the ball out there. Maybe not those words, Dan, but they just go play, guys. Go play. He didn't get a lot of good coaching. I don't.
Did you
think,
guys talk about the Pistons
They lost.
lapsing?
They lost.
It's pathetic, man.
Well,
I mean, is Eiserman running
Orlando's-
that program or what?
Orlando's got a good basketball team. They were injured a lot. They had a lot of injuries this year, and they're healthy now, and they have a really good team. Now look, hey, there's another couple edge guys out here still that we've talked about in the past few weeks. That
Damne.
you know who's out there? Mason Rieger, Wisconsin.
Is your boy from Iowa still there?
That's-
Max Headroom.
Let's take a look
Llewellyn.
here.
Yeah, he's still there.
Llewellyn's still there. Max Llewellyn, and look, these guys were Senior Bowl and Shrine or East West. I can't remember. I know that
Yeah.
they played in bowl games. I can't remember exactly which ones. We probably should go to the Graymanes,
I think
graymanes.com, and check out the great work that Dan Keener did in analyzing all the participation and the contacts that we had. So for those of you that have not been out there, please go to Graymanes and check it out. But there's still a few edge guys, and as we said, the Lions have historically gone after multiple players at positions of needs in a single draft, and so I could argue that best players available could very very easily in these last couple of picks be guys like Rieger and Llewellyn. 7th round.
The Bill. No, that's not right.
The Bills pick is in. That's the last pick, 181 of the
Yeah,
6th
I'm like
round.
trying to find something, anything. I'm
5th
not
round,
seeing
sorry.
anything on it. Weird.
Zane Durant
There you go.
for the
There it
Bills.
just popped up. Penn State defensive tackle.
All right, we're the 24th pick in the 6th round. I think Chris just made a run to get maybe a snack or restroom break, and so while he's away, let's talk a little bit about here, because we've sort of rehashed the draft, and let's talk a little bit about who BPA might be when the Lions come around at the 24th pick of this round. Let's start off with Mike here. Mike, give me 2 or 3 guys that you might like the Lions to take a look at here.
The 6th round.
In the 6th round, we picked 24th. We got 1 6 left.
Give me a sec here. Let me
Yes,
refresh
sir.
my screen.
Yep. And what you'll see there really high are some familiar names.
So again, I'm using the NFL.com big board. They've got it set up like a NFL team would use.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not as quick to update it. Max Llewellyn, edge. Perkins at linebacker. Rayshon Benny again.
That's 3. That's 3. That
Katron Allen.
it's 4.
Nadamne Tucker. We've talked about him a lot.
That's one that Dan really likes. So
Yep. I mean, those are the names that we've talked about. We got the Godfather, Dante Corleone.
Taylor Green just went. He had been on our list.
Yep.
Right?
Taylor Green just went. Yep. I mean, those are the names we've talked about. There's the tight end, Dalen Bentley from Utah. I don't know that we really have a need at tight end, but those are the
Right. Brock Wright is a candidate to be cut if we were ever to get somebody in there.
Yeah, we
But
signed
I
him
think
to
that ship
We
sailed,
matched-
right? Probably in the 4th round.
yeah.
Yeah, we matched his contract that the Rams had put on him. Or was it the 49ers?
Mhm.
Yeah, the 49ers, right?
Yeah, a couple
Yes.
years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
So I mean, yeah, there's a couple out there. Llewellyn, Perkins, that Benny, Katron Allen, Bentley, Tucker. Yeah.
so if everybody who's in the chat now, take a look at the board and see what you guys think as well. What do you think our last couple needs are here in this draft, and what players might get your attention? So Dan, we'll go over to you now and ask the same question.
I don't know. I mean, we're going to take. I think it's clear he's just taking best player available at this point. I don't think he's targeting anybody. He traded up for a wide receiver that we didn't think he needed because he was the best player available, and the pick before that he took the best player available. So I think you're going to see that happen, whoever it is, because I mean that's the thing. The team we now have starters everywhere. What we're still trying to do is get, as we said, get younger, get faster, stronger, cheaper, and just improve that bottom of the thing depth. So I'm not sure what to say, because I just, he's in the phase now. He's doing Brad Holmes things. So we'll just see what he does next. These last 2 picks.
Yep. So I'm like Mike here in terms of positions of need. We talked earlier when Dan said there's a shade of position of need to this. I still think there's a sort of a shade or a part of this that goes back to positions of need. So, for example, I don't think that we're gonna go with wide receiver again, even if the best player available is a wide receiver. I think that's preposterous. So, you may go 1 or 2 or 3 deep on your best player available list to get to the point where you have this opportunity for somebody to come in and develop and play. And so you combine the best player available with where are those positions that the Lions still have opportunities for someone to make the roster. And I think inevitably it comes back to defensive tackle. It comes back to safety. It comes back to potentially tight end, as you all said, but it had to be somebody that could beat Brock right out. And I don't know that there's anybody out there like that. And then developmental quarterback with our man from Arkansas going. It may be that the Lions bring in the quarterback from Georgia Tech because they visited with him multiple times. I'm not opposed to a Garrett Nussmeier, Luke Altmaier, Haynes King being the quarterback I was referring to just a second ago.
Yep.
But I think this is a year where we took Hooker 3 years ago and gave it a shot to draft a quarterback and develop him. Just wrong guy, wrong system, and ultimately he was never going to be a quarterback could process at the speed that you need to process. I don't believe. So I see the possibility that we could get into Haynes King in the 7th round or as an undrafted free agent, but I'm not sure if the Lions would necessarily draft him in the 6th round. One of the most controversial players in this year's draft, kind of like Sanders was last year, is Diego Pavia. And
No, absolutely not.
He is.
I will disown the Lions. I'm sorry to interrupt you. He is a piece of trash. I would not want him anywhere near my team.
Yep.
I adamantly hate that kid. Sorry, I don't like him.
So just providing some analysis to the hatred comment is that the guy has the abilities, but he is an emotional and volatile player that
he's 5'8",
that would not fit into the culture of the Lions because he'd end up probably getting beat up every day. But just going down the list, I don't see any other quarterbacks here other than the possibility of Nussmeier, Altmaier, and Haynes King. Given the visits, I think Haynes King probably would be a guy that we could anticipate maybe hearing his name at some point, either in the draft or post-draft as an undrafted rookie free agent invitee. Running back, I still think there are some running backs here that could get the Lions' attention as a developmental type of a situation. What do you think of Roman Hemby, guys? Indiana.
I don't know much about him. What position does he play?
Running back. He's.
I mean, the only running back I know already got drafted, Kalen Black. If he was the backup, I don't know anything about him.
He was backup.
They split time. Yeah, they were split time guys the whole season. I think they had about the same number of carries. He's a reliable. He's got reliable hands, but not super flashy, but more of a steady option as he's described. But the intriguing one for me is Katron Allen, sitting there from Penn State. After splitting time at Penn State, he rushed for over 1,000 yards each of the past 2 seasons. He doesn't have the hands that his counterpart that already went has. But we talked a lot about, when we were doing our mock draft, Singleton versus Katron Allen, right? And I think we ended up settling on Singleton because of his receiving abilities. But as I mentioned to you guys, PFF has him as the number 2 overall running back available in this draft. So as Dan was talking about, best player available, the 3rd best running back this year with an 89.5 overall grade. Katron Allen has a 91.3 running grade and a 51.0 receiving grade. So he is a stud, 220-pound, 5'11" running back that could come in and earn his chops. So I think Chris had mentioned multiple times, running backs, And so I think Katron Allen, I would put very high on the list just because I think he is best player available potential, as Dan was suggesting. And we got 2 picks left, 205 and 222. So you're really looking for, diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the best available left.
Yeah, depending on your list, Katron Allen was listed as the 10th overall best running back in the draft.
So one interesting note with all these trades he's made in the last couple of rounds, I posted to start today, the Lions could sign up to 13 UDFAs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, since then we have gotten rid of two draft picks, so now we are up to 15, combination of 15 UDFAs and veterans. So unless they do something else, looks like I'm going to be very busy this afternoon after the draft ends, trying to find all these UDFAs that have signed.
Yeah, what's interesting, Dan, is there are still some guys that were projected to be drafted prior to this round. Isaiah World is 6'8", 318-pound tackle out of Oregon. Diego Pounds, you may remember we talked about him a little bit. Ole Miss, 6'6", 325, long arms, and he's a very quick puncher. So there's a J.C. Davis, Illinois, who is very highly rated on PFF. In fact, J.C. Davis of Illinois, I think he's, if not the top, he's certainly in the top handful of tackles in this year's draft, and would be an outstanding addition to a developing room. He was second. He was behind Keegan Trost in terms of the highest PFF scores overall. So as you're doing your best player available, these are guys that we can put into the bucket as strong possibilities for the Lions to take a look at. Like they're listening to us, I sound,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, let's see what we got. Katron Allen went to the Commanders just now.
That's a good pick, right?
Yeah. So if we want to run down the top picks or the picks from the 6th round, the Browns took with the first pick in the 6th round, Taylon Green, quarterback, Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
Cardinals took Carson Schar, linebacker from Iowa. Tennessee took Jackie Marshall, defensive tackle, Baylor. Buccaneers took Bauer Sharp, tight end, LSU. Giants took Bobby Jamison Travis, defensive tackle, Auburn. Now, some of these names aren't even familiar, going through all the mock drafts and all the research. The 6th pick in the 6th round, Katron Allen to the Commanders, running back, Penn State. So we can
Scratch
him off the list. Jets, the pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock. And the Lions are pick number 25.
Jets took on as Cooper,
24,
guard from
24.
Miami.
24. Okay.
Yeah. 17 more
17
picks.
more
with,
picks
with
for
Dan
the
announcing that pick for
Yeah.
the Jets. So we're starting to see how this thing's fleshing out. As I go to the best available list here.
So while you're doing that, I'll just give you an update on what Daniel Jeremiah has best available. He's got Deion Burks, Oklahoma wide receiver. Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback at LSU. Harold Perkins, linebacker at LSU. Max Llewellyn, Iowa edge. Whoop. Demetrius Crownover, Texas A&M. Offensive tackle. Michael Trigg, tight end out of Baylor. Josh Cameron, wide receiver, Baylor. Bishop Fitzgerald, safety out of USC. And then Rayshon Benny. Quick rundown there.
Bengals just took Brian Parker the second, who is a interior offensive lineman / center
Okay.
from Duke.
And who'd you say the Jets took? Because it's not updated
Wait,
yet.
the Bengals took Connor Lew earlier in the day.
They did,
They
yes.
just drafted two interior line guys, huh? I'm sorry, what was that?
Jets, who did they take at number 7 there?
Inez Cooper,
Okay,
guard,
the
from Miami.
Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you.
They actually
Welcome back,
traded up
Chris.
for him.
Oh, did they?
We were going. We were going.
Came
over
up
best
from
players.
199 to 188, so they moved up 11 slots.
Okay.
I don't know what they gave up, but just noticed that.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hola.
Hey, Christopher's back.
You got him a coffee.
It sounds like you guys missed me.
Well, you normally.
What did I screw up?
You normally drive. You normally drive the show.
Yeah. All right, let's get
tea time with church lady style motif while you were gone.
church. What? You did a what? Church
Tea time with the church lady
Oh,
from SNL.
isn't that
We just went to a very
special?
calm-
Isn't that special?
Special.
There was a couple of snide comments about some of the people that we were talking about, but yes, it was very calm and very proper setting, right?
Let's get caught up on the chat. I apologize. That
Oh,
took
but you know you weren't here and we already did it. So just
the
you
chat.
know what?
He said
Just, if
chat,
you're not going
not
to do
the
your
draft.
job, just take off, man.
Yeah, I know you guys know how to run the chat, so I know that's a lie.
No, we did. We did a
Know how to
rundown
run
on
our
the
mouse.
draft where
On
we're
the-
at right now.
Okay, good.
Not the chat.
Joe Dexter says, I feel a QB this late would be solely based on RAS score for Brad. LOL. So Hayes, King, or Sawyer Robertson. Lots of laughter.
Yeah.
Is Eiserman
not
running
wrong.
that program? sent me. Lions needed defensive tackle. I totally agree with you, David. I'm just not sure one at this point is going to solve the issues. Katron Allen went to the Commanders.
Yep.
And all right, there we go. So you caught everybody up. Yeah, you guys talked a lot about Taylon Green. I'm assuming.
He got picked.
Yeah, he got picked
By
to
the
the
Cleveland
Browns.
Browns.
I know that was broken before I left, but you guys were talking about him being a potential player for the Lions. We talked about that earlier too, but more athletic. He's less Goff-like.
Yeah.
Who's maybe the least athletic quarterback in the league, but he does enough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can go into why the Browns picked another quarterback, but
Why would we do that?
yeah.
Right?
I mean, I would love to see. There's 4 quarterbacks in our roster right now. The bottom 3 dudes all were picks in the last 2 years. And I would love to see the combination of every draft pick that was used with all the traded picks that they used on what's his face, the starter or whatever he is. How many draft picks have been applied to those 4 quarterbacks? It's got to be double digits. Because there's a trade up involved somewhere last year, I think, for the kid from Oregon.
It's just like we've been saying, some organizations just don't learn. And our organization was like that for a long time.
You're not far from Youngstown. Maybe it's like the old 49ers and it's a front for the mafia. They're just dumping cash into it just to launder it.
Maybe. Could be the case. But 1 or 2 of them hit, you suddenly got some real trade power. Because teams are always looking for a guy that they could trade for. Brock Purdy. What was the guy that they traded?
Trey Lance.
Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy.
A lot of these guys, they take years to they think they can, especially the ones that come in at the top. They're not going to sit that long. The right thing to do is to have them sit and learn so that they can, be developed and be put in at the right time. But man, when you're drafted this high, you're going to get put right into the fire, and you're going to have to do it. And I mean, look at Mac Jones. Mac Jones, he could end up having a nice little career. Now he's not going to go to the Hall of Fame, right? But have a decent career as a backup. You know, there's a Michigan quarterback named Chad Henne that had a nice career as a quarterback, and then when he was brought in the Chiefs playoff game, he won. And so, you know, it's a lot of these guys, they don't even have a chance nowadays. You know, Dylan Gabriel, the Oregon quarterback you mentioned for the Browns, Dan, do I think he's going to be a great quarterback? No, it doesn't seem like it right now, but I mean, he might develop into something, but you know, I don't know if he's going to have the chance because he's in Cleveland and they have 68 quarterbacks, you know, and there's not one of them is really standing out, you know. And then they've got Shedeur Sanders that everybody wants to be great and is just all this attention on him, and he's just not. It's crazy.
You know, the thing with Gabriel is he has shortcomings that are not able to be corrected. And every one of these quarterbacks that's under 6 foot, the exception of Baker Mayfield, has eventually been run out of town or flopped, you know, wherever they've been at. The only one that's currently has a shot is the kid over in Carolina. But Murray's been run out of town. Miami, that kid's been run out of town. You know, they're going to be running, you know, they've run Dillon off, right? I mean, these guys are great college quarterbacks. There's a reason you need to be able to see down the field. And a lot of these guys can't even see over their offensive lines, and it hinders them in the NFL. So, you know, that's why I'm just not a fan of getting anybody under like 6'2" at the quarterback position. I mean, the historics of that just suggest it's a failure rate that's like plus 95%.
Doug Flutie, Drew Brees. There's not many quarterbacks that are under 6 foot.
Well, Drew Brees is actually over 6 foot.
He's like six, almost 6'1". Yeah.
When I stood next to him, guys, it's a stretch.
He had lifts in his shoes.
It's a stretch. He's 6 foot maybe.
You know what we didn't do, guys? We didn't pull up the Lions' 6th round draft picks.
Oh yeah,
from the last 20 years. This one is going to be catastrophic. I got a feeling
the second,
this
the fourth,
is going to be.
Those were catastrophic, I thought.
Now it's not. Now it's not working for me.
I'd be happy with Isaiah World, Oregon, or J.C. Davis from Illinois as a developmental tackle. I'd be really happy with that. Because you could play him at guard too. They're both big boys.
Guys, this is actually better than I thought it was going to be. Now don't look.
I'm not looking.
Dan might already be cheating, unless he's looking at Carson Beck's girlfriend
website right now.
You're not looking at Carson Beck's
updating
girlfriend.
the website right now, so I don't even know what the heck you guys are doing.
I'm kidding you. All right, before I poll his 6th round draft picks, can anybody name last year's 6th round draft pick? He's on the roster. Yep, Ahmed Hassanin, and could be playing this year. Can you name the 2024 who's also on? We've spoken about. No,
he was 5th, wasn't he?
Oh, actually, you're correct. There was 2 picks in 2024 in the 6th round. Mahogany and 210, and then there was another player who is on the roster. Played last year.
Manu. No, he was a 4th round.
Vaki.
Nope.
No, he was
we already talked about.
I must have missed the 5th round. I was downstairs.
Dan calls him Mekhi.
Calls him what?
He's on the roster for now, I think is what Chris meant to say.
The king of inactive, the king of the inactive list. Mekhi Wingo.
Oh, Mekhi Wingo.
Mekhi Wingo and Christian Mahogany.
He needs to be up to play DT.
Guys, this is not bad. Malcolm Rodriguez in 2022 and James Houston in 2022.
Yeah, you know, again, Holmes gets a bad rap.
These are all look 6th round big value picks. So this is kind of his sweet spot. No, yeah. You want me to keep going on this list? I'm not. I don't even know who these players are. John Penalcini.
Oh, he was a defensive tackle.
Penis.
Yeah, the big penis, remember?
Penasini.
No, I don't remember him.
Yeah.
Travis Fulgham.
Yeah, I remember him.
Ty Johnson still in the league.
Big wide receiver that
Fulgham.
couldn't catch the ball.
Yep.
Ty Johnson from 2019, who still plays for the Bills, I believe.
Yep.
Jeremiah Ledbetter,
Yep.
2017.
Defensive lineman.
Do you have a sound that goes?
That guy played. No. Look him up.
I know, but
Who?
He was
Jeremiah
in Tampa 2
Ledbetter?
years ago. Mm-hmm.
Brad Kaya, the quarterback out of
Yep.
Miami, right? Michigan quarterback in 2016, drafted in the 6th round. You should know this, Brent. Mike?
did he wear number 98?
As a quarterback?
Devin Gardner.
Devin Gardner?
No, he
2016.
I know Sprite Spect.
Spate. No, he
Spate?
went to Houston, I think.
Okay.
he was a transfer, I believe, from
But
Iowa.
Ruddock would have been.
Jake Rudock.
Okay.
Jake
Yeah.
Rudock. Yep.
Okay.
He was the only guy I could
God,
think
this
of
is
out of
terrible.
Iowa.
This list. Although I will say, I'm going down to 2015. Quandre Diggs.
Yep.
Quandre Diggs in
I liked him.
2015
Yep.
was a 6th round pick.
His brother.
I should be pulling this up. Why
Stephon.
don't I have this on the
He
screen?
was
I'm
Texas, wasn't he,
slipping here.
Quandre? University of Texas.
Yep.
TJ Jones, another failed wide receiver. Corey Fuller. Theo Riddick, 2013 6th round draft choice.
He was pretty
Missed
solid.
the Texas route.
Awesome.
He was
yeah.
pretty solid. Yeah.
Bill Swancutt, Jonathan Goddard, Kelly, David Kirkus, David Circus
Kirkus, Grand Valley State.
Valley State.
2003. God, Chris
Circus
Cash and
Kirkus.
Jason Glenn. So I got to say, out of all of those picks, recently, Holmes has done a decent job. I mean, Hassanin, Wingo. Like, listen, Mahogany is 6th round pick. He fell that because I guess one leg was shorter than the other or something. Like people were talking about how he fell that because he was projected to go higher than that. And he might be our starting guard. It was at the beginning of last season. Malcolm Rodriguez, he might be our starting outside linebacker. And Houston is still playing, still making plays for the Cowboys. So if you're looking at, recent picks by Brad Holmes in the 6th round, not too bad. So I feel a little bit more positive about that, and hopefully we won't get another, Kentucky slot wide receiver. I'm kidding.
There's been a couple wide
JC
receivers picking in this round.
J.C. Davis just went to the Giants, Brent.
Dang it.
Oh, Giants back-to-back picks here.
I just sent you guys the updated list of offensive tackles that are still available. Or excuse me, that are on the list.
Scratch him
just
off.
sent us.
Scratch him off. Isaiah World is there, 6'8", 318. Giants, man, they're putting together a heck of a draft too.
Then they took Jack Kelly at BYU linebacker with the 2nd pick.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they've turned their draft capital into potentially
Hey,
good players.
they already had a team that was, they were competitive late last year. Scatterbo got going and he broke his leg.
Yeah.
Their quarterback is a real
I don't
gunner.
think Scadaboo's long for this league the way he plays.
He plays like Earl Campbell.
Yeah.
But I do like the way Scatterbo runs the football.
I love it.
Oh man.
Yep.
The Lions play the Giants next year, don't they?
I believe so.
And-
And they have a much better coaching situation.
And they have a much better defense with just the players they picked this year, right?
Yep.
So the Giants. Let's take a look at the Giants just for a quick second because we do play them next year. See how they did.
Want to look at their team?
Yeah, if you don't
Let me
mind.
pull up the draft.
I'm just
for
looking
the,
at the New York Football Giants.
Didn't they just
Jinx.
luck into
the G-Man.
Harbaugh? I mean, it was just perfect timing,
Yeah,
right?
but man, they're going to be competitive. So they got Arvell Reese, Francis Magoa, Magoa, however you want to say it. Colton
Mr.
Hood,
Miyagi Yoga.
Malaki Fields,
Wax on, wax off.
J.C. Davis. They got 2 stud tackles because Davis was very highly rated, as you all can see in the PFF scheme of things. And how that translates to real world, I don't know. But it's analytics. J.C. Davis, 2nd best offensive tackle in this draft. And Trost went 2 rounds ago,
Yeah.
and J.C. Davis was still there.
I got an idea. You guys, last time I checked, this is a Detroit Lions podcast. So let's look at the Lions draft, shall
Okay.
we?
Detroit. Football.
Blake Miller, offensive tackle.
Balake.
Miller,
If you
offensive
don't
tackle,
start saying it
Clemson.
right, if you don't start saying it right,
My name is Blake.
Balake.
First round pick number 17. Second round, trading up, giving up one of our fourth round picks, guys, for Derek Moore, edge rusher, out of the University of Michigan. No third round pick. We knew that, coming in. And in the fourth round, we got Jimmy Rolder, linebacker, out of the University of Michigan. And many of us thought that in the fifth round, 17th pick, maybe Rayshon Benny, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, doing the triple Michigan pick.
Who still happens to be there.
Who still is there. So there's obviously the issues that we talked about might be the reason why he's fallen. But instead, Keith Abney II, Arizona State cornerback, was the selection, which I loved. Tremendous value, makes that cornerback room better. And then followed by the pick that I hate. No, I don't hate it. I don't love it. Let me just put it that way. Wide receiver out of Kentucky, Kendrick Law. Guys, we got two more picks. We've got the 24th pick in the 6th round. How far are we from that?
We're on the 15th pick right now.
All right.
So 9 picks.
Yep. And it's time because when you were gone, we were chatting about, just a list of 3 to 5 players that each of us were looking at. And then that's what led us to the, this whole BPA conversation about who's the best players at different positions. So that's why I was posting the offensive lineman, because you could still probably draft another developmental offensive tackle. So if somebody gets injured, you don't have to go to Manu. That still hurts to say.
Manure.
Manu.
Wow.
And we did earlier when Dan gave a descriptor, I tried to put it into objective terms. I really hate that. Right, Dan? We're like,
Use your sentence enhancers.
yes, exactly.
Do we talk about why Deontay Lawson is still available for the Alabama linebacker? He's still out there.
That was who our man Reed wanted to pick a while ago.
I mean, kind of figured out why Nussmeier's down there.
Well, can I read a few names to you here?
You can do whatever you want.
Speed guy. Really? Whatever?
No.
I don't think
Within
you want to go
reason.
there.
It's a family show.
Harold Perkins, linebacker. Rayshon Benny, defensive tackle. Then we go down to Damani Jackson, cornerback, who was a 5-star kid coming out of college. Isaiah World, I talked a little bit about. Roman Henby, who split time in the Indiana backfield. And Logan Fano. We haven't really talked about him, but his name came up a few times when I was doing all those mock drafts, and he's in this 6th, 7th round area, and he's a big kid, tough kid, Polynesian. He's got a big, strong frame. He holds up well against the run, and he moves fluidly. Good change of direction, short area quickness, good hand usage when disengaging from blocks. So Logan Fano, another guy to add to that BPA list. And if you have a touch of, what was the word, Dan, that you used? A shade of BPA, a taste. A side of BPA.
Side dish. Side. Yeah.
With a side of best player available. Diego Pounds, offensive tackle from Ole Miss. I mean, there's a ton of guys that I'd love to see. When, Dan, you're doing your research, man. Mason Rieger, Wisconsin. Our Iowa defensive end that we talked a lot about, Llewellyn. So there's a lot of young developmental guys. Well, they might not be so young. Some of these guys are 24, 25 because of COVID years and everything. But we could bring a lot of these folks in for UDFA, undrafted free agents.
I do have the skinny on Deontay Lawson.
Skinny, let's do it.
He is an injury issue, injury concerns. torn ACL late 24, quad issue cost him 3 games in 23, and then several other in-game exits over the course of his career, adding up to a pattern that will concern medical staffs
And concerned coaches who want toughness.
Yeah, and he's his coverage is not good. Saying he was targeted. Coverage numbers tell a troubling story when you dig deeper. Receivers completed a high percentage of passes thrown in his direction, both 24 and 25, and yards allowed, and those windows add up quickly. So sounds like he's a guy that can get picked on in like crossing routes, and quick outs and things like that. So not very good with zone and misdirection. Sounds like he thinks too much on the field. He doesn't have great instincts. So, but I mean, he was a semifinalist for the Butkus Award, the Bednarik Award, and the Nagurski Trophy last year at Alabama. So it's not like he's chopped liver, but there's enough red flags that keeps pushing him down the list.
Yeah,
and he only runs a 4.6 40.
Well, the counter to that, like the opposite side of that is a safety out of Oklahoma, Robert Spears Jennings, who ran a 4.32, second fastest time for a safety at the combine. 6'2", 205 thumper. He's physical, and just the speed, right? It could intrigue the Lions to add to that special teams depth that we talked about, and somebody who may be able to develop into a legitimate, starting safety type player.
His issue appears to be tackling, like a lot of it.
It says he's more
tackling technique loosened as a senior, whiffing on plays he finished the year before. Got caught flat-footed on red zone assignments against Ole Miss and Tennessee. Overruns tackles at time when arriving hot to the contact point. Long strider who can lose leverage in pursuit. Tackles in space but does not get underneath receivers, giving up yards after contact. Gets his hips turned too early in man coverage, and skilled route runners will eat him alive. These are coachable things, right?
Yeah.
This is if he's physically gifted.
Yeah,
those are
this analysis
items,
says he's a productive tackler in the box where he can play physical in tighter quarters. So that strong safety type of role, definitely not a free safety. But if you're a straight line speed guy, gunner type guy, and while you work on developing positionally, just throw in another one of the top 20 players that's listed here out there, and reasons why that we might think about picking him and reasons why we might not. But I like that 4.32 speed is what caught my attention.
Guys, as we're sitting here we're sitting here in the 6th round, and this was a game we played yesterday as far as like greatest Lions picks in round 1, round 2, round 3. We kind of gone by the wayside, but I was scrolling through the history of Lions 6th round draft choices, and I found one. I won't tell you the year, but I'm not going to go any further than this because this is absolutely the greatest Lions 6th round draft choice of all time. Any guesses without looking it up? Any guesses, and then I'll give you hints if you so.
Offense or defense?
That's the hint do you want?
No.
Okay.
Is that a good enough hint? Offense?
Yeah, offense.
How about era? Offense in an era. And it's not Willie Green.
90s.
Offense.
6th round pick in the 90s.
6th round pick in the 90s on offense.
Let me go through some of the players that come to mind.
I've got a huge hint if you guys squander too much.
He's the best player the Lions have picked in the 6th round. That's what
I'm not going to go any further.
From the 90s.
I can go further while you guys go.
It can't be Rodney Peete. He said the greatest. It's got to be.
It's a low bar, dude. It's the 6th round of the 90s.
It's not 1992 where we picked Larry Tharp. I'll just tell you that right there.
Eric Kramer.
No,
we didn't draft him, did we?
He was the Bears.
We did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he was not. He left the Bears. He would left us and went to the Bears.
So
he came from like somebody down south.
What I'm thinking is, I'm going through like offense best players: Johnny Morton, Herman Moore. Right, Herman Moore was 2nd round. Brett Perriman.
Wow, I guess We should know this. You guys should know this because it wasn't that long.
93.
It wasn't that long on a Lions Gray Mains podcast.
Oh, I know who he's
where we
talking about.
covered this
You
player
You
in
just
depth.
gave it up,
Gave
dude.
it up.
Yep.
And Brent, you're very familiar with this gentleman.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Corey Schlesinger.
Bigger in your head.
The sledgehammer,
The
Corey
sledgehammer.
Schlesinger out of Nebraska.
I was going to
drafted-
get there. You guys could tell how I was
we already
thinking.
got
right?
there,
I
yeah.
was getting there.
I was going to say he was a member of the Gray Mains Hall of Underrated.
That was
And
too
would've
big of
given-
it.
That was, yeah, you guys would have gotten it right away.
You could have said bucket. He wore a big old bucket. Big old
Face
bucket.
mask.
All right, so we're up in 6 picks.
So Josh
Why don't we
says,
go through who's come up here?
Yeah,
right?
Josh says
This round.
VJ Payne would work for me as safety out of Kansas State.
DJ Payne. Let's check him out. VJ, safety out of K-State. Let's see what
the JJ.
the old PFF says.
Can't take you
Safety.
anywhere, Dan.
I know. At least you got it. Everybody else is too busy.
I got it. I just
He
choose to
just
ignore
wasn't
it.
referring to it. Yeah.
I was not encouraging that kind of behavior.
I thought.
So Katron Allen went to Penn State, went to the Commanders at 187.
Kansas
Inez
State.
Cooper, Miami offensive guard, went to the Jets. I said that very carefully. Brian Parker II, the Duke center, went to the Bengals at 189. Berrien Brown, I'm going to put him in the name game. Berrien Brown, LSU wide receiver, probably Berrien is how I should say that. 190 to the Saints, bless you.
Bless you.
Josh Cameron, Baylor wide receiver, going to the Jags at 191. J.C. Davis, offensive tackle for the Giants at 192. The Giants went back-to-back. At 193 got Jack Kelly, the BYU linebacker. Pat Coogan went to the Titans at 194, the Indiana center. Malik Benson, wide receiver, Oregon. This was the guy that we talked, I remember hearing us talk about. Went to the Raiders at 195. The all-name team, Demetrius Crownover, the Texas A&M offensive tackle, went to the Patriots at 196. C.J. Daniels, the Miami wide receiver, went to the Rams, replacing Puka Nacua. No, I'm kidding. At 197. And at the Vikings at 198 got Wake Forest running back Damon Claiborne, who I know nothing about.
The Seahawks have Emmanuel Henderson Jr., wide receiver, Kansas.
Awesome. There we go. And that's 199. And we are 6 picks away from a Detroit Lion.
That
at
was
205.
originally Detroit's draft pick, 199, when the draft started.
Yeah, how did we get out of that?
Here's an
Detroit
interesting
to
guy.
Cleveland to Cincinnati to the Jets to Seattle.
Do you guys know a gentleman named Cam Chapa, safety from Arizona?
I know him well.
Personally.
Close personal friend.
Yes.
He's a guy who's
had
got
dinner
brown
with him
hair.
last night.
Got brown hair.
He is a very highly rated free safety, 5'11", 190. And we lack guys who can play well in space. Got a lot of thumpers, I think, at safety. The Dan Jacksons, as we talked about. Do we
What's his name?
Cam Chapa, Chapa.
Chopper.
Chopper.
Get to the chopper.
still
Get to the
available?
chopper. Go to the
Get
Detroit
to the
Lions.
Choppa.
Get to the
That's-
chopper.
That's what I was asking. Let's see, Choppa.
I don't even see him on my list.
Choppa.
I don't
sounds
see
like
him in
a-
NFL.com at all. That's why I was kind of asking.
Are you
about
looking
him.
at National Football League draft players here, Brent? I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
checking. This
Yes,
isn't
sir.
Or is it
UFL.
CFL?
UFL.
What
yeah.
college does he go to?
Man, he goes to Arizona.
He went.
He's
It
eligible
was a
next year.
Canadian college.
I forgot
He
to
was-
sort
he's
it
a
on
teammate of
2026
Giovanni
draft year.
Manu.
My apologies. He's next year.
Oh,
He's next year.
okay. Well, that's why
I didn't sort on
All right, this is a
2026 draft
failure.
year.
This
You're
is
really
an
looking
absolute-
ahead.
He's pulling a
Next year's
Brad.
going to be a great
Pulling a
draft.
Brad Holmes. He's going to next 3 years. He's going to keep an eye on this kid.
I've been watching
This
Choppa.
is what you
for-
get with the Lions Gray
let me
Mains. We look
see.
ahead
Hey,
years and years.
I've been watching Choppa for 3 years. 3 years I've been watching the Choppa.
Get to the chopper.
There is a guy that will be in your name game here.
Oh yeah.
It's demonic. Williams.
Demonic. He's the anti-Ephesians.
Demonic. That's
He
the
is
name.
a defensive tackle. I'm not sure where he's from.
I was wondering why Chopper was
Good
still
choice,
there.
Simon.
Demonic.
It is Corey Schlesinger, and Joe Dexter says Schlesinger is still eating defensive tackles for breakfast
He is.
somewhere.
In Allen Park. He lives. That's if you had watched the Gray Mains episode where he did it. He is a high school teacher in Allen Park, Michigan. Allen Park. If you're ever down there, stop by and say hi to
Peter Pignatello really wants
Buckets.
Perkins.
He's from Oklahoma. Demonic.
Demonic is from Oklahoma.
Yep.
You know, Perkins is a runner too. I mean, Perkins has got some speed. I picked him up in a few mock drafts. Dan, you weren't a favorite. You weren't a favorite of Perkins, right? I remember
Size. Yeah.
size.
3 picks.
Yeah. I think he was smallish, wasn't he?
I don't remember what it was. That's why I asked
See.
you. But let's see.
I know his.
I know he's
I think
really.
his PFF grade was pretty bad.
His PFF grade was terrible. In fact,
Yeah,
I have to
he's,
go 2 pages deep.
6 foot, almost 6'1", 223. So it's not his size. His hand size is 8 1/8 inches.
Is that good or bad?
He's like the dude from Scary Movie. You know,
Scary movie.
they bag on a quarterback whose hands are 9 1/4, and this dude is almost like a full inch less.
A running back.
Well,
or a linebacker.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's a
I don't know the
linebacker.
Scary Movie reference. Are you saying it's small or big?
Are we talking about Harold Perkins' hand size?
I
Yeah.
believe so.
I think that's
8
what's
8 1/8 inch hand size, Chris. Even that's something that you could appreciate as being ungodly small.
Yes. Can he be a hand model though? That's what I want to know.
Child hand model.
child model.
Okay, this is going. I'm not gonna touch
All
that
right.
one.
Yeah,
I'm,
please
leaving that
don't.
one out. I'm leaving that one out there.
All right. So we're up in like a couple picks, right? So Jaguars are on the clock. Chargers are in. So we got Jaguars and Texans and us. This feels like the place where Brad is going to reach for the guy he doesn't want to try and sign in UDFA because we only have that 7th rounder in about 10. Well, it's about 15 picks away, 20 picks away.
Yeah.
So if he's going to try and grab a quarterback or a tight end or maybe a kid like Landon Dickinson from Army, defensive tackle,
Navy.
or Robinson, Navy, this feels like the place where he would be doing that. If he wants them and wants them under team control and doesn't want to have to fight through other offers from other teams and have to give them a lot of guaranteed money, this is a spot where he's going to do it, I think. So, and there's a lot of quarterbacks out there. There's some couple tight ends left still. But yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't know. I mean, again, I think he's probably going to go best player available, but
Yeah, Perkins, is interesting 'cause he has a decent run defense grade. He's a good athlete. He runs well.
He's an outstanding child hand model.
But he's a we had, if you remember the twin brothers, one was missing his arm,
Yes.
and he was a really
Shaq Lawson or something like that.
Shaq. I don't think it was Lawson. They were from UCF.
Yeah, I know who you're thinking of.
But just because he has disproportionately small hands doesn't mean that he can't.
he's a linebacker. Why
tackle.
What do you
well,
do
his
with big
his
hands?
tackling ability was one of his PFF detriments, and if you can't grab because you don't have big hands. I'm just saying,
that
you guys
much
make
more.
fun of it. It is what it is. You're supposed
What
to
do you mean
wrap
we're
up
making?
with your arms.
You're the funny one. It's great analysis, right?
I want you guys to pull up hand size on every starting linebacker in the league right now.
I'm just looking at
You
mine.
can do it, RES.
Nowhere
Type it in
near
right now.
8
Go to
that I'm aware
RAS.
of.
What's the thing about
and-
their
and you
hand
do
over their
that.
face? Isn't there some sort
You know
of
what they say
saying
about big
that?
hands, small gloves.
I don't know what they say,
Yeah,
but I don't
small
want you to
gloves.
repeat
Small
it.
gloves, man.
Small gloves. What are you talking about?
Okay, all
Man,
right.
your mind is somewhere. I don't
All
get it.
right.
Anyway, so run defense grade, really, pretty solid. But the problem that I see, and I just posted his little schematic here in the meeting or the Slack channel for the draft. He digressed every year, except for the last year. He just ticked up a little bit from the previous year. You go from 76.7, which at this point in the draft would be a really good pick. but he went 71.1, 60.0, and 62.4. And look, teams may have scouted him and figured out how to, like with T-Rex when you got short hands, they started
like you when you reach for the bill.
Don't even give me a hard time about bills.
You get alligator arms.
I love to pay for things when I can. So
Yeah, whatever.
yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
alligator
so
arms
Perkins
and
Perkins can run.
Perkins hand size.
Perkins can run, but Dan's points are valid that he needs small gloves.
I just
We do
put
play
him in
indoors.
versus the average NFL linebacker into the Zoom chat, and
There we go.
Hand,
Now we got
arm,
some real
height, weight.
analysis. Let's
Yes.
do it. Let's get some real analysis. Let's not sit here and make jokes. This
Hey.
is a football podcast. I'm kidding.
Peter
we go.
brought it up, not me.
Guys, like listen.
Peter,
you
Abney
understand.
highlights. Hello.
Just busting chops. Here we go.
Why are the Lions
Look at
admins
Perkins'
posting about
RAS
Abney when we're
score.
picking in like a pick?
Perkins' RAS score is I mean, if he was an inch taller and 10 pounds heavier, he'd be a freaking 9 something.
But look at it's all about his speed though. 40, 20, 10-yard splits.
4, 4,
His broad
5,
jump
40.
is decent.
He's a great
But
athlete.
his bench and his vertical were decent. But look at him compared to average. He's fast, like you said. That's his best asset. He can get there, but can he actually wrap somebody up or make a play when he gets there?
So
those
his
will be the
hand is an
questions
inch
for
and
the
a
kid.
half shorter than the average linebacker's hand size. Do I have that right?
Yes.
An inch
And
and
his
Lions
arms are
are on
also
the
shorter
clock.
by 3/4 of an inch too, or almost 3/4 of an inch.
Lions are on the clock. Mike is like, we're not talking about hands anymore. The Lions are on the clock. Ladies and
He wears a
gentlemen.
medium glove, not a large. But I wouldn't mind Perkins. I'm with Peter.
So none of the names that we've talked about have been taken yet. So they're all
That's not
still
true.
available. No,
DK.
just
Oh,
recently.
just
Just
recently,
recently, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another round and UDFA. So
Yes.
the more of these players
Yeah.
that Dan can scout out tonight and post on is good news for the Lions.
Brad's going to throw us a curveball, I guarantee it. He's not going to take anybody that we're all looking at because we think too logically. We don't think like
If it's a
we
wide
don't think in
receiver.
Holmes.
Yeah. Hey,
I don't
Josh,
think it'll be that again, but
Josh, VJ Payne
I wouldn't-
is there's better select. I'm sorry, Dan, go ahead.
I was just going to respond to him saying that tight end or running back are not out of the question, or quarterback.
No, yeah, I know.
Nothing's out of the question
mean,
here.
Receiver might upset me a touch.
I think receivers out of the question unless
Hey.
somebody is absolutely
Dan,
that good.
Dan,
but I
you
had
you,
no
you do a
idea.
great job of tracking depth charts. We have 6 safeties, right? We
Yeah.
have 9 cornerbacks. If I can't
Actually, we
remember,
have eight
Eight.
safeties.
8 safeties and how many corners?
We've got 7, 6, 7,
we have the
8
pick yet?
cornerbacks.
eight,
Yeah.
8 safeties,
They're
8
still on the
corners,
clock.
and we have how many defensive linemen? At
5.
least- at least 5. Okay, I was going to say 6.
Five tackles and 7 edges.
We have
ends.
12.
But a couple of the ends can
Defensive
go
line.
inside. So
Mm-hmm. And linebacker is the only position that
So we got
is
4 there, right?
yeah. In terms of numbers,
Yes.
and I'm just
Yeah, numbers, yeah.
because somebody made a comment in the chat about we need to go defense.
Joe Dexter, Chris Spielman, and Stephen Boyd didn't have hands. They are Thor hammers. You know what that means about their glove size.
their arm hair was Velcro.
Hey, what was Law's Raz? Did we post that? Did
We did.
That was
Uh,
9.9, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like crazy
Yeah.
good, right? He's a,
We didn't get the RAS
Yeah.
score.
The only one who was not good was the cornerback. I put the links to the RAS score in the on the draft page on the website. If you want to click on those, I don't think I still have them.
Who-
You know what? Actually,
we
the
need to
Lions
find like
fan?
one place where everybody posts.
Yeah, Law's Raz is a 9.6. The only thing holding him back was his height of 5'10" and a half.
yeah,
But he didn't do
nine-
a whole lot. He did bench, vertical, and broad. I'm sorry, he did actually do well. He did more than I thought.
Hey, here's the
Didn't do the
polarizing
agility
take.
testing.
Lions pick is in.
Lions picks in, and Josh Thiel has the polarizing take of the draft. Here we go.
Pavia.
Diego Pavia,
No.
come on down.
Fuck no,
Hey.
Easy. Family show, Dan.
absolutely not.
Emmanuel
Not.
Henderson Jr.
I don't.
Oh.
We don't. we don't do turds, and that guy's
it was
a
a
punk
joke.
of a
It
turd.
was a joke. It was a
Oh,
joke.
I know it's a joke. Still fires me up.
All right, here we go.
That kid's destined
coming
for the
in.
CFL.
Yeah, we have one thing.
Probably be great in the CFL.
One thing we have added in this draft is athleticism.
In hand size.
You did not go there again, did you? This reminds me of a conversation last night.
Yes.
where
Mike's
we-
good. Like,
You gotta quit talking about
He gets
that.
better as the draft goes on. His
gotta-
jokes get better. They do.
Mike, you gotta.
It's almost
quit
like he's
talking
getting to the
about
bottle of whiskey or something.
Exactly.
He's getting all loose.
He's not drinking. I can tell you that. He's drinking
Not
Diet
drinking.
Pepsi.
that. He actually brought
There's
his
more
own
Diet
bottle of
Pepsi.
whiskey with him.
No, that's for you.
That's a smart
Oh,
man.
is that for me?
yes.
Oh, that's
I
a
didn't
housewarming
know that.
gift.
I thought, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He brought crystal roses. That was an A+++.
All right. Hopefully we're
That
going
man's
to be
got
getting
talent.
Pick.
That man.
It's in. You ready?
Skylar Gill Howard.
Defensive tackle, Texas Tech.
We got a
Texas Tech.
defensive
Hey,
tackle.
we got our defensive tackle. Yay.
Okay.
Never heard of the guy.
He is
Take a look.
small. He is small, 6 foot and 5/8 and 280 pounds. Yikes.
Well, there's been some
Three
great.
tech.
There's been some great defensive tackles who are smaller. I don't
Guess
know
what?
anything
He's
about
got
him.
an injury history and a recent injury history. He's perfect for Brad Holmes. Undersized, as
there he
Dan
is.
said, for the position. Short arms, but it didn't limit production. Gil Howard's hands are quick and always active, although he can get swallowed up when linemen get their hands on him. Closing speed. You know what we should do, guys? Is go and look at Corey Schlesinger's pre-draft analysis and look at all his shortcomings, and then he ends up being like an amazing player. We're in the 6th round, right? We have a defensive tackle, a name that we can put on the board here, and quite frankly, I'm done drafting offensive players. This was a need, so I'm happy that we have a body in the building. 6'1", 280, defensive tackle does feel small. I agree. Needs to put some poundage on for sure, but the frame is kind of small, to Dan's point. Any thoughts, Brent?
Well, I don't know anything about the guy yet. So
Okay.
I'm looking him up now, and he can't be found in PFF currently.
Wingo's. He's the same size as Mekhi.
Mackay Wingo.
Mackay Wingo is 6 foot 288. That's what he's listed at after being in the league for 3 years.
Skyler's not
Guess
even
Chris
in,
Smith is.
not even in PFF.
Where the hell did Chris Smith come from?
So
Oh, he's there. Okay, yeah,
Zero-
he's a nose tackle. I have him listed.
Lance Zierlein says he's undersized one gapper using suddenness and leverage to elude the clutches of bigger players. He plays with a non-stop motor and palpable sense of urgency, creating wins off the snap against the run and pass. He gives blockers no reps off. His secondary effort and block counters keep him in the play longer.
Texas Tech, right?
Yep.
Yes. Size is an issue, obviously. But he sounds like a Dan Campbell player.
Sounds like a lion.
Non-stop motor.
Is it bad when I pop him in? There's absolutely no photos of him in action.
Maybe.
I'm going to take a chance here. We're late in the draft. I can start pulling this up. Here we go, guys. Here's some highlights of our latest draft pick. I'll pop this in and out. Hopefully not get pulled down.
If it gets pulled down, we'll rejoin. We got
Oh, he made that. That was a nice move there. Forced that. That's not him. Oh, is that? Oh,
That's
he
him
actually
running.
made the pick and the touchdown. Yeah, he's small for a defensive tackle. There's no doubt.
but he plays. Watch him. He's kind of nasty.
Looks like he's a biscuit short of a linebacker.
He's got the right size hand, though.
Check the hand size. Check the hand size. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Got to have something to joke about this late in the
All
draft,
right.
right?
All right.
You can post the link. You can stop.
That's what she said.
You just post the link and folks can watch it. We got a DT, Simon.
All right, one more pick in the 7th round.
He looks.
Skylar Gilhoward.
He looks pretty athletic. But he's not even in
We have
PFF, guys.
The 6th pick in the 7th round.
They like him better than Rayshon Benny.
apparently.
Is he Texas Tech or Texas A&M?
Texas Tech.
Okay.
Texas sick.
D tackle. 6'1".
Simon's happy. That's kind of my thoughts is position wise, Simon. I'm happy that we got a body in that room. We keep on looking at the roster and the depth of the roster, and that just really is looking thin. Would I love a more talented player? Yeah. Maybe a better defensive tackle at the law pick would have been like the one thing but listen, I can only question so much, especially late in 5th, 6th, 7th round. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, listen, if Holmes' 6th round history has been pretty good. So, you can't hit on them all. But
hopefully this one.
Yeah, hopefully this one is a hit. We don't know yet. But yeah, 6th round Hassanin, Makai Wingo, Christian Mahogany.
Awful.
Ah.
And it's not just his size. He is not overly athletic.
So, I mean, a guy at that size, you're not asking him to hold the point of attack, right? You're asking him to shoot through the gaps, try to get pressure on the quarterback.
And that's exactly
he's
what
a 3-tech, right?
Yeah.
He's an undersized one-gapper using suddenness and leverage to elude clenches of bigger players. Plays with a nonstop motor and palpable sense of urgency, creating wins off the snap. And then the rest of it's in the chat with the folks.
Can we make sure the stuff's all getting posted at the same place? I'm going to like 3 different spots to grab stuff. Is it going in the... Like I just grabbed something in the Zoom chat from Dan. Where are you posting what you're doing, Brent?
I just put. I was just responding to Simon in the YouTube channel.
Because you're posting stuff in Slack too, right?
Where do you want me to post stuff?
I don't know. You guys just pick.
We have a special folder for it, but the stuff I'm putting in Zoom was not. That was just for me to give to you guys. That wasn't necessarily for you guys to throw up. Chris.
Skylar Gilhoward's RAS is on the screen. Yeah, not great.
I think that's what my RAS would be.
Mine would be all red.
Quick, check the hand size. Ooh, the hand size is awesome. No, I'm kidding.
Does it have hand size?
It does. Of course it does.
Where?
You know what we're gonna do? We got to do from here on out, guys. When we do our shows Tuesday night, our live shows, we have to make sure we have our hand size. I'll make sure that like it's gonna say Mike Terry, superior analyst, hand size
12.
12. His jokes get better as the show goes on, man.
He's getting tired.
We're 5.5 hours, and Mike is he's killing it, and Brent is asleep.
Brent after dark.
Not yet.
No.
It's not dark out yet.
It feels dark.
I know.
It feels like midnight.
All right. Somebody want to break down this RAS score, which is it's like getting a report card with all,
D minus?
No,
that's a grade they don't like to give.
Yeah.
C minus.
D minus. That's a grade they don't like to give out.
Okay.
Tommy boy.
So Lava Sand says role player.
Oh, Delmonte Jackson just went.
Would have chased a project.
I wouldn't have minded Delmonte Jackson.
Well, we took the Red Raider.
With the big hands. He does look athletic. In the video there,
6 foot and
pick-
280.
Do you have it? You said he's not in PFF?
He's not in PFF.
All right, I'll put his Raz in instead then.
I wonder why Xavier Harris is still available. Hey, Rayshon Benny's still there.
Yep.
Yeah, there's definitely some issues there.
Isaiah World. Logan Fano.
Oh, where's this kid at? Skylar Gill. Skylar
Diego
Gill. Skylar
Pounds?
Gill.
Jam Miller, Alabama running back. Mason Rieger, edge, Wisconsin.
Why are you saying names? What are we talking about?
We are
Brandon?
talking about who's still available for our 7th round pick. 7th round pick. Yep. All right, so going through best players available. There's a lot of players that have been talked about here. And look, there's a need for about 15 folks on our undrafted free agent list that we need to.
What the hell's this kid's name? Skylar
Gil Howard.
Yeah, I tried every variation of it for the. To pull
Well,
his
it's
PFF.
Skylar Gil dash Howard.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah, I got that.
I tried just Gil. Normally, if you put Gil or Howard, it pops up. I put Skylar, nothing.
So we need
Howard.
to fill our 90-person roster. We need approximately 15 undrafted free
15.
agency.
Yeah.
After the
Combination of 15 UDFAs and veterans
And
to get to 90.
Okay.
I don't know of many teams that don't bring in 90.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody typically
Oh, they'll bring
wants
it
to
in.
fill it all in,
But it's
because
just a matter of
you gotta create all those situations and
Yep.
practice and have the depth
yeah.
to be able to do it.
Here's some highlights on ESPN.
Oh yeah, here we go. Look at him throw that.
All right, done. Sorry, guys. I had to check out. We got people misbehaving in the chat. So, got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks very quick. He's got good hands, tenacious.
Joe Dexter says we haven't taken an Iowa or Alabama player yet. So here comes the Hawkeye quarterback in the 7th.
He's got a point.
Lava stands. Yeah, could not find much on him. This is going to be this pick and the Kentucky wide receiver pick are going to be people are going to come at Brad just when we started feeling good about Brad.
Packers picked Damani Jackson before we got the chance to select Skylar Gil Howard.
Skylar.
We gave you a chance
Apparently
to
his-
behave.
Apparently his grid index per the gentleman over at Pride of Detroit is a 9.42, which is the highest in the defensive tackle class in this draft.
Grit index?
Yeah, it's something those guys do. I don't know the exact.
That's Eric Schlott, right? Or how
Schlitt.
Yeah.
Schlitt.
Yeah.
Schlitt.
I'd like to know what makes up the grid index. I guess I could look it up.
Hand size.
Obviously.
Hand size is absolutely a bit part of the grit.
It seems to be a common.
That's dragging it
discussion
down.
point.
Oh no, that's the other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other guy.
Smaller the hands, the bigger the grit. Is that how that works? It's like
The more grit you need.
Yeah, exactly. You got to overcompensate for the small hands.
Well,
With more grit.
Hey, just to kind of tee things up,
Yeah.
post this for next year. I was looking at how many picks we have next year because supposedly it's going to be a great draft. Right now we have all of our selections and we have an extra 7th.
Extra 7th, yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So just to
That's
kind
the
of
Montgomery trade.
yeah.
Okay.
And so the number, I have not seen many, if any, trades for next year's picks. Have you noted
One or two, but
one or
not
two,
many.
but not many, right?
I think yesterday there was a few.
Teams are
I
very
didn't see many
hesitant.
today,
Yeah.
if at all.
Let me just see if there's a
Yeah,
list
there
of-
was a lot of talk about that because of the talent of next year, that people were a lot less hesitant to trade next year's picks. I don't love it anyway, regardless of whether or not you think the talent is better the following year. I honestly don't love, hey, we're going to do that by doing a next year's, third, whatever. I don't love it.
Chris, can you work on a splash screen for me for UDFAs? Maybe something where it's like
What's a splash
dustbin
screen?
or
What do you mean?
something like that with a bunch of random players.
Oh, you mean like
Brad
an image
looking
for,
around.
for
Yeah,
the
an image for
website?
the SEO image and the splash screen for the pick. For with our logo on it, stuff like that.
Yeah, so the Vikings gave up a 6th round pick for next year to trade up for Damon Claiborne, running back. And okay, and the Browns received the Seahawks 4th round pick next year. The 49ers received the Ravens 6th round pick. And gentlemen, Bills received a 7th round pick next year from the Raiders. And I think that's it. Browns receive another.
You're saying picks in general?
Yeah, just like
Is that what you're saying?
team. We were.
There's a bunch.
We were talking. There's 5 so far for next year's picks, and the Browns stacked up 2 4th rounders, and the Vikings received a 3rd round pick next year from the Eagles.
Here you go. This is a place that has that, so you don't have to. There is a lot of picks next year.
In the Zoom.
I'm sorry, those are
In the Zoom
2027.
chat.
Pardon me, that's this year's. You just got to change the header to be 27. This site is fantastic.
Yeah, let's see, 2020.
It'll show you everything that you're looking through. There's a lot of lower, like 6th round and below that have kind of changed hands, but
yeah,
there's a bunch of dupes in here when they don't know exactly which pick it is. So they put it at each of the pick spots if there's more than one pick for a team that it could be. But I've been using this thing for 10, 15 years now to look at the picks.
So the Jets and Colts. Sauce Gardner to the Colts. The Colts gave up their first. Cowboys traded. Yeah. So there's 3 first round picks next year. 1, 2, 3rd round picks. The Chiefs got the Rams and the Vikings got the Eagles. And none of these first rounders happened for this draft. That was the question, Dan. That's what caused this to even go down this rabbit hole. Was
No. I think one pick got traded for next year. This year, somebody gave up a 2027.
No, that's what I was saying. There's like 5, but they're not in the first round. The 3rd round has the Vikings getting the Eagles pick, the Chiefs getting the Rams pick. In the 4th round, the Browns got the Giants pick. The Browns got the Seahawks pick. And let's see, those are. And then the Vikings got the Panthers pick, and that's pretty much it. Couple, 6th, 7th round picks or trades, but so not a lot of trade activity for next year's selections in this draft. The Jets will have 3 first round picks next year's guys. The Jets have 3 first round picks. That's pretty good capital.
Okay, we're about.
I don't think they have that many. Those Cowboys ones, it's either or. It's not both. They have the Colts Oh, you're saying
They have the Colts.
I see what you're saying.
and
They
the
have their pick,
Cowboys.
one of the Cowboys, two
That's right.
picks, and then the Jets, the
That's
Colts
right.
pick. I got you.
Yeah, they got 3 first-round picks next year.
Yeah.
And then what? And then how did they do this year overall? Let's take a look here. I think we played the Jets, don't we?
Yes.
Last place schedule.
What are we, 6th overall in the next round, and then we're done?
Yep.
Yep.
Pick 222. We're about 10 picks away, 9 picks.
Yeah, the Jets have had a really good draft this year and are loaded for bear next year. So
Yep.
three first-round picks is no joke.
No. Well, money too, right?
Didn't they have 3 this year? So it's like 6 picks and 2 drafts in the first
this
round?
year.
Well, the Jets this year had 3 first-round picks and then have 3 next year. Yeah.
They had 3 this year?
Yeah, that's
David
a
Bailey,
quick way to
Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr.
They traded, didn't they?
They got the 30th pick from the 49ers for
Yeah,
Omar Cooper
they
because they had the first
Yeah.
pick in the second round.
They came in with 2.
And then they got the Lions' 50th pick, D'Angelo Pons. They're maneuvering nicely. Somebody to watch out for.
Well, that's that new GM, Maybe he's doing the things the right way there.
Yep. So
I think I've had my feed of terrible towels being swung in the air. I think that's pretty much done with that.
there's another stash. I should have liked that guy. Notre Dame defensive tackle.
The stash.
Brent, how do you think Brent would look with a mustache? Can you grow a mustache, Brent?
No,
No.
baby face still. Baby face.
Oh, Dan, you're going to love this.
What is this?
This is what he calls a splash screen, but it'll be the image for the UDFA.
Oh, dear.
Oh
So
my!
hysterical.
Oh, it's good. Wow.
Oh, the trash can.
One man's trash.
Another man's treasure.
That's right, baby. All right, Dan. I'm going to put it in the Zoom. You good with that? You want me to email it to you?
No, the anywhere's fine as long as I can just copy it.
All right. Coming your way in the Zoom chat.
88.
Do the Lions go quarterback?
That's awesome.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
That's right. Skylar Gill Howard. He could have been in that bin.
Could have.
You
All
should
right.
actually put him probably in his own bin.
Let's look as we approach. As we're in the we're about to be in the 7th round. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We're going to be looking at Lions 7th round draft picks
Best players available.
in the last 20 years. Well, I forgot who our 7th round draft picks were from last year. Do you guys remember?
Last year's 7th round draft picks. I know we
One of them
picked-
was wide receiver we were talking about.
Yeah, Dominic
Yeah.
Lovett.
Yep.
Dominic
Lovett was one.
Was
Yep.
Jackson the other one?
Dan Jackson was the other one.
Yep.
Yep. Dan Jackson and Dominic Lovett. Antoine Green in 2023.
Yeah, that was disappointing because
That was.
I had expectations.
Is he
that
still
you-
in the league?
I don't think,
I don't think
so.
so.
I don't think so.
Chase Lucas,
He's still in the
2022.
league. Someone signed him recently.
Oh,
Jamar Jefferson, who we mentioned earlier, was a 7th round draft choice in 2021. Jay Sean Cornell, Did he even make a
Great school. Really good school.
Yeah, well, football player, not so much. Isaac Nauta in 2019. God,
Was he a tight end?
I have no idea, and I don't really want to know. PJ Johnson in 2019. Nick Bowden, 2018. Pat O'Connor in 2017. There we go.
Around for a while.
Dwayne Washington in 2016. Corey Robinson. Nate Freeze. Michael Williams. Travis Lewis. Willie Young. Remember the great Willie Young of 2010? God.
Number 79.
Willie Young.
Number 1 in our hearts.
Lyden Murtha. Zach Follett. Dan Gronkowski. Follett, thank you. Dan Gronkowski. 2019. Landon Cohen. Caleb Campbell, who we brought up earlier. Army linebacker. Caleb Campbell. Ramsey Robinson in 2007.
That's Zee, not Ramsey Marugi.
Right. Yep. Anthony Cannon, 2006. Blue Adams and Matt Murphy.
Jordan Vandenberg went to the Bears.
Blue.
Oh, wow.
What's significant about that?
That's
that my son played with him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep. I had forgotten his name. I couldn't remember. We've talked about 8,000 players.
I know.
Today, so at some point, they start to run together.
Dude, what is with the Lions drafting all these players with like 1 and 0 as their number? I think there's like 3 guys we drafted who in college wore 1 or 0. And they ain't getting that because Jamo and Gibbs aren't giving them up.
Who?
So the kid, Skylar Gill Howard, he has 0.
No,
the guy, the quarterback or wide receiver before him was 1, and the guy before him was 1.
I was just kidding about Jamo. That's it. Sorry. So Isaiah World, again, there's some guys that I'd really like to get into Detroit.
Isaiah World.
He's speaking of good names, right? Oregon offensive tackle.
Is he like World Be Free?
Can slide into guard.
World be free.
6'8", 318.
Yep, there he is.
Wow,
Jordan,
that's kind of big for him, though, right?
that is.
Yeah.
Well, he had conversations with a lot of teams, and I bet he was not. I mean, there was going to be a scramble for him undrafted.
Yeah.
So the Bears did exactly what Dan said that Brad would do around early, is get these guys that you don't think you're going to get to undrafted.
Okay.
And I bet that's what the Bears did there. That sucks. Of course you wanted to see him, and certainly don't want to see him on the Bears.
Now we hate him. Yeah. He's not on the Lions. We hate him. He's on the Bears even.
Well, hate is a strong word.
No, I'm just using the words that others used. Okay.
Joe Dexter says Zach Follett is a 7th round legend. All caps. He's yelling it from the rooftops. Zach Follett is a 7th round legend.
Yes.
VJ Payne.
8
VJ
picks
Payne.
away.
Edith Paul says VJ Payne. I just hope Zach Follett is well.
What about? Oh, I was gonna say Zach Zenner too, but he was undrafted.
Oh
wasn't he?
yeah, Zach Zenner.
I liked him.
Was he the guy that became a doctor?
Yes.
Zach Zenner.
So our 7th round pick is pick 6, 222.
Yep.
Yes, it's coming up quick.
We're on pick. Well, the Packers are on 216 and they're on the clock.
All right.
Falcons pick is in.
Falcons pick is in. Mike has really found his niche there. And
I have.
think the Falcons pick is in. Ladies and
Pitch?
gentlemen.
What?
Lady pitch, like in pitch.
Oh, pitch. As in soccer.
Yep, get on the pitch, among other things. I think the Falcons. You got to do it more after dark.
The Falcons pick is in.
There you go. There you go.
Or I could do radio voice.
Radio voice. This is WJR 760 AM. Detroit.
Nice shot of caffeine there.
He only had.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
So there's a lot of names here that.
That what?
I'm going to stop trying to figure out who he's going to pick.
Right?
At this
I
point.
stopped 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
You do that. Mason Rieger.
You be you, sir.
Mason Rieger.
There's still on Daniel Jeremiah's list, the highest available one is he ranked number 70 and is 150. Deion Burks, wide receiver, Oklahoma, still
Oh,
available.
they're doing the Vandenberg here.
Oh, the first kicker went. Punter.
Jordan.
Ravens
Call
took
him
Ryan Eckley.
JJ.
Punter from
JJ.
Michigan State.
Super strong.
Look at that.
That was against Blake Miller.
Was it?
Oh, yeah. He's
He was
inside.
right tackle.
I know.
That's grounding.
Yeah.
Grounding. Blocked.
Nice. It's a block.
Top
Oh,
of round
that's a
7,
touchdown.
officially. Packers picks 9. Harold
See,
Perkins
wouldn't he
went
make
to
a
Atlanta.
great line?
Caden Curry went to
Perkins
He'd make
goes.
it
Indy.
Huh?
He'd make an outstanding line.
I think so.
Who? JJ?
JJ, yeah.
That's why Ben Johnson got him
Yeah, exactly.
Where's Ben Johnson?
right there.
Look at him.
Oh,
I'm the smartest
he's
guy in the
behind the-
room.
he's
My
behind
name
the,
Benedict.
stick.
I'm the smartest guy in the
Mike,
room.
he's right behind the stick here.
Where
I
he
can't-
should be.
They're gonna
So I don't know
have.
if you guys caught that, but Harold Perkins went to Atlanta,
Yeah.
and Caden Curry went to Indy as 2 of the
sir.
last 3 picks in the round.
We-
And then the Packers took a kicker. Trey Smack.
They need
Hell
one.
yeah, that's the name.
Cardinals are on the clock to begin the 7th round.
7th round, and then the Lions are 8th.
Trey
Sixth.
Smack.
Hey, Thaddeus Dixon. There's all kinds of players here.
I want Demonic Jones.
I want my baby back.
Or Williams.
Back,
Sorry.
baby back.
Chris is
Demonic
pushing.
Williams.
Chris is pushing all the religious names, and you're pushing demonic.
I want the religious names to take over.
Can't Holmes still trade out of this pick and get like a 3rd rounder next year?
Yeah.
Somebody's
in Madden.
dumb enough. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Somebody would be like, "Dang, he fleeced me again."
That's what the fans will say. He should have traded that pick for a number 1 pick next year.
Yeah, right.
Can't believe he didn't do it.
I would love to see Rieger picked up either free agency.
The
or-
guy from Western Michigan's still available too.
I think
Yeah,
we have a
exactly.
winner in the chat.
Namdi.
Joe Dexter says the Matt Millen era was full of 7th round picks. Problem is they were taking rounds 1 through 6.
Do that. Give him the sound. That's the winner.
What should I give him? Should I give him the triangle?
Ding.
No, we'll give him. We'll give him this. There you go, Joe. That's just
Way
for
to
you.
go, Joe.
The one that always blows my eardrums out is what I thought you were.
Yeah,
gonna
the
give.
No.
yeah, that one.
I'll just do that with my
Hey,
mouth.
Chris,
and I can
we-
do it quieter.
Chris, we've lost the feed. I can hear you, but I can't see you. There you go.
Oh, that's on
You
you.
trying to hide your chimes?
No, we're still fully live.
Feed
It's
solid.
got to be a problem in Ohio.
No, the middle screen was black. The one that's got the 4 of us on it, it went away for a second. No, maybe it's on mine. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah,
Trey Smack. There
yeah,
you go.
he's bringing the smack down.
That's a great name.
That's a great name.
As a kicker,
As a kid.
As anything.
Three smacks for you.
Nobody messes
Trey
with you.
Smack.
Exactly.
Is it better than Keishawn Booty?
Well, let's
Wow,
not go
that's
that
a
far.
good name. Keishawn Booty.
Booty.
he's
Booty.
French.
Cisse?
Louisianian.
No, say.
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 What they,
You gotta say it like Forrest Gump.
I should have been keeping
You're in
track of the
Alabama.
all name team, and just at the end, just be like, "Here's the all name team drafted, and just 1st round draft."
All right,
choice.
where's Simon? Where's
Ephesians
Simon?
Prysock.
Where's Simon? Simon, you live? You
Simon's
with us,
in
buddy?
England.
Well, I just mean he hasn't posted in
I
a
know.
while.
It is 9:30 p.m. there, so it's still plenty of time.
He has not missed a pick in years.
Jaden Williams, Ole Miss tackle, goes to the Cardinals. And the Cowboys, Saints, Bills, Bengals, and then our Detroit Lions with the final pick, as far as we know it, in the
Please
in
don't
the
trade
NFL
a
draft.
pick from next year for this year.
Exactly. We're about to
Send him a
cross
case
the
of Burners and
6-hour
some
mark.
Norwichs.
The
Hey,
6-hour
we're still
mark,
hot.
guys.
Yeah, we've been at it for a while. My legs are really aching to run. Get up and go.
Yeah. Ooh, I thought I
Sounds
heard
like
your
a
bones crack.
Passive aggressive ass to have his legs rubbed to me.
Ooh, that sounds like a good thing.
Oh my gosh.
Who's gonna do that for me?
Yeah, not
Dan.
Yeah, let me reach through the monitor and I'll
Right.
get you.
a virtual rub.
Yes.
It's been a long time on today, but let's get it home.
Right. Let's land this plane, Brad Holmes.
Sounds like the Navy guy.
Yeah.
Let's just land this plane safely.
Yes.
Mike's got he's got an 11-hour drive in front of him, or at least partially tonight. He wants to
14-hour drive.
He wants to safely get into it. Is it 14 from there?
Yeah.
He'll be passing
14
right
from
by your
Destin.
house.
Pardon me?
Oh, that's true, because I forget, because that's just my house, and you got to go another
Yeah,
3
gotta
hours,
go
3.5, almost 4 hours north of me. Jeez.
When are you gonna leave, Mike?
I don't know.
Get a good night's sleep and leave.
Well, if I do that, I'm getting up at like dark 30.
Get up with Molly.
I was potentially gonna leave here and go to like where I stayed in Athens, and then just, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Because we gotta help Chris pack up and everything, right?
Yeah, it's gonna take us a while to do
Help, Chris. You guys are doing it.
that. And
Okay.
you don't. Hey,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't trust you. I don't trust you with some of this stuff. I love you guys, but I don't trust you. Your hand sizes are too small.
we had dropped. Oops. We'd fumble it.
All right.
Oh,
Some of the
man.
info is finally starting to come across on Gil Howard.
Yeah, and what's the info?
They just had a Zoom, I guess, with the media. It said, fascinating stories about transferring from linebacker to defensive tackle, almost quitting football entirely, working for FedEx. And then Al Karsten said, high grid index, 51% of the time at 5 tech, 42% at 3 tech, spent 6 months training while working at FedEx and Milwaukee Mitchell International Airport between Upper Iowa and NIU. Oh, I thought he was in Northern Ohio. Or Northern Indiana, not Northern Iowa. 2-time high school football captain, 2-time high school wrestling state runner-up. Oldest of 10 children.
Dang, 10 kids.
Versus family graduate from college. He did miss the second half of last year with an ankle injury, so that might have pushed him down a little bit.
Check.
So you're saying that he almost quit football and was working at FedEx? Do I have that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Kind
I
of doesn't
posted
sound
that
like
in
a
Slack
doesn't
in our
sound like
normal
a
channel.
Lionsy pick to me, does it?
No.
Usually it's
He
somebody
came
that
back
loves
from the
ball
break,
so
though.
much.
He
You know?
sounds kind of like he loves ball so much that he didn't want to give up.
I didn't put in there the note, the third bullet up from the bottom. I did
Yeah,
not
he-
mention about one of his younger brothers.
Persevered despite-
He's no longer with us. So
I don't know.
I can't hear you because Dan's talking and you're not talking into the microphone.
Yeah,
There you
it
go.
sounds like he was living the dream. You know, he wanted so bad to get back to football that he persevered after having to work at FedEx. Kind of story to me.
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah,
we'll go with
that's
that.
what I want to believe. At this point, who knows? Anthony Smith out of East Carolina, the wide receiver, goes to the Dallas Cowboys, and TJ Hall, the Iowa cornerback, goes to the Aints at 219. We are 3 picks away from the final Detroit Lions draft pick of 2026. Oh, boys, this has been a lot of fun.
We're going to keep this thing up all the way through the end in case he does trade back in
What's he going to trade back in with?
next year's picks. It'd have to be. He's got 2 7s.
How long do they have to wait till the draft is over to start rounding up UDFAs?
Right after it's over.
Like
Or can
seconds.
he do it like after his
No, it's-
pick?
They'll be on the phone as soon as the draft ends.
Right after
They're doing it now. You guys,
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally
Yeah,
calling guys now saying, if you're not picked,
Right.
we want to sign you.
That guys talk story. Guys always talk stories about how they were contacted by teams before the draft ended, and then they ended up having their choice between a few different programs.
Yep.
Sweet.
Who's the guy that I just answered my own question. Isaiah Williams, right? The wide receiver out of Illinois. We ended up paying him like
Mm-hmm. Yep.
he was at UDFA, but we gave him like one of the highest contracts. And I think he's on the Bills now, I want to say. That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was 2 years ago.
Bengals on the clock.
And then we drafted his replacement, and we spent an extra pick to draft up to move up to get him this year.
All right, so what I am going to do here.
Bungles are on the clock. Bill's pick is in.
Bills have selected Torreno Pride Jr., cornerback from Missouri.
Man, he's got that radio voice.
Bengals are on the clock. Lions are on the clock now.
Yes, pick is in.
Let's do it.
Bring it on home, Brad.
Bring it on home strong. Simon is here. Hey, Simon. Glad you're here, brother.
Who are they going to pick, Si?
I was typing who you got, right? What you're I would say Ray Sean Benny, but
Wore that one out, right?
that'd be really funny if we got Ray Sean Benny.
But would it?
It'd be funny.
Is that funny, haha, or
Invite in Mason Rieger and Llewellyn and Ray Sean Benny and
There's some named people out there.
what's that? Chat. Okay, got it.
still don't know who the Bengals took?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, their commercials on ESPN and NFL Network. That's why they're waiting.
Dan,
Oh, they got the Bills on the
Sons
clock
of
here.
guns.
Dan should have.
Oh, never mind.
The Bills trade in?
Yeah, no, never mind.
Oh,
My
Torino
bad.
Pride is,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're behind.
yes.
Toriano
It's only
Pride
4-minute
Jr.
clock.
Toriano Pride.
Buonasera. Grazie. Prego.
Cannoli.
Is that a dessert?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, my.
Dude, dude.
Don't even know who the damn Bengals took.
Last year, we got Jackson Meeks undrafted. You guys remember? And he's still on the roster. Yeah.
Oh, he was undrafted?
He
Okay,
was.
cool.
Yeah, because we drafted
Yeah, he was-
the
he was a
Georgia
UDFA.
kid and UDFA'd him. Yeah.
And then a bunch of guys who the only name I recognize is Kai Robichaux from Boston College last year.
Oh, Bengals pick is in. Jack Endries, tight end.
Endries? Tight end, yeah.
Lions pick is in.
Yeah, it's been in for a few minutes. I don't know what it is.
Chris, you need to announce the last pick.
Craig Reynolds was undrafted. Brock Wright, Coyote Iwasika.
Those are pretty.
I know Iowa State was
was
undrafted.
Yeah. I'm actually
Brock Wright
surprised
came from Notre Dame, didn't he?
they cut Craig Reynolds, actually. So
Yeah, he hung around for 5 years, though.
I liked him.
Pick is in, and they took a guy that actually visited with us. Tyree West, defensive tackle from Tennessee.
Tennessee.
He was a hot commodity about 3 weeks ago. He was a UDFA projected seventh, late seventh, and he visited a bunch of teams. So it's not a shock that Brad just burned a pick on him, so he didn't have to fight for him.
He's tiny too. He's 6'1" and 278.
No, I see 6'3", 290.
I see 6. Are we talking about who?
Tyree West,
Yeah.
defensive
Tyree
tackle,
West.
Tennessee.
Okay, I was looking at Bryant Easton, Tennessee. He's huge.
I mean, that's
323.
what it says right here. But let me do
I
a
wonder
different.
I wonder
search.
which ones. This is ESPN saying
Yeah, that was
6'3", 290.
NFL.com.
290 is still not very big. Today's day and age. Tennessee.
What's up? Same a thingy, safety or tight end? Well, we got another defensive tackle. See, I wanted more defensive tackles in the room, and I got 2 of them. I'm not sure. I mean, who knows?
You should be happy.
Lawson or Benny would be nice, said Simon. Benny is looking like he's might potentially go undrafted at this point.
Yeah. ESPN say 6'1", 278. Or no, NFL. I'm sorry.
What do you got, Brent?
I'm going to look him up.
He
here.
started just 5 games in 4 seasons at Tennessee.
Yikes.
Okay, let's go to.
Wow.
Sorry. I just slipped out.
I'd hate to hear an intentional one. Yeah.
Listen to this overview. It's kind of funny. West's snap and start counts are unusually low for a draftable prospect. He has the bone thickness of an interior defender, but a chunk of his collegiate reps came at a 5 technique and even front defensive end.
Hand size?
I don't know. Says he has below average hand usage. So
Oh, well, usage is not always, equal, commensurate with hand size, usage and size. You know what they say? It's not about the size, it's about how you use them.
I don't think he went to the combine because there's no info there for him.
Oh, criminy.
Guys,
What's
it's a
his number?
7th round draft pick.
Yeah, it is.
I got picks 14 and 19. What's your number, buddy? 42. He changed to 42.
What?
When you pull up images of him, he has pictures
Oh.
wearing number 19 jersey and then also
Oh,
number
okay.
42. So
Yeah. Another skinny defensive tackle. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
what the heck?
Hey, listen, 6th and 7th rounders are not where you're going to get. You're hoping that this person is gonna. Your scouts are seeing something in this player. We needed defensive tackles in the room. Yeah, I would have loved to pick guys before that. I'm not going to keep going back to the wide receiver pick for the Law pick, where I felt like we could have gotten a better defensive tackle at that spot. But it is what it is.
Yeah,
What are you doing? That's
I'm
so
just
weird,
talking, Dan. What
Not
are you
you.
doing?
It's is Google. It's like they changed out the picture. The picture that's on Google results you click on it, it immediately switches to a picture from a suit and tie to a uniform picture. So like they changed it at the source at Tennessee. Really weird.
6'3", 290 there.
There he is.
He's playing end there.
He looks big enough.
He looked bigger than that.
Looks big enough to me.
Oh, he just killed the quarterback.
That looked nice.
There we go.
He's playing end.
That's an end. Yeah. Oh, the nice dip move.
Maybe he's a multi-purpose kid like
I kind of like that.
Pascal.
Looks like he had some pretty good moves on the.
Yeah, they had a dip move and came off the edge.
Is Brent still floating around?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Can you see if West has a PFF card?
Nope, he does not.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. He looks very nimble.
He looks bigger than 291 and 278.
Did you see how he side to side
Yeah.
got around defender or around the blocker?
Mm-hmm.
That was impressive. Very impressive. Couple late flyers at defensive tackle.
Well, they restocked the room. Didn't do a whole lot with that linebacker room, though. That's probably going to be where a bunch of our UDFAs are going to come from. I would expect to see at least 2 there and maybe one of the vets in Cunningham or Turner getting brought back.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of players still out there that would fit the bill for those 15 undrafted rookie free agents and a combination of undrafted rookie free agents and the free agents.
Yeah, but we're trying to fill. We got to backfill roster spots they need for camp and stuff. So wherever there's numbers that are low, they're going to have to fill that first before they start trying to churn the players.
Yeah, but we'll see by tomorrow where the undrafted rookie free agents are going to be signing from. And as always, folks, Dan will be posting those to the Gray Mains site so that you all can keep track of the additional undrafted rookie free agents that the Lions add. Camp is going to be coming up. I think they have a rookie mini camp, right? Usually.
They do not. They actually had news in that earlier where they are actually not going to host a rookie minicamp. I feel like the Lions are getting really cheap here. There's a bunch of stuff they did not do, like that they didn't pay for. I don't know if it's out of changing it up or what they're doing, but it just feels odd. You know what I mean? No local day, limited top 30 visits, no rookie camp. But the Forks have money problems.
No. I think they probably expect them to get up to speed quicker from what it sounds like. So it says the Detroit Lions canceled their 2026 rookie minicamp, opting to integrate rookies directly into the full team development program, with rookies scheduled to report on Monday, May 11th. The decision aims to better acclimate draftees and undrafted free agents to the NFL, following a trend of adjusting the rookie orientation program, according to MLive and Detroit Free Press.
So they get hazed earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to
By
get
the
hazed.
veterans.
They're going to get hazed either way, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. But I've always thought it was a good idea to bring them in with the veterans and then just toss them into the deep end of the pool and learn to swim.
Or not.
Exactly. The only thing that that doesn't do is allow them to attend some of the classroom instruction that they get about finance and acclimating to life in the NFL and predators that are going to try and prey on them.
Yeah, sorry, I jumped out for a few minutes. I'm not sure how much you guys talked about the 7th round pick in the chat. There's talking immediately when we were talking about the size of this player. We looked at this and it's like, boy, this guy looks like a small defensive tackle. And there's some comments here. And I even said, yeah, it's another skinny defensive tackle. And Edith Paul says 2026, the year of the tiny defensive tackles. But Simon does make a point, 6'3", 290, not skinny. We just looked before I left here that we looked at the screen and they were showing highlights of this player, and he was coming off the edge, so he wasn't just interior. He was coming off the edge. Had a dip move that beat the right tackle on a dip move. Moved very well and did not look in terms of eye test, Mike. He didn't look small to me.
No, not at all.
So this, he's not DJ Reader by any stretch of the imagination in terms of size and girth. He looks bigger than I thought. And then we've got the RAS score here on the screen. I'm not sure if you guys talked about that. Look at the hand size. That one just jumps right off the chart at me. You know what they say,
hands.
Brent? Yeah, you
Big
know what
gloves.
they say.
Big gloves.
That's right. That's what they say. Big gloves, big hands, big gloves. RAS score, yeah, not great. It's a 7th round pick, though. You hope this player can develop on that.
Well, the bottom line is that you're looking at those third string defensive tackle positions. As Dan said earlier, we were talking about the number of players. Mm-hmm. You've got 5 defensive tackles at this point, and you really are looking for guys that can fill particular niches. Mm-hmm. What I saw in West's highlights there is we hope he could turn into somebody that could put pressure on the quarterback in obvious passing situations, and he's very nimble and definitely appears to have skills that would allow for us to roll him out there on 3rd and longs and situations like that. That's often frustrated me on 3rd and longs and the Lions' inability to put pressure up the middle. And so maybe that's one of the things that they're looking at is how do we get the pressure up the middle from a couple of these pretty nimble guys. I mean, the Texas Tech and Tennessee players, both smaller, but can they get around the offensive lineman?
All right, guys, we wrapping this show up, or what are we thinking?
I think we're gonna wrap it up in my mind, but I would like for us to go around the horn here and just talk about overall draft perceptions. The reality is that I think we had some strong wins behind our sails in the first few rounds, and then seemed to have lost some luster. But then we picked up the wind at our backside a little bit, and then these last couple of picks, as Chris said, they are 7th rounders. But Dan, let's start with you in Ohio with your overall draft thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, they hit every need, right? Every position that had a need was finally hit. The defensive tackles, came late. These are, like I said, they're flyers, and there's probably going to be another kid or two coming in as either a veteran brought in or a UDFA brought in that slot. The wide receiver, I'm warming to it. I get it. I see the vision of what they're doing there. I mean, it's not just opportunity to get faster and stronger and more athletic and younger, but also it locks a kid in for 4 years versus doing one-offs. I mean, we had Khalif Raymond locked up for 3 years, so it was kind of nice having that done, and who that player is going to be, right? And then, the nickel cornerback, that kid was a steal. Or not nickel, just the cornerback in general. I think the general consensus is that was a steal, and it's probably going to get high marks from most
One of
of the
my favorite
national and
picks. I
local
agree.
guys.
Which
one
one?
of my
Yeah.
favorite
Which one was
picks.
it?
The
Abney.
Abney in fifth.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with
so,
that.
I think overall, looking at them, I'm not hating this draft. It's a very workman-like draft. He filled gaps. He got players that he wanted and he knew needed, and he's also, he's doing things that none of us are even aware of right now. He's trying to solve for problems that haven't even occurred yet. 2-3 years down the road. So, are these guys, as we've become more mature and we're into the fifth year now or sixth year of Holmes's tenure, this is becoming a maturing program. So, we should start to expect to see like picks that aren't going to make the team anymore. We for the first 3-4 years, almost everybody that drafted stayed on because our talent just was so bad. Well, we're going to be cutting good players going forward, as they have been able to bring in people that are good and to develop them. So, not overly concerned about anybody after say round 5 here. Love to be nice to have these guys pop up, but we'll see what happens. But hey, we've got bodies, and that's the main thing. You can let the coaches coach and let them cook.
Well, Dan, how do you respond to Josh's comment? Every need except safety. I know you've addressed.
I don't see safety as a need. Is my comment back. We have literally 8 safeties on the roster, 7 if you count Brian Branch not being ready till later in the year. You've got Joseph, Harper, Maddox, Eatson, and Clark. That's 5 of those safeties have starting experience, and I'm not talking like 1 game or 2. Right? These guys started like double-digit games. So, I'm not overly concerned about it. And again, anybody that we missed out on, any position that ends up having a flaw that we thought we patched and didn't, there's going to be other opportunities to fill those gaps down the road. Brad has left us in plenty of cap space, plenty of flexibility to go out and get someone if we absolutely have to. And frankly, he may have even left us enough room to go out and trade for somebody if that's what he wants to do finally, to put us over the top of the deadline.
I might disagree a little bit on that in terms of need at safety. I think we're assuming Kirby Joseph's going to come back and be the player he was, and we're assuming that Brian Branch, when he comes back in November, is going to be the player that he was. So I do think that that's a need, but I will say this just to kind of mitigate and hedge a little bit is that by the time we get to the 4th round, because we didn't have a 3rd round pick, by the time you get there, listen, you're not going to get a starting tackle, a starting off-ball linebacker, a starting defensive tackle, a starting safety. You're not we're not coming out of this draft with 6 starters, folks, right? So there's give and take in this thing, and the way this thing falls, safety was one of those positions where you're not at that point. It's like, what's a greater need? Defensive tackle. We bodies in the room. Dan, you talked about it. The number of safeties we have, we're going to have to work with what we have and what we can get undrafted for that position. You got to hope a guy like Dan Jackson that we brought in the 7th round is gonna help in that room and be healthy and be ready to compete. But I also feel like. The Navy Landon Robinson just went to the Bengals at 226. I also feel like a need that we talked about, couple needs. I don't want to say this is a need. A developmental quarterback would have been nice. We could still get one undrafted, so I'm not that worried about that. A running back was definitely a need. But again, I think it falls in the safety category where it's like at the points we were at, like any running back we're getting at that point, we could probably get equal talent undrafted. So let's get some defensive tackles in the room. And I'll just close out and say that, I'm still in kind of, BB minus on here. I agree with Dan. The Abney pick was incredible high value at a need for us at cornerback. So I love that pick. That's probably my favorite pick because it has the value there. But of course, the first two picks of the draft for us, I felt like were just rock solid. Phil's needs with great bags of dirt that we need, great Lions potential players, and of course, you guys know who my least favorite pick is, and that's Kendrick Law. I don't have to go too much into it, but that's really where it took a pivot for me. Mike, how about you, man?
Yeah, I know I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. Brad sat still, let the draft come to him in the first round. He got Blake Miller. I think it was a dual action. You get Blake Miller at right tackle now, and that moves Penei Sewell over to left, and now he becomes arguably the greatest right tackle in the game, the best right tackle in the game, and that is better than what we had last year. So I think that was a good move. Derek Moore, you can say he was a little bit overdrafted maybe, but he fit the need, and he's a great player, great person. He's got the motor, he's got the drive, he fits the Lions. Rolder, he might have been a little bit of a reach, but he fills a need, and he's the type of player the Lions look for. And I love the kid, but he has some injury concerns. I think that's due to the way he plays. Abney, great pick, great value. There had to be some reason he fell.
Yeah.
We'll find out. But if he lives up to his rating, he's going to be a solid contributor, hopefully. Much like you, I'm not quite sure I understand the Kendrick Law pick. Getting faster, younger. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe there was something a little better there. A little underwhelmed with Skylar Gilhall. And then the last guy, watching him on ESPN, I didn't watch Tennessee football. I'm not an expert on SEC football. He looked pretty good as an end on those highlights that we saw. At 6 whatever and 290 is pretty good at an end. So
yeah,
overall, I think it's going to be. I think they did what they needed to do. We've talked about it. They're still one of the best rosters in all of football. They're better today than they were Thursday. I didn't disagree with you.
just the way you said it, I think Chris and I both were like, what?
Did he just agree with you, Brent?
So let me
Brent,
kind of
close
bring
us
the
out, man.
ship into port. Use my Navy brethren terminology. Look, first and foremost, absolutely great to have the guys together. We missed you, Dan, but completely understand the reasons why you didn't come. We are really forming something wonderful here. The participation from the folks, the attention that everybody pays to the Gray Mains and
shout out to the chat.
Chat, fantastic. And we have just enjoyed the heck out of this. When we started this last fall, Chris and I met up in Atlanta for the Lions Falcons preseason game, and Chris says, "Hey, have you ever thought about doing a podcast?" And I was like, no. Would you be interested? Absolutely. And look, I've enjoyed it so much. And Chris, thanks to you for all the work you put into this and the production.
Yep.
It is first class. The people that watch the show and the feedback that they give me is that they look at what we're doing and they genuinely think that what we're doing is high quality, and that's directly because of you. And thanks to Dan for all the research he does behind the scenes. Dan, for those of you that don't know Dan or ever have communicated with Dan, sometimes he can be a little rough on me. He's
no,
just kidding. But he does a really great job of pulling together.
Yes, he does.
The materials, and he puts all the show together. Yep. We call him the editor-in-chief of the show. And so Dan, thank you. Mike is rarely wrong. And Dan, tonight.
Don't say that.
Yeah, it's true. But tonight,
is your wife
Dan,
listening in?
Dan
she was earlier.
Dan called out Jimmy Rolder. Kudos, on that one, making the call for Rolder. He's like, "Hey, I got a name for you guys," and bam, he's like, "Yes, I got it right."
Dan finally got one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he got Blake and Derek Moore with
even
him.
a blind squirrel finds a nut,
That's
right, Dan?
That's right.
And so going down this path with the guys and the team here. Couldn't be happier in terms of the amount of time it takes to do this stuff and to, I appreciate you guys very much. Mike, I was starting to talk about when we started laughing, but Mike, he is just a steady guy, and he talks very pointedly about things, and he doesn't speak a lot, but when he does, it's valuable. And I'm glad you're finally behind the camera here, or out in front of the camera, I guess I should say.
Yes,
and
sir.
and participating with us.
Yep.
It's long past due, and so really look forward to the coming months. Now, the exciting thing about this is, before we know it, we're going to be into football season. Summer will be here before we know it. We're talking about 120 days before the end of August rolls around, and we're talking about how many games we're going to go to this year. For everybody, we got Lions season tickets. You'll see me there, and I'll try to drag these guys as much as we can to different games. But please put it on your calendars to go to Germany in November. We have so many folks that I'm speaking with about going over to watch the Lions play in Germany. And if you want to get on the list for tickets, let me know sooner rather than later so that we can order the tickets as a group and sit together. I got a call with a company who's gonna give us a ring as soon as the tickets become available. Lastly, and I think most importantly, is the draft. The draft is setting the tone. When we went into this draft, I looked at the Lions' needs. The Lions' needs, according to ESPN, and do the whole thing. I bet the services aren't much different in terms of the needs. The way they rank the players can be pretty dramatic. But edge,
Check.
defensive tackle,
Check.
offensive tackle,
Check.
cornerback,
Check.
and running back was the last one.
I'm sorry.
I would disagree with that. There's a lot of debate about safety. There's a lot of debate about an additional.
Quarterback.
Yes, but I it's hard for me not to give this a B plus, and I actually like the Kendrick Law pick because I know how important special teams is for success in the NFL. It's a third of every game. And if the Lions lose their return guy, and frankly, it was just an abomination last year when Leaf was out, looking at people running into the backsides of players. And ultimately, the lack of success that we had last year could be attributed to poor special teams, some coaching, fake punts, going for it on fourth down, so we shouldn't. But the talent, you got to keep rolling this over. And the way that you stay on the top, we finished on the bottom last year, which is not going to happen again this year, I hope. But the Lions are culling through the wires now, trying to add talent and add players at cheaper prices so that we can re-sign some of the folks that are going to be coming up as free agents after this coming season. So the Brian Branches, the Laportas, and others. Jack Campbell, of course, huge salary going to be coming his way. So retaining those players and not having to go out and bring in folks that may or may not work out. They know what they got with these guys, and you want to keep them. So in the end, adding to the talent pool. Look forward to getting these guys into camp and a great football season in 2026. So thanks again, Chris, for putting this all together, buddy.
Yeah, you are most welcome. Lots of great stuff in the chat, and then we'll close this out. Josh, man, you were here. I think you win the attendance award.
I love Josh.
Yeah, Josh, you may have to battle Simon for that. Says thanks,
Love
Gray
Simon.
Mains. And he says another big win for us is that Holmes didn't trade any 2027 picks, right? Yeah, right. Hit the horn on that one. Some grades are coming in as well. We've got a C+ from 77 Blazers Baby 11. Listen, I'm not far from that. And Josh is pushing back on the safety position and the number of safeties because of Branch and Kirby, which we definitely talked about. And then Edith Paul says days 1 and 2 B. Oh, we're breaking
Nice.
it down by day here. Days 1 and 2 B. Day 3 D-. Overall C-. Safety room has 4 injury plague guys and 3 guys on a 1-year contract. Safety is a need. So the chat has spoken about the safety.
Simon wins hands down. Well, look, Kirby Joseph. Does anybody really know what's going to happen with Kirby Joseph?
We don't. We
To
don't.
Mike's
We
credit,
hope.
last year he said, "I think his career might be over," and I'm with you there. But it would be so awesome if he got therapy.
Oh, it'd be great. Yeah.
And treatment and could come back and play, because that guy is a game changer. He's one of the
100%.
top safeties in the NFL. And Josh questioned, when does Brian Branch return? I mean, we could only hope that we're in a position to be late in the season competing for number 1 seed again and getting into the playoffs. We got an easy schedule.
Easier.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
easier. Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing is easy, but yes.
No, easy in the sense
Fourth
that
place schedule, yeah.
fourth place schedule, right? The Giants will be better. There's a number of teams. The Jets made huge strides and 3 more first round picks next year. So the competitions that we're going to face this year, they're not last place teams this year necessarily, right?
Mm-hmm.
So going to be exciting to track through the off season here and see how things come together.
Before we cut off,
Please, yeah.
just want to thank Brent and his lovely wife Crystal for allowing us to come and invade the house. It's been a blast, man.
You're welcome.
It's been
anytime.
awesome having you guys together for a few days and doing what we normally do at our own house on the chat. It's been awesome. To everybody in the chat and everybody on the list, and it's been great.
Yeah. Hey, and thanks to Chris for fishing my hat out of the water yesterday.
Yeah.
We were driving.
I thought twice about just leaving it in there.
I was going to get it.
I
Get it
thought,
if I
you know
had to.
what? I didn't like the way that hat looked anyway. I was like, yeah, you're better off without
It's
it.
a Detroit Tigers hat. I got a big old farmer's hat that I love that I wear on my boat. And flying around, I usually put the string around my neck, and I didn't, and it blew off, of course.
Josh says it's no contest. Simon wins hands down. That's funny. And of course, prayers up for Kirby and Brian. Yeah, we want the best safety tandem in the league back there for the Detroit Lions.
And let's hope the Bears, Packers, Vikings
Have horrible seasons.
Yes, absolutely.
We wish them nothing but the best outside of playing football.
Yes.
How about that? All right, folks, let's wrap. Let's put a bow on this thing. Thank you to everyone in the chat for hanging out with us. And thank you to Dan. Thank you to Mike. Thank you to Brent. Thank you to Crystal. Thank you to Molly. And thanks to everyone who
Reed.
made this happen. To Reed,
And
the
Reagan,
goat.
the star
We
of the
appreciate
show.
you as well, the star. And as always, we love to end every show and say,
Go
Lions!